I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 651 Farewell. Lin Xiao took out one treasure after another, and neither Lan Feng nor Han Jian could refuse. Even if they wanted to refuse, the ancestors of the two families would not let them refuse. So after the two ancestors learned about it, they quickly implemented the decision. On the surface, Lan Lingai returned, and then Han Jian and Lan Feng had a big fight, and Han Bo and Lan Lingai's marriage was completely broken. Of course, they have not yet officially engaged, they just had this intention before, and now they just want everyone to know that there is no possibility between them, and stop gossiping. And secretly, the three alliances, Lin Xiao and Lan Lingai's affairs are also strictly confidential. In addition to Lan Lingai's parents and Han Jian, only the ancestors of the Seven Sword Sect and the Tiansheng Sect know about it. The two sects are extremely coveted for the golden elixir in Lin Xiao's hands, and have begun to secretly prepare resources for exchange. They have not thought about killing people to seize treasures. Lin Xiao's apprentice Li Muxu's protector is also a threat that can check and balance the relationship between each other. So on the surface, Han Bo suffered a little loss and took a big blame, but Han Bo didn't mind. He didn't love Lan Lingai himself. He had just entered the highlight of his life and was determined to go further on the path of Taoism. He didn't have this intention at all. In Tiansheng Sect, Lin Xiao also showed up. On the surface, he came to make pills. Lin Xiao had been to Tiansheng Sect many times, and many people knew about it, so they didn't doubt anything. Lin Xiao, I'm sorry, why do you say that? For me, you lost a lot of money. I told my father that I would return the 9-turn golden ridge pill to you. That was my filial piety to my father-in-law. What else? Bah, what father-in-law? I haven't agreed to marry you yet. Why are you calling me that? Lan Lingai blushed and stomped her feet. What a big snake on the stick. Now he started calling him father-in-law. Isn't this taking advantage? Haha, Lingai, look at what this is. 9 transformation golden ridge pill. My father returned it to you? No, it's the second one. Ah, and, Lin Xiao, how many treasures did you extort from Emperor Heo's Yi family? What do you mean by extortion? This is an exchange of interests, okay? I don't know how much effort I put in to get it. Lingai, call me husband and I will give you the pill. Bah, no. Really don't want it? Well, there's nothing I can do. I've also taken this, and the medicinal effect is gone. My wife doesn't want it, so I can only throw it away. You, just call me husband. Call me husband in exchange for a precious pill. Really? You'll die if you don't bully me, right? Haha, I'll die. I think I'll bully you for at least 30 to 50,000 years. HMPH, I'm not going to pay attention to you. Lingai, I'm going back. Lin Xiao stuffed the brocade box in Lan Lingai's hand and said after giving her the 9 transformation golden ridge pill, are you leaving so soon? Lan Lingai suddenly felt reluctant. Recently, she felt like she was dreaming. She was afraid that this was really a dream, and when Lin Xiao left, she would wake up from the dream. Yes, Tiansheng City cannot do without me. If I don't show up for a long time, there will be problems. Isn't your disciple in charge there? She has an 8th level protector. The problem is not on her side, but on Yima's side. Shuilanman is getting worse and worse. A beast-tide war broke out in Zhangzhou. It can be said that all the major sects in Zhangzhou have made a fortune from the war, but Shuilanman used to be backed by the Heodi family, and its own source of income was not normal. The level of the sect's alchemy, talismans, and arrays was very low. This time, Shuilanman did not make a fortune, and has become unstable. If civil strife breaks out in the Heodi family, it will be an opportunity for the major sects in Zhangzhou to attack them. Once the details of the hidden family are known, the Li family will follow in their footsteps. The Li family is closely related to me, and I have to be on guard, so I have to delay this matter as much as possible. Why do the major sects want to attack the Li family? Heodi is a meritorious minister of the human race, and has made unprecedented contributions. What you said is true, but that was hundreds of thousands of years ago. There are many interests and secrets involved. I can't explain it clearly at the moment, but I really have to go back. I'll take you there. Are you willing to do that? Men should do great things outside, not stay at home with women. If I, Lin Xiao, have a man who only cares about trivial matters at home, I won't want one. Lin Xiao's words made Lin Xiao laugh. Then the two of them went to say goodbye to Lan Feng and the others, and Lin Xiao took Lin Xiao out of the mountain gate. Lin Xiao, look behind you. What? Lin Xiao looked back and saw Lin Xiao quickly kiss her on the face, then jumped away. Lin Xiao then reacted and stomped her feet and cursed. Lin Xiao flew away laughing. Lin Xiao returned to Tiansheng City. Li Muxu could see at a glance that he was in a very good mood. Lin Xiao was still frowning when he left. It had been less than a year. What had happened? Tiansheng, do you think our master is possessed by evil spirits or possessed by someone? Pooh. Senior sister, why don't you think of something good, like going crazy? Don't retreat. I don't feel right. There's nothing wrong. I've seen this kind of situation. Where have you seen it? When I was in charge of Gangming City before, Yunnan Yu chased Siki and had the same expression. There's nothing wrong. If it were a woman, it would be called a young girl in love. Ah, you mean we need a master's wife? What's so strange about this? With our master's ability, any fairy in the world of immortal cultivation is worthy of him. If the master asks for it, all the major sects in the world of immortal cultivation will rush to marry their disciples to the master, believe it or not. How can it be so exaggerated? Besides, even if the master wants to marry, he has to marry a better one. The Tiansheng Sect, a second-rate sect, is a bit worse. A turtle and a mung bean, they fall in love with each other, but don't care about their identities. Our master is not the kind of person who despises the poor and loves the rich. The master opposite doesn't even want him. The guy on the other side is too scheming. Master doesn't like him. Big sister, you're not jealous of him, are you? Why would I be jealous? He's our master. What's wrong with master? In the world of immortal cultivation, it is still a good thing for a master and disciple to get married, unless they are blood relatives. If you are tempted, act quickly. Master doesn't have to share so many treasures with others. This is called keeping the wealth within the family. Tiansheng, you are itching to make fun of the senior sister. Haha, I dare not. I will go to master to see if I can get any benefits. Tiansheng laughed and ran away, leaving Li Muxu there in deep thought. Lin Xiao was dealing with affairs as soon as he came back, and he didn't even notice Tiansheng coming in. Tiansheng didn't disturb Lin Xiao, and only spoke after he solved the problem. Master, you always have a smile on your face when you do things. What good things did you get this time? Any? What do you want? Master gives me whatever he has. How dare Tiansheng reject it? Indeed, if you dare to be picky, you're asking for a beating. This time I got some good things for you and Muzu. Take them. Experience in alchemy, from the 5th to the 7th level. This is the method of the Tiansheng Sect. Master, you won't rob the Tiansheng Sect, will you? What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Xiao said angrily. Lin Xiao gave Lan Feng a 9-turn golden ridge pill, but Lan Feng couldn't take out a pill similar to the 9-turn golden ridge pill in return. He knew that Lin Xiao's apprentice was also good at alchemy, so he took out his own experience in alchemy, from the 5th to the 7th level, which was also his most precious treasure. Before, he didn't even give it to his disciple, but only to Lin Xiao. Just kidding. Master, is there anything else besides this? Just a piece of 1000-year-old black ice, or? Yes, 1000-year-old black ice is very rare, and the material is monopolized by the Ice and Snow Palace. It is precious. Take it, split it in two, give you one for the big world, do whatever you want yourself. Okay, is there anything else, master? Tiansheng, are you itching for trouble? Do you really want to rob your master? Haha, I dare not. Master is the best. Goodbye master. Tiansheng laughed and ran away quickly. Taking advantage of master's good mood, he got a lot of benefits, and it was time to stop while he was ahead. Lin Xiao shook his head. Among the 4 disciples, only Yuan Royan was worry-free, and the others were not worry-free. Being a master is not easy. Lin Xiao took out the materials on the desk and read them. These were the cultivation experiences written by Lin Xiao's dozens of registered disciples. Lin Xiao replied one by one and asked people to send them back to the sect for them to modify. 3 days later, seeing Lin Xiao coming back, Yimei came to visit again. The reason why Yimei came was simple. She was out of money. The East Continent War had allowed Fu Zentang to make a fortune. She had earned at least 300 million to 500 million Zuan crystals in the past year or so. Logically, it was enough for her to use for more than 10 years. But she didn't expect that the situation of Shu Yuan sect was getting worse and worse. Yimei's influence in the Haodi family was getting bigger and bigger. More and more people came to her, causing her to spend more than she earned. She was out of money again. Meh, it's not a good idea to keep subsidizing you like this. Others come to you, not only to get benefits from you, but also hope that you are strong enough to protect them. If you delay your own practice, and your strength is not enough, when the time comes, they will still abandon you. Fellow Daoist Lin is right. Mir also knows it, but don't worry about Mir's practice. I'm almost done tempering my membrane. Ymir nodded. At her level, ordinary resources have no effect on her. What she needs are high level resources, which are difficult to get outside. All she needs are provided by the Supreme. The Supreme already knows that the Qin family is depleting the family's financial resources, but now he can't turn against the Qin family, so he has to speed up Ymir's practice, and hundreds of thousands of foundations begin to be continuously supplied to Lin Xiao. What does Mir want to do this time? Get rich. Mir is really straightforward, but there is really no way to get rich now. Friend Lin, you went to Bizhao and sent a big gift to the Ice and Snow Temple. How come there is nothing? Did the news spread so quickly? Huan told me, Little Phoenix. Lin smiled. Did the Little Phoenix Huan really become friends with Ymir? No fight, no acquaintance? Chapter 652. Fortune in War. It is not uncommon for heroes to appreciate each other. An admirable opponent often has his own shining points. Little Phoenix Huan was defeated by Ymir, but she was not convinced. After returning to Penglai, her Supreme Master personally pointed out the reason why she lost. The reason was that Little Phoenix Huan was not ruthless enough, not calm enough, and not smart enough in dealing with the battle. Otherwise, even if she would lose, it would not be so tragic, and the possibility of dying together would be greater. Little Phoenix Huan also felt that this was the case after hearing it. At the same time, Ymir was so willing to fight like her as a woman, which made her very curious, so Little Phoenix Huan began to write to Ymir. After going back and forth, the relationship between the two people became much deeper. After Lin Xiao left the Ice and Snow Palace, the Ice and Snow Palace summoned craftsmen to improve the method of washing wool, and at the same time, it purchased wool on a large scale. Even if the product quality was poor, it was mass produced. Anyway, there were many poor monks, and as long as the price was cheaper, naturally someone would buy it. This is true because the cost is extremely low. A first level woolen coat is only 1/3 of the price of the same level robes. The sales volume increased immediately. Penglai is at the northern end of Zhongshan, and it is extremely cold in winter. The lower level monks also need warm clothes, so woolen coats appeared in Penglai's ears. When Lin Xiao promoted it in Bingsu City, Yu Huan naturally knew about it. The people in Penglai would only envy it, and at the same time admire Lin Xiao. He wandered around B's house for more than half a year, and was able to find such a way to make money. He is worthy of being a good boy. Woolen coats are sold at low prices, and are not a source of income. Moreover, the climate in the Suyu sect is warm, and not suitable for woolen coats. I know, but Brother Lin has other skills, right? Meh, I'm almost out of this stuff. Brother Lin, what do you think? Let's go to Dongzhou together? Ymir changed the subject. She didn't want to do the woolen coat business, and she couldn't do it. She just threw out a lead, and talked to Lin Xiao about the way to make money. Meh, do you want to hunt monsters, and go to the battlefield? No, war is not easy to fight. There are several 8th level monster kings in the Kinyu tribe, and there are more than 27th level monster kings. It is easy to be besieged if you go there. I want to go to the 4th line of defense in Dongzhou. That is the logistics base of Dongzhou. If you set up a business there, you will make a lot of money. That being said, is Dong Xiao willing? Lin Xiao nodded. The logistics area of the battlefield naturally has a way to make money. Many cultivators on the front line will rest in the logistics area. They will bring back a lot of spoils. Ymir directly purchases spoils from the cultivators, which will reduce the profit of the 5-element business. The price will be much lower. Similarly, Ymir directly sells talismans and formations, which will also make a lot of profit. But the extra profits are all deducted by the 5-element business. Will they be willing? This is poaching their wool. They should not be willing. It's already been negotiated. After nearly 2 years of war, Dong Xiao has been exhausted and is in urgent need of various combat resources. My talismans and formations can be used directly, and they are eager for it. So Yizime has agreed that we can open shops in Dong Xiao, and there will be no taxes, and we are not within Dong Xiao's conscription. We can leave whenever we want and join the war whenever we want. You agreed to this condition. It seems that Dong Xiao can't hold on any longer. Yes, now the two sides are engaged in a tug-of-war. The elite disciples have gone to war, and there have been 300,000 to 400,000 casualties in the past 6 months. The number of monks killed in Dong Xiao is close to 6 million, which is a quarter of the number under the control of the 5 major academies. Although they have supplemented more than 600,000 monks in the past 2 years, these monks have not grown up. If it weren't for the fact that the monster hunting team composed of more than 500,000 monks in Dong Xiao already has more than 100,000 people, they would have collapsed long ago. The situation in Dong Xiao is far more serious than everyone imagined. The monsters have held the monks there, making it impossible to produce. The death of elite disciples is depleting Dong Xiao's potential. Dong Xiao is already extremely uncomfortable, so they will agree to even inhumane conditions. The difficulties in Dong Xiao are really unsolvable. Lin Xiao shook his head. Dong Xiao was too difficult. They had provoked the Kinyu tribe, one of the overlords of Dong Xiao, and were pinned to the ground. But they still held on, and refused to cut their flesh to survive. Who could they blame? Fellow Daoist Lin, as far as we can see now, Dong Xiao can still hold out for about half a year to 2 years. This should be our last chance to make a fortune. I have already stockpiled talisman paper, talisman pens and other materials for drawing talismans worth over 100 million yuan. The formations are almost the same. I can start work as soon as I get to Dong Xiao and get back a lot of materials. So you want to cooperate with me? Yes, Dong Xiao can't pay with black crystals, so we can only pay with materials. But I can't handle so many materials, so I need something that can be digested. Doesn't fellow Daoist Lin's Wugo factory have this ability? It's just right. You and I can cooperate. Of course, if anyone in Baeksuju wants to go to Dong Xiao, we can go together and rely on each other. We can cooperate on the purchase of materials, but as for going to Dong Xiao, I still need to think about it. Lin Xiao nodded. The Wugo factory has expanded rapidly, and now the materials brought by the beast tides from West Continent and South Continent are almost used up. Dong Xiao can just take over, which is very helpful for Wugo. But Lin Xiao didn't want to go. First, Baeksuju didn't need to expand its financial resources. Pills were more popular than talisman formations. Baeksuju had endless orders. Second, the remnants of the Thorn God had already arrived in Dong Xiao, and the God Lord might be there. If Lin Xiao went there and ran into them, he couldn't beat the 8th level cultivator. Wouldn't that be offering his life? Fellow Daoist Lin, do you know what the most scarce supplies are in Dong Xiao now? I know, Zuanjing and magic tools. Lin Xiao nodded. Lin Xiao had launched many wars himself, so he naturally knew what was the most scarce in the war. If the talisman was gone, he could not use it. If the healing pill was gone, he could carry it, and he could also use Zuan Qi to slowly heal it. It was enough to hold on for a breath, and he would take his time later. It didn't matter if the formation was broken, the cultivator would take over. But magic tools were indispensable. Without magic tools, there would be no weapons. Although cultivators also needed magical skills, most magical skills required magic tools to perform. Martial arts with bare hands were too slow and too weak. Zuan crystals are also necessary. Formations need Zuan crystals to support them. Zuan crystal cannons and god-killing crossbows need Zuan crystals to support them. And cultivators need Zuan ki to restore their Zuan ki. Zuan crystals and magic tools are consumable, and these two things should be the most lacking in Dangzhao. There are not many financial theories in the world of immortal cultivation, but they also know the basic concepts. Now the purchasing power of Zuan crystals in Dangzhao has increased a lot. The prices of various materials, spiritual medicines, etc. are plummeting. Many cultivators will secretly smuggle them over, use normal Zuan crystals to buy materials there, and bring them back to make a profit. However, Dangzhao will not let the big sects intervene in such matters, otherwise the economy that is about to collapse will completely collapse. Large transactions still need to be operated through the 5-element business. Now that fellow Daoist Lin knows about this, are you really not tempted? Forget about the mysterious crystals, we also need them, but what about the magical instruments? Fellow Daoist Lin is a rank 6 instrument refiner, right? There is a lot of room for him in Dangzhao, not to mention refining magical instruments, even repairing them can make a lot of money. Since Mia said so, I can't help but give you face. Beizuju has 37 instrument refiners, and I'll give you 17 of them. The lowest one is rank 3, and most of them are rank 4 and 5. They will cooperate with you, and increase your voice. How about it? Lin Xiao replied that he was indeed not interested. He did not care about this money. However, he could send some of the weapon refiners from Beizuju over there. He did not expect them to make much money. He only hoped that their skills could be improved quickly. After training there for a year or two, they should be able to improve their skills a lot. Okay, thank you very much, Brother Lin. I have decided to take action in 7 days. At that time, I will leave with a team of 300 people. I will ask Brother Lin to take care of Fusentang. Of course, Yi Mei replied. Lin Xiao did not care about this little money, but she did. She was very short of money, and she also had to disperse some people. The crisis of Tiansheng Sect or Haodi family was already obvious. People gathered in Tiansheng City and there was a risk of being wiped out. And Yi Mei also wanted to investigate Dangzhao. The strategy that Lin Xiao proposed to the Li family was not good enough for the Li family, but she did. She had discovered from Dangzhao's actions in the past 2 years that the influence of the major sects in Dangzhao was very low, and the cultivators in Dangzhao were very resistant to them. This was an opportunity she could take advantage of. 7 days later, a total of 18 people from Beizuju followed Yi Mei and left. 17 of them were weapon refiners, and there was a person in charge, who was responsible for communicating with the others and ensuring logistics. Among the 17, 5 were 3rd level weapon refiners, 10 were 4th level weapon refiners, and 2 were 5th level weapon refiners, which was almost half of the weapon refiners in Beizuju. The task of refining in Beizuju was not heavy, and it was mainly based on elixirs. Lin Xiao and his group saw Yi Mei off, and stopped outside Tiansheng City. Li Muxu watched Yi Mei leave and said, Master, has Yi Mei taken a fancy to Dangzhao, and is she executing the strategy you mentioned earlier? Almost. The Haodi family is hopeless, and Yi Mei is preparing a retreat. So the 300 people are just the vanguard. As long as she determines that Dangzhao can withstand this beast tide, she will withdraw 10 or 20,000 people within a year or two. Will Dangzhao be willing? It has to be willing, even if it doesn't want to. Dangzhao has been fighting for so long, and those who survived are all elites. As long as Yi Mei can integrate into Dangzhao's immortal cultivation society, Dangzhao will have no way to deal with her. Not to mention that Dangzhao doesn't dare to go to war with Dangzhao. Even if it is willing, it will have to pay a heavy price to kill these 2 million cultivators. Lin Xiao shook his head and said that the human race was generally united, but they would never dare to take the initiative to provoke a continent-level war, otherwise Dangzhao would be completely separated from the mainstream cultivation world. Of course, if Dangzhao wanted to hold down the pressure from Dangzhao, Yi Mei had to win the trust of the Dangzhao cultivation world in advance and make them feel that it was worthwhile to do so, otherwise there would be no hope at all. I think the Li family can do it. It's up to you. It doesn't matter. Just leave some seeds and branch out. Lin Xiao nodded. The situation of the Li family was much better than that of the Haodi family, but it was not a bad idea to prepare for a rainy day. Chapter 653, Disturbance in Dongzhou. At this time, Dongzhou has become the largest area of personnel flow. Not only are the scattered cultivators in Zhongzhou moving, but also the scattered cultivators in Nanzhou, Zizhou and Bizhou, as well as the disciples from various forces who come out to train, are all moving to Dongzhou. In fact, no matter who is in the world of immortal cultivation, the demand for resources is endless. There are many poor people, and the battlefield is also the easiest place to get ahead and make money. The 5 major colleges in Dongzhou have some means that are more powerful than Lin Xiao, such as propaganda. For cultivators outside Dongzhou, they set up a hero list. The hero list is divided into 3 lists: Daogang, Lingguang, and Shengsu period. Each list only has the top 30. For the people on this hero list, Dongzhou not only takes out a lot of resources from its teeth to reward them, but also promotes their reputation. Not only do they require Dongzhou genius disciples of the same level to be very polite to them, but even Dongzhou cultivators who are higher than them are also enthusiastically winning over them and praising their achievements on various occasions. In this kind of propaganda, they are portrayed as heroes and are also very popular with Dongzhou female cultivators. There are countless female cultivators who recommend themselves to them. Being famous and having money can also help solve major life problems, which greatly stimulated the fighting enthusiasm of the monks who went to support them, so they became more warlike than the monks in Dongzhou. Hundreds of thousands of monks became a main force in the battlefield of Dongzhou. Outside the third line of defense, a figure stumbled in from outside, with a blue sword light on his body. When the guarding monks saw it, they immediately shouted loudly, and the monks on the entire line of defense immediately took action, set up the formation, and prepared the black crystal cannon, because behind that figure, there was a large group of monsters chasing. It's the fierce wind swordsman. Hurry up, he has succeeded again. Please cover us, old man. A guard leader recognized the person coming, and immediately sent a sound transmission note. Then, 10 kilometers behind him, a violent aura rose up and appeared in front of the defense line. The monsters stopped immediately and let out an earth-shaking roar, but they dared not move forward because the person coming was Hao Zhen, an 8th level cultivator from Beilu Academy, one of the 5 major academies in Dongzhou. If these monster kings moved forward, they would only die, so they could only retreat with hatred. Hanbo thanks Grandmaster Hao for helping. This is the 3rd time that Grandmaster Hao has saved Hanbo. No need to be polite. Han Daoyao is helping Dongzhou. This is a noble cause. This is what our hospital should do. How did you get this time? As expected, 2 5th level monster kings were killed. In addition, a 6th level KUINIU was seriously injured. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to kill them before their reinforcement arrived. Hanbo nodded and said, he has been in Dongzhou for a year. In this year, he has fought dozens of battles. In addition to exploring the battle situation at the beginning, he later specialized in sniping high-level monster kings. The 4th level monster kings were basically ignored. In the past 6 months, Hanbo has killed a 6th level monster king, 11 5th level monster kings, more than 20 4th level monster kings, and countless low level monster beasts, ranking first on the Shengsu period hero list. Okay, Han Daoyao, this academy will personally record your merits. Hao Zhen laughed, and then took Hanbo into the defense line. In the battle merit hall, Hao Zhen checked Hanbo's achievements, and then recorded his merits. The other Dongzhou monks immediately updated their records on the hero list. Hanbo pulled the 2nd place further away. After the Dongzhou monks spread the news, it also spread throughout the 50,000-mile defense line in an instant. HMPH Hanbo, I don't believe I'm not as good as you. The news was transmitted, and there were angry curses and cold snorts everywhere. There were not many Shengsu period monks who came to help in the battle, probably less than 20, and they couldn't even fill the hero list. It can be said that everyone was on the list, but their pursuit was naturally higher, and they wanted the 1st place. Hanbo, the 1st place on the Shengsu period hero list, has become famous in the past year. Apart from other things, there are countless female monks who want to offer themselves to Hanbo. Although Hanbo doesn't like this, the others are good. Their records are not as good as Hanbo, so naturally there are fewer female monks who like them. Hanbo was unmoved. After recording his military exploits, he returned to his residence and took out elixirs to heal his wounds. Although his military exploits were extraordinary, they were not without cost. This time, he might have to recuperate for more than 10 days. There are not many healing elixirs left. They are too expensive in Dong Sao. It seems that I have to send a message back again. Hanbo looked at his storage bag. The healing elixirs were almost exhausted. The prices in Dong Sao were soaring. It was really a loss to buy elixirs here. Fortunately, he was not a real casual cultivator and had a family background. If he sent a message back, the sect would naturally ask someone to bring elixirs. For real casual cultivators, I'm afraid that they would not make much profit because their spoils of war were often spent on replenishing what they needed. Outside the third line of defense in Dong Sao is the location of the 5 major academies. Each of the 5 major academies controls a city for cultivating immortals. As the direct financial source of the academy, the Fusin Hall and Zhuanhuang City of Zhuanhuang Academy quietly opened half a month ago. Yi Mi did not publicize it, but its abundant goods still made its reputation spread quickly. In half a month, the goods brought by Yi Mi were almost sold out. However, Yi Mi did not receive many black crystals, but a large number of materials. Yi Mi would only keep a small part of the materials that Fusin Tang could use. All the materials that could not be used were loaded back to Zhang Sao to trade with Lin Xiao. This is the list of goods, and this is the list of what we need. You must hand it over to Beizuchu at that time. Once you get the goods, come back as soon as possible. Yes, miss, I will come back as soon as possible and try to spend only 1.5 months to go back and forth. Go to Wanghei City to take the teleportation array. I have made an appointment with Zhuanhuang Academy. Our people only need to take the teleportation array for 50% of the price. Yi Mi said to a Shengsu period cultivator. This person is her family, and the blood relationship is relatively close. He is also one of her confidants, and is responsible for exchanges with Zhang Sao. Yi Mi came to Dong Sao, and Dong Sao provided a lot of conveniences. The houses here in the business were free, and going to Wanghei City to take the teleportation array, not only can they be arranged first, but the price is only 50% of others. The Shengsu period took the task and left with a few people. They would take the flying boat to Wanghei City, and then take the teleportation array from Wanghei City to Penglai, and then take a detour to Xiansu City. Although it was a detour, it was actually a shorter journey, and this was only the first transaction. After getting familiar with it, Lin Xiao's people would set up a station in Penglai, and the time could be shortened. Mia Jiuzu, are you hunting monsters again? A figure appeared, and Yima's protector appeared. Yi Mi frowned and said in a cold voice, I just walked around nearby and killed some level 4 or 5 monsters. It was easy. Jiuzu laughed. Although he knew that Yi Mi had forbidden him to fight on the front line, he couldn't help it. On the one hand, he wanted to vent his anger that was suppressed by the Qin family, and on the other hand, he wanted to make more money. He felt very distressed when he saw Yi Mi racking her brains to make money. Jiuzu, don't go there anymore. Yes, I know. I won't go there anymore. You said the same thing last time. I promise, I will never go there again. Jiuzu, I'm not kidding you. Now I'm the head of the Yi family. I have to give orders to my disciples. You have repeatedly undermined my plans. How can I give orders to others in the future? Besides, are we here to make money? I'm still famous in Xiansu City. I make as a spokesperson, host auctions, and sell clothes and jewelry. I won't make much less than here. You know why I came here. Yi Mi was very angry and annoyed. Jiuzu treated her very well. It could be said that he treated her wholeheartedly, but Jiuzu's emotional intelligence and management ability were really worrying. No wonder he lost the battle with the Qin family. If Yi Mi had the cultivation level of the 8th realm now, the Qin family would be nothing. They would be easily defeated. Meh, don't be angry. I know I was wrong. I promise, I will never go there again. If you go again, go back to the secret realm by yourself. I can't command you anymore. Meh. Forget it. I don't want to say it anymore. I have an appointment with Lin, the vice president of Zhuanhuang Academy. Come with me. Lin, it's him again. A cold light flashed in the Jiuzu's eyes. Yimi had been here for only more than half a month, but she had met Lin 3 times. Lin did not hide his lust for Yimi. Every time they met, he looked straight at Yimi. This look made him very unhappy. Lin looks like a man with a lot of lust, but he is actually half disguised. He is the same kind of person as Lin Xiao, calm and rational, and he is also the deputy dean with real power. I have to see him. There are more than just Zhuanhuan College in the 5 great colleges. I know, but the 5 great colleges are also closely related. I can't miss them. Don't worry, I won't suffer any loss. Yi Mei nodded. She didn't like Lin very much, but there was no way. For the future of the family, she had to go to socialize. Shuyuan Sect is now a money barrel, supported by her financial resources. If she can't do it here, then Shuyuan Sect will become the source of the internal strife of the Haodi family, and it will also be an opportunity for the major sects to intervene. Yi Mei tried her best to support it, but as Lin Xiao said, Shuyuan Sect is also a bottomless pit. She simply can't support it for a long time, so she must find a way out, and Dong Sao is her way out. Yi Mei packed up and put on some light makeup, which made her beautiful appearance even more gorgeous. She walked out of the door and came to Zhuanhuan College, which occupied almost 1/3 of the city. Lin personally received Yi Mei at the door and welcomed her in. Although he kept looking around, he didn't dare to take advantage of her. Yi Mei was not a pretty vase, and Lin knew her record. Entering the meeting room, Yi Mei saw many shop owners, none of whom were local businesses in Dongsao, all of whom were from outside. Yi Mei was relatively late, but Fuzentang was extremely powerful. Yi Mei sat in the second seat, and the first seat was Lin's. Half an hour later, Lin saw that everyone had arrived, and began to discuss matters. There was only one topic for today's discussion, which was that Dongsao required these foreign businesses to supply goods, provide the goods they needed most, and the price must be lower than the market price. In return, Dongsao would give them more conveniences, including the qualification to purchase higher-level strategic resources. Many resources are rare in the market, and even never appear. This is the last family foundation of Dongsao. This benefit makes many merchants eager to move. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654, Yi Mei's Guidance. High-level resources, especially strategic resources for breakthroughs in key grades, have always been the key resources monopolized by major sects. The resources of major sects are not obtained in vain, but have been accumulated slowly over a long period of time. Now Dongsao is at the end of its rope and has to sell its heritage, but it is not a random sale. It must maximize profits. Therefore, after discussion among the 5 major academies, this last resort was adopted to allow businesses to supply resources at a low price and then obtain the right to buy and sell those high-level resources. Except for the Fuzentang, which is larger in scale, the rest of the businesses that came to Dongsao for trade are some strength, but not much strength. For example, large sects such as the Pixel Jade Sect and the Tiansheng Sect will never easily get involved. Even second-rate sects such as the Dangsha Sect, the Seven Swords Sect, and the Xiangang Sect are also in a wait-and-see attitude. Therefore, these small and medium-sized sects are more in short supply of these high-level resources. They all have good heritage, and they may lack a little push to move towards a more glorious position, so various businesses have quoted prices. However, Yi Mei did not make an offer because she had no shortage of high-level resources, but she lacked ordinary resources to raise her subordinates, which was naturally not attractive to her. But for Lin, he valued Yi Mei's opinion very much. Yi Mei had the support of the Haodi family, and she also had a good industry in Tiansheng City. She also joined forces with Baeksuju. Her strength was the strongest among all the businesses. The activities in the past half-month also proved this. Yi Mei did not make an offer, and Lin became anxious. After waiting for the meeting to end, Lin privately invited Yimi to visit Zhuanhuan College. Yimi had been to Zhuanhuan College several times, but she knew that Lin had something to say, so she agreed. Miss Mia, why didn't you make an offer in the meeting just now? We still have many treasures in Dongzhou. Friend Wendy, although the treasures in Dongzhou are good, Mia is not short of them. What Mia lacks is bulk supplies. Miss Mia, this Lin was helpless. They also lacked bulk supplies. Starting from the basic spiritual rice, they needed to sell whatever they lacked. Otherwise, there would be no need to sell high-level resources. Friend Wendy, although I have no shortage of high-level resources, I do lack a big money sponsor. Big money sponsor? How strong is he? Beyond your imagination. Really? I'd like to know who he is. Lin Xiao, the head of the Tiansheng Sect in Wu Kingdom of Nansao. Lin Xiao, I've heard of this man's name. It is said that he is a very famous Shankei boy in Zhongzhou and has the ability to turn stones into gold. I don't know if it's true or not. Just a few days before I came, Lin Xiao helped the Ice and Snow Palace in Bizhou find a way to make millions of black crystals a year, and it is permanent and inexhaustible. Is this man really so terrifying? Friend Wendy, you can ask friend Lizibe to find out. There is a large factory in Wu Kingdom with 50,000 cultivators who are engaged in the production of Dunfukizan. Moreover, that factory is very evil. The cost of each resource is about 20% lower than ours. When the beast tide broke out in Zizhou and Nanzhou, it was almost entirely borne by this large factory as a war preparedness resource. Is that so? Lin frowned. Dongzhou was not well informed about central China, and they didn't know about the big factory in Wu State yet. But Yimi was not the kind of person who boasted. Since she said so, it was likely that Lin Xiao was really a very capable person. Nanzhou and Dongzhou were far apart, their strengths were similar, and there was no conflict of interest. It seemed that someone needed to get in touch with him. Dao Wei, let me tell you another secret. If Dongzhou wants to win this war, it may need Lin Xiao's guidance. Miss Mia, don't joke. Lin Xiao has the ability to do this. This is a matter involving the life and death of tens of millions of cultivators. Mia never jokes. You will know Lin Xiao's ability when you have more contact with him. 500 years ago, the Tiansheng Sect of the Wu Kingdom in Nanzhou was a small sect with the highest strength only in the condensation vein stage. In the past 500 years, Lin Xiao has dominated the world. Now there are 3 Shengsu stage cultivators, dozens of Daogang cultivators, and hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the sect. The annual financial resources are no less than 3 to 500 million. Lin Xiao himself is a top genius who cultivates both the soul and the flesh. He has a record of killing golden body stage cultivators. His strength is comparable to that of a third-rate sect in Zhongzhou. Yimei praised Lin Xiao a lot, and the reason she praised Lin Xiao was that she didn't want Dongzhou to lose the war. It was very difficult for Dongzhou to defeat the demon tribe. As long as Dongzhou could hold on, she could make a lot of money here, and she could show her importance to Dongzhou. This move was extremely important to her. Lin was confused when listening to Yimei's words, but he didn't refuse. Instead, he kept asking about Lin Xiao's deeds. After the conversation, Lin went to find Lin Xiao, the dean of Zhuanhuan College, and told him about Lin Xiao. I've heard of Lin Xiao. Zibei said that the goods provided by Lin Xiao are indeed the cheapest, and Lin Xiao is unfathomable. He once slapped Tiansheng Sect in the face in public, twice, and he is still alive and well. There may be a powerful force behind him, but I dare not conclude that he has the ability to solve the crisis in Dongzhou. Grand Master, how is the situation on the front line? It's very difficult. Our current resource reserves can only fight a medium-sized battle. We can only arm 3 million monks, and the rats can starve to death in the warehouse. You must keep this matter secret and never spread it. The demon clan has controlled many of our human scum with slavery spells. Once the news gets out, and the demon clan attacks on a large scale, then our Dongzhou will be finished. Is it so difficult? Yes, it is so difficult. Now we can only hope that the 5-element trading company can make a breakthrough. A good cook cannot cook without rice. No matter how powerful junior brother Zibei is, he can't create resources. Grandmaster, I want to go to Zhongzhou. Do you really believe what Yimi said? No, but it's better to believe it than not. Since the front line is so critical, what's wrong with going there? I'm good at management, but not at fighting. Anyway, I can't go to the front line. Well, Zhongzhou still has some assets. Zibei and the others are not good enough in cultivation and qualifications. You can contact the major sects by the way. They should also take action. The destruction of Zhongzhou and the momentum of the demon race will increase greatly, which is not good for the human race. Okay, then I will leave in 7 days and deal with things. Go. Weilin bowed and went back to hand over the matter. 7 days later, Weilin went to Wanghei City and then took the teleportation array from Wanghei City to leave Zhongzhou. Weilin did not go directly to Tiansheng City, but went to various locations of the 5-element business. Through their information network, he learned about the situation of the major sects and visited them by the way. When he arrived in Tiansheng City, it was already half a month later. Tiansheng City, Baeksuju, Lin Xiao received a message from Yimei, who pushed Lin Xiao to Weilin. Yimei had to tell Lin Xiao and hinted to Lin Xiao that this was a good time to get resources from Zhongzhou and also attached some of Zhongzhou's assets. 3 days later, Weilin came to Baeksuju with a visiting card he got from Yimei. Lin Xiao came out to meet Weilin and the two chatted in the reception room. Weilin was also a sophisticated person. He found out some details about Lin Xiao without leaving any traces. Lin Xiao also took the initiative to reveal some of his strength. Weilin was very excited. Let's not talk about anything else. Just take Baeksuju. The strength is strong enough. Li Muxu is a 6th level top grade alchemist. There is only one alchemist of this level in Zhongzhou. He is usually treated like a treasure. Fellow Daoist Lin, I heard from Miss Mir that you have extraordinary talent and can support the foundation of mankind. How do you think Zhongzhou can win this war? Fellow Daoist Weilin, as the saying goes, a method should not be passed on lightly. I don't have any method to let Zhongzhou win the war, but I do have a method that can allow Zhongzhou to obtain hundreds of billions of resources in a short period of time to support the war, and there is no need to be afraid of fighting for another 10 or 8 years. Seriously, fellow Daoist Lin, please tell me. I can't say it. I can't say it. Hey, this is Weilin's fault. Fellow Daoist Lin, please tell me what you need. Weilin was stunned for a moment, and then he said he knew that people in Zhongzhou value profit, and they will not show their true ability until they see benefits. Lin Xiao took out a list, handed it to Weilin and said, there are 16 kinds of spiritual medicines, 7 kinds of precious mines, and 7 kinds of rare materials. I need one of them. The rest can be traded with me at a fair price. The price will be based on the market price, and I will never let you suffer a loss. Hey, fellow Daoist Lin, your appetite seems a bit big. Don't worry, look at my sincerity. Here is the list of resources I can provide, from elixirs, talismans, arrays to spiritual rice, flying boats, black crystal cannons, and god-destroying crossbows. From level 1 to level 5, we have everything. As long as fellow Daoist Weilin agrees, they can be transported to Penglai within half a month, and to the front line within a month. This deal alone is enough for you to arm 300,000 troops. But how can I guarantee that fellow Daoist Lin's plan will really work? If my plan doesn't work, how about a 30% premium on this basis and you can get what you want yourself? I need 3 days to think about it. Weilin was immediately tempted. The price offered by Lin Xiao was already good. If it failed, then with a 30% premium, he would make a lot of money. If it succeeded, he would still make money. It's just that he is not qualified to make the decision and needs the dean's consent. After Weilin returned, he sent a message back to Zhongzhou to make things clear. Lin Xiao who consulted with the other 4 deans, but he could not see any trap, so he agreed. Weilin then found Lin Xiao again, and asked the Tiansheng city guard to be the notary. Then the two signed the contract, and both parties sent messages back to prepare the goods. Fellow Daoist Lin, now you can tell me your plan, right? Weilin said to Lin Xiao. He really wanted to know what kind of brilliant plan Lin Xiao had that would allow Zhongzhou to obtain a large amount of resources to support the war. Fellow Daoist Weilin, don't worry. Let me show you something first. This is a record of major events in my Wu country. Hundreds of years ago, my Wu country had not yet been established and had experienced many wars. This is one of them. Lin Xiao took out a piece of information indifferently. This record was a record of Lin Xiao's war in Wu country, and the idea that Lin Xiao wanted to give to Deng Xiao was what really happened. Lin Xiao's idea can be summed up in 3 words: war debt. Lin quickly finished reading the information and suddenly realized something. He looked at Lin Xiao with admiration. Lin Xiao's situation was very similar to Deng Xiao's, but Lin Xiao could actually come up with such an idea. He was indeed a man of great talent and strategy. Chapter 655. Deng Xiao's War Loan. Lin is a senior member of Zhuanghuang Academy, but he is not good at fighting, but good at management. Therefore, he came to Deng Xiao when the front line was in short supply of high-level combat power. With his vision, he immediately knew the benefits of this war loan. Once Deng Xiao issued a war loan and succeeded, it would definitely be able to get a lot of resources, and the interests would be tied to the borrowers, so there was no need to worry that they would not work hard. This move was very vicious, and could silently pull all the major forces onto Deng Xiao's pirate ship. Of course, he also knew that this war loan would be difficult to succeed. First of all, the major forces had to borrow the money. If they did not trust and were not optimistic about Deng Xiao, everything would be in vain. Fellow Daoist Lin. Lin is willing to pay a high price to ask fellow Daoist Lin to help with the planning, okay, but let's make it clear in advance that I will not show up for this matter. I will only be responsible for giving advice. Lin Xiao did not even say the price. The reason why he agreed to give advice to Deng Xiao was also based on the overall situation. Lin Xiao had long been accustomed to the death of individuals or a few people, but Deng Xiao was often the death of millions of cultivators, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of mortals, which still made Lin Xiao feel in awe. No matter what, he had to help. If Deng Xiao had not made those small moves before, maybe Lin Xiao would have taken action 2 years ago. So now Lin Xiao is also doing his part. Of course, Deng Xiao still has the possibility of defeat, so Lin Xiao can't personally show up and take this risk. Otherwise the various sects that have suffered huge losses will really use him as a scapegoat. For war loans to be successful, 2 factors must be considered. If these 2 points are achieved, then it will be a natural outcome. The first point is trust. You must make the borrowers trust you and believe that Deng Xiao can win, or at least will not lose the war. The second point is the benefits. The major sects in Deng Xiao have long had the idea of helping Deng Xiao, but because of some of your thinking habits, you are unwilling to give up your own interests, but you must take them out at this time. Of course, this kind of interest giving up is not permanent, unlike before, so you also need to tell the 5 major academies and let them explain it clearly to the Deng Xiao monks to avoid future disputes. In terms of benefits, you must be prepared to calculate carefully, let people count your assets, and borrow money according to your assets, so that the borrowers will feel that you are sincere. You must never borrow 100,000 Zuan crystals from a family of 100 Zuan crystals. This will only consume your credibility. Lin Xiao immediately explained to Lin the key points, process, and things that need to be paid attention to in borrowing. There are only 2 points to pay attention to in borrowing. The first is to make people trust you, and the second is to make people profitable. Only in this way can you succeed. Lin Xiao spoke for a full hour. After listening, Lin stood up and bowed to Lin Xiao to thank him. So far, Lin has been full of admiration for Lin Xiao's wonderful ideas and wisdom. This kind of loan is not an idea beyond the times, but they just didn't think of it. Lin Xiao just broke this layer of window paper, but just this one time was enough to stump the entire Deng Xiao monks. Lin Xiao also provided all the plans for the last loan of Tiansheng Sect. Lin left with the plan, and then Lin summoned all the monks above the Shengsu period of Deng Xiao 5-element business in Deng Xiao to discuss the matter. Everyone was shocked by what Lin said, and then they were overjoyed. With Deng Xiao's financial resources as a guarantee, and paying interest later, in this way, they can get a lot of resources to support the war, without losing Deng Xiao's dignity, and will not give the major sects in Deng Xiao an excuse to interfere in Deng Xiao's affairs. It is simply perfect. As for the interest that needs to be paid, it is nothing. At least it is better than Dong Xiao monks going to the battlefield with bare hands. After the top leaders discussed, Lin signed an application, which was seconded by the top leaders, and sent to Dong Xiao. Lin Xiao, who summoned the other deans to discuss the plan. None of the deans had any objections to this plan. No one knew the situation on the front line better than them. No one knew the crisis of Dong Xiao better than them. If they were not careful, Dong Xiao would be in danger of destruction. Compared with this, some benefits were nothing. After all, as long as the territory was preserved, those sacred mountains and mines could continue to collect profits. The 5 major colleges jointly authorized Lin to get the first batch of materials worth 10 billion Zuan crystals to Dong Xiao as soon as possible to arm the monks and consolidate the defense line. Lin got the authorization and found Lin Xiao again. Lin Xiao then announced that he would be in seclusion. In fact, he changed his appearance and became Lin's consultant to help him make plans. Under Lin Xiao's planning, some real situations about the battlefield in Dong Xiao began to spread in Dong Xiao. This time it was not yin and yang, moral kidnapping, but some propaganda full of positive energy, praising the spirit of the Dong Xiao monks who fought bravely and would rather die than surrender. Then the news of Dong Xiao's inventory came out. Although Dong Xiao suffered heavy losses, it actually only lost about 1/5 of its territory. The third line of defense has not been breached. Behind the third line of defense is Dong Xiao's fertile land and economic center. The major spiritual mountains, mineral veins, high-level spiritual medicines and spiritual herbs that have been cultivated for many years, and high-grade martial arts. Part of Dong Xiao's assets were exposed to the major sects in Dong Xiao, sending a signal that Dong Xiao is actually capable of supporting this war, but the speed at which these financial resources produce financial resources is too slow, so Dong Xiao began large-scale war loans. The first batch of loans is 10 billion Zuan crystals, which can be Zuan crystals, or related war resources, focusing on magic tools, spiritual talismans, formations, healing pills that can directly arm monks and directly enhance combat effectiveness. All loans will have rich returns, and the loans are divided into 5, 10, 20, and 50 years. The longer the time, the higher the interest. All loans are secured by Dong Xiao's assets, especially the Lingshan and the mineral veins. Even if Dong Xiao is unfortunately defeated, these two things will not be destroyed by monsters. Dong Xiao is so large that monsters cannot really occupy it permanently. If Dong Xiao is defeated, these places will belong to the borrowers. They only need to send a small number of troops to occupy them. Moreover, with the loans, the right of possession can be guaranteed. Unless the other sects are strong in the past, it is impossible to easily rob them. The high-level skills and martial arts in the 5 major colleges of Dong Xiao can be used as advance interest payment. Dong Xiao can cultivate 8th level monks, and their skills and martial arts must be extraordinary. For large sects, it can strengthen the sect's foundation, and for small and medium-sized sects, the temptation is not small. At the Suayu sect mountain gate, several monks from the General Affairs Hall received the statement of Dong Xiao's war loan and came to ask Tang Xuan for instructions. Tang Xuan looked at the stripes on it, and suddenly felt a little familiar. "Shadow, come here." Tang Xuan sent out a secret message, and soon, a monk wearing a black robe and a mask, whose face could not be seen clearly, came in front of Tang Xuan. It was the leader of Shadow. "Take a look. Does it look familiar? Is it the work of Lin Xiao?" "Yes, ancestor." According to intelligence, when Wu State was not yet established, in order to resist the attack of Lu State, Lin Xiao borrowed money from Gangming City. Some merchants such as Nanzhao Wei State borrowed tens of millions of black crystals from them. "Okay, I know. You go down and have a rest." "Yes, ancestor." The leader of Shadow quickly disappeared in front of Tang Xuan, and Tang Xuan smiled. Lin Xiao is a really troublesome guy, but this ingenious plan really solved Dong Xiao's urgent need. Forget it. For the sake of the human race, we can't not give him face. You can go and see how other sects do it. Suyu sect can also subscribe to a part of it. Just follow the crowd. If no one buys, we can also cover it, but we must not lose the interest. You should plan it carefully in the General Affairs Hall. "Yes, ancestor." "Then we will get busy first. Go." In the main hall of Tiansheng Sect, Chen Kaixing, as the controller of power, sat in the middle. In front of him were several elders of the General Affairs Hall, as well as the Commander-in-Chief Zhu Wei and the Deputy Commander Lan Yu of Heshite. Replying to Ancestor Chen, this plan was indeed from Lin Xiao's hand. There are records in the archives that Lin Xiao has done exactly the same thing. Lan Yu stepped forward and answered. Lan Yu took over King Nian's job. King Nian died at the hands of Lin Xiao. As the successor, how could he not understand the situation of his opponent? So he has been paying attention to Wu Go all these years. I understand. Lin Xiao is a vicious person. He wants to use small profits to bind the major sects in Zhangzhou. Once the major sects buy this loan, they must support Zhangzhou to win the war. Otherwise, they will not only lose the greater good, but also lose specific interests. Then Elder Chen, should we ignore it? How can we ignore it? Lin Xiao and we have an irreconcilable hatred. Believe it or not, if we ignore it, he will definitely announce the news to the public. All the major sects have bought it. If we don't buy it, how will others see us? After all, the 5 continents of the immortal cultivation world are all human beings, and the other 4 continents also came out of Zhangzhou. We have a lot of historical roots. If we don't buy it, we will be drowned in spit. Then please tell us, Elder, what should we do? Buy, isn't it 10 billion? We will buy as much as the other sects buy, and calculate the interest as we like. Anyway, we can't suffer a loss. Yes, Elder Chen. At the same time, the leaders of the Jade Immortal Sect, the Stargazing Sect, the Divine Wood Sect and other major sects were also discussing that 10 billion black crystals were not a problem for any of them, let alone so many people buying together. They did not do it for that little bit of profit, but to set an example, to show the breadth of mind and bearing of first-class forces, and to enhance their prestige. Over the past million years, there have been so many supreme cultivators in the world of cultivation, but why are only the King Emperor, Hao Emperor, and Jade Emperor able to leave their names in history? It is because in addition to their cultivation, they also have great contributions to the human race. Each of them has a supreme ancestor, and now what they have done for Zhangzhou will be attributed to their ancestors, and maybe they can even get the title of Emperor. Chapter 656, Fame and Profit. For the Central Continent forces, war loans were a new thing, and many people didn't know that Lin Xiao had done it before. Lin Xiao deliberately downplayed the risks involved, which attracted many people. If the big sects were seeking fame, then the small sects were purely after the benefits. After all, the interest rate offered by Zhangzhou was not low. So within less than 3 days, the feedback from Lin shocked him greatly, because according to the intentions of those forces, the amount had already exceeded 50 billion. Lin quickly found Lin Xiao, and asked if he could increase the amount. Absolutely not. 10 billion is 10 billion. Why? Zhangzhou is very short of resources now. As long as we are not destroyed immediately, it won't work. The most important thing for Zhangzhou now is to establish an image of being trustworthy and working hard for the future of Zhangzhou. If you add more now, some people will definitely think that you are plotting. Don't underestimate the power of rumors. By then, no one will buy it, and they may even ask you to repay the money in advance without paying interest. What will you do? I'll listen to fellow Daoist Lin on this, but what should we do if Zhangzhou is very short of resources? Wait until this wave of craze is over, and then add the second batch. How long will it take? I need to explain to the deans. 4 to half a year. We must wait until this batch of resources arrives at the front line and there are certain results. And results. It must be. There must be certain results to stimulate their confidence. Anyway, just listen to me then. Okay. Lin agreed. Zhangzhou was already on board and they could not leave. They had to bite the bullet and do it. Soon, all the 10 billion shares were sold out. 7 first-rate forces each bought 500 million, 3 top forces bought 1 billion, and the remaining 3.5 billion was divided up by some second-rate forces. Small and medium-sized forces did not get any, so they asked the people of the 5-element company if there were any loans to sell. The people of the 5-element company were extremely busy, driving flying boats to various sects to collect resources and send them to Zhangzhou. The first batch of resources from Penglai arrived first, and it took only 7 days for the frontline monks to appear in the hands of Zhangzhou monks. A month later, 10 billion resources appeared in the hands of Deng Xiao monks. These 10 billion resources really solved Deng Xiao's urgent needs, and were enough to arm millions of monks. According to Lin Xiao's suggestion, the Deng Xiao high-level officials also began to plan a local counterattack against the demon clan. For this local counterattack, the Deng Xiao high-level officials worked overtime and continuously mobilized manpower and resources. The human scum lurking in Deng Xiao received the news and passed it to the 8th level demon king of the Qinyu clan. The 8th level demon king quickly deployed his troops, but this was a war involving millions of monks, and there was no room for many conspiracies and intrigues. Soon, a month and a half later, on the front line of Zirong College, more than 500,000 monks attacked and quickly defeated a group of demon beasts. The other fronts also launched feint attacks to contain the army for Zirong College. In this battle, the 8th level monks of Zirong College personally fought and contained the opponent's 8th level demon king. 500,000 monks attacked across 300 miles, killing more than 1 million demon beasts, taking away more than 500,000 demon beast corpses, and then quickly retreated to the defense line. The demon clan suffered a loss, and the demon king of the Qinyu clan was furious and attacked on all fronts. More than 300 million demon beasts attacked frantically, and all the logistics monks of Deng Xiao also took over. More than 15 million monks fought desperately with the demon beast army. At this time, the number of monsters was no longer a crushing advantage for the human race. The human race had a defense line, warships, city walls, and formations. The strength of the two was almost the same. After 5 days of attack, the monster army left millions of corpses and scattered in a mess. Once again, they returned to the previous situation and fought each other. Although the losses of the Deng Xiao monks were not small, they once again defended the defense line, greatly boosted morale, and obtained a lot of materials. Of course, Deng Xiao's inventory was also emptied at this time. Deng Xiao got the frontline situation of Deng Xiao. After the beautification of the propaganda, the 5-element company once again launched a war loan worth 50 billion. This was almost the last time. When the news came out, the small and medium-sized sects began to run this time, and Lin Xiao's target was also them. The big sects just needed to make some efforts, and it was not good to get entangled too deeply. Before the second batch of loan quotas were sold, Lin Xiao signaled Lin to thank the first batch of borrowers. Lin invited the performance team of Paradise Villa to thank each family one by one. Every time they went to a place, they paid for the local monks to watch the performance for free, which gave the major sects a sense of honor. Just based on this, the major sects were also happy. After all, it could enhance their prestige. And this move also stimulated the desire of small and medium-sized forces to buy. After all, Lin represented tens of millions of monks in Deng Xiao, and he himself was a monk in the Golden Body stage. He took the lead in expressing his gratitude enthusiastically, which was something worth bragging about. The second batch of 50 billion loan quotas were quickly sold out. This time, the target was basically a small number of second-rate forces, most of the third-rate forces, and the families under the command of each sect. Almost each family had only 100 million or 200 million quotas, but they were still divided up. In a month and a half, 50 billion resources were sent to Deng Xiao one after another, and the spoils from Deng Xiao also began to be transported to Deng Xiao. Lin Xiao's Wuguo factory also consumed a large number of resources, and even stored the unused ones in the warehouse. After all, the price of monster materials has plummeted now, and they are not available at this price at other times. Fellow Daoist Lin, please. In the 5-element business, Lin and several high-level executives of the 5-element business invited Lin Xiao to a banquet. No one expected that Deng Xiao, which was almost in despair, would be resurrected like this, and the problem that had stumped tens of millions of cultivators in Deng Xiao was easily solved in Lin Xiao's conversation. Therefore, Lin specially invited Lin Xiao to a banquet this time to show his gratitude. You're welcome. With these 260 billion resources, Deng Xiao should be able to hold on for more than 3 years. As long as the monsters don't start a decisive battle again, it can definitely last for 3 years. The Qinyu tribe should not have the strength to start a decisive battle again. Lin Xiao shook his head. It is said that there are nearly 3 billion monsters in the territory of the Qinyu tribe. Almost half of their strength was mobilized last time. However, the Kinyu tribe itself is very small in number, and only individual strength is very strong. The rest of the monsters obey their orders, but they should not lose all their members. After more than 3 years of war, the monsters have suffered heavy losses. It is unknown how many billions of monsters have died. There shouldn't be any. The human territory has not been breached. The first problem they have to solve is food. Maintaining the current situation is already their limitation. The demons are bleeding us, so why not we are bleeding them? The demons take a longer time to cultivate high-level demon kings, and they need more resources. So in the next stage, we will gradually start to target the attacks and killings of demon beasts above level 4. When they can't stand the losses anymore, they will retreat. That's good. Within 5 years, the demon beasts are expected to retreat. I hope so. This time our Dang Sao has suffered heavy losses. Currently, the number of cultivators killed in the battle exceeds 6 million, which is 1/5 of all the cultivators in Dang Sao. It can be said that every family is in mourning. But this is also rebirth from the ashes. After this battle, countless heroes will emerge in Dang Sao. In another 100 years, these people will become the pillars of Dang Sao's immortal cultivation world. Wow, millions of elite soldiers, what a terrible number. The Kinyu tribe is in trouble. Haha, I'm borrowing your good words. Lin laughed. The cultivators of Dang Sao hated the demon race very much. After this war, the hatred would increase. It would not be long before they could regain the lost land. Friend Lin, Lin will return to Dang Sao in 7 days. Come to Dang Sao when you have time. Zhuanhuang Academy welcomes you very much. My dean also wants to meet you. Okay, I will definitely go when I have time. Among the 5 continents of the cultivation world, I have not been to Dang Sao yet. Warmly welcome. Please hand over the specific matters to Zibe in the future. Friend Yi, we have dealt with each other before. Friend Yi is also a talent. Both sides were very enthusiastic at the banquet. This was another win-win situation. Dang Sao had a chance to breathe, and Lin Xiao also gained a lot of benefits from it. Not only did he win many high-level resources, but the large factory in Wugo also took in a large number of goods. Lin Xiao did not know how much he made, but he could easily make hundreds of millions, and even Villa benefited from it. 7 days later, Lin left Dang Sao and returned to Dang Sao again. Lin Xiao, who immediately asked Lin to report on his work and talked about Lin Xiao's situation. Lin Xiao, a heroic lord. Lin is indeed inferior to him. I'm afraid there has never been such a powerful figure in my Dang Sao. This boy is indeed powerful. He solved our problem easily and dragged all the major sects into the water. He has an aura of looking down on the world. It seems that Nansao will not be peaceful either. Yes, based on my observation of Lin Xiao, this person has a strong sense of crisis. The major sects in Dang Sao are exploiting other continents. Now that the Wu Kingdom is getting stronger and stronger, it has repeatedly broken the monopoly of the major sects on strategic resources. I'm afraid there will be a fight sooner or later. It seems that we will have a lot of areas to cooperate with Lin Xiao in the future. That's right. Lin Xiao alone is definitely not a match for Dang Sao. He needs allies, and we are his strongest ally. Lin Xiao once mentioned that Dang Sao will have millions of battle-hardened elites in the next 100 years. I'm afraid he has set his sights on us. Haha, we are not afraid of him setting his sights on us. It means we still have room for use. Lin. Our production in Dang Sao will have to catch up next. I'm very interested in Lin Xiao's theory of productivity. I'm interested too. Lin Xiao is very good at summarizing some theories. He can use some popular words to explain some phenomena, and then use the summary to guide the development of his forces. This strategy seems to be very powerful. I will organize some teachers in the college to conduct research. We in Dang Sao are not a corrupt and self-satisfied group. We should learn from whoever is beneficial to Dang Sao. Yes, the biggest difference between the 5 major academies and the sects lies in this. You have to keep it in mind, but I have one more thing for you to do. Please give your instructions, Dean. The Yi family of Emperor Heo. The Yi family is full of contradictions. Ymir intends to gain a foothold in Dang Sao. You have to make secret arrangements and give her this opportunity. Ymir, yes, Dean. Lin's mind flashed with that peerless face, and he answered immediately, but he sneered in his heart. Yima is afraid of the Tiansheng Sect, so isn't she afraid of his Tiansheng College? Haha. Chapter 657, Chaoyuan Pill. With the support of Zhang Xiao's resources, the war in Tiansheng was still at a stalemate. Lin Xiao was busy with other things again, and Li Muxu successfully refined a furnace of 6th grade top grade precious pills. The 6th grade top grade Chaoyuan pill is equivalent to 1/5 of the medicinal power of Jiakio Shinken pill, which can reduce the time of hard cultivation for cultivators by 40 years. This is the first furnace, and 4 pills are produced. It is only used for cultivators in the Shengsu period. There are 2 more furnaces to come. Li Muxu lined up the refined precious pills. She had obtained the recipe of Chaoyuan pill for many years, but the materials were only collected recently, and many of them were obtained by Lin Xiao from Zhang Xiao. How are the medicinal properties? Very mild, will not conflict with the pills we took before. Each of us can take 3 pills, which together can reduce the time of hard training by 100 years. That's good, you take it first, I'll wait for 2 more years. Okay, after I take it, I'll refine the remaining 2 furnaces, and then I can give them to Yinanayu. Yinanayu can't use it now, let's wait and see. If Yinanayu doesn't want to use it, then we can only trade it. The vitality of the Chaoyuan pill is easier to dissipate, and it can only last for 60 years. Okay, you decide. Lin Xiao nodded. 60 years was still too long for the other Lingguan cultivators to break through. Instead of wasting it, it would be better to exchange it for resources. Lin Xiao knew that Li Muxu would give back to the Li family, so he had no objection. Thank you very much. My uncle has told me about it several times. How is the Li family doing now? Thanks to the money made in recent years, the monks outside have a better life. Many people want to come out, but the conservatives are unwilling to let them go. It involves too many secrets. I also followed Yima's old path and trained some people in the secret realm. Li Muxu said. There are many factions in the Li family, but fortunately, no matter which faction recognizes Li Muxu's identity, as long as it does not involve core interests, they will listen to Li Muxu's advice. However, they are unwilling to send too many people out for fear of leaking some core secrets. Li Muxu had to train some teams in the secret realm. Compared with Yimi, her behavior is public. Anyway, they are all Li family monks, and they will not mind. Well, do your job well. We are family. Don't engage in any conspiracy or intrigue. Be open and discuss it in advance. I know. When will you break through to the 7th level alchemy? It will take some time. I have to save some money first, otherwise I can't afford the loss. Master is here. What are you afraid of? Just do it boldly. I'm just afraid of losing all of Master's family fortune. The materials for a furnace of 7th level elixirs are around tens of millions. If you lose 2 furnaces a year for 20 years, Master will be in trouble. It's only a few 100 million Zuan crystals. Master can afford the loss. Find a way to get more materials. The materials for 7th level elixirs are not easy to find. Lin Xiao shook his head. He could afford the loss of tens of millions a year, but the key was that the materials for 7th level elixirs were very hard to find. The main ingredient must be 7th level spiritual medicine, and 7th level spiritual medicines take more than 1,000 years to cultivate. The major sects don't have enough for themselves, and they won't sell them at all. The 7th level spiritual medicines that can be circulated in the market are basically planted by small and medium-sized sects. Their alchemy ability is insufficient, and the spiritual medicines they cultivate cannot be refined by themselves. They can only be traded, but these spiritual medicines often have to compete with large sects, and it is difficult to snatch them. It is not easy to find. The high-level spiritual medicines in Dongzhou are almost sold out. Now I'm communicating with the Li family to see if I can get some. Master, I will also get some after Yimi comes back. The Yi family has many treasures. Most of the Yi family's treasures are in the hands of the Qin family. Yimi does not have the strength to kill the Qin family, otherwise we can really get some. Master, speaking of this matter, I have a bold idea. Tell me about it. The affairs of the Yi family may not be beneficial if they are delayed for a long time. It is better to make a quick decision. While the Qin family has no reaction, directly kill the Qin family and let Yi Mi unify the Yi family. In this way, the various sects may not act casually. You want to get the Li family to join. Is Li Xiaoxin willing? It is profitable. Uncle will definitely be willing. As long as Master can convince Yi Mi, she is not yet in the Dongsuan period and can confuse the Qin family. It's probably difficult. Yi Mi's strength and financial resources are insufficient. She is also afraid that the Li family will take advantage of the situation. Forget it. Let's delay it for a few more years. Yi Mi has made a lot of money in Dongzhou this time. The situation of Shu Yuan can be delayed for a few more years. Moreover, Ji Changming is an unstable factor. This person is more enthusiastic about power. After Yi Mi takes power, she will definitely undermine him. Ji Changming is unwilling to give up power. Lin Xiao shook his head. The situation of the Yi family is very complicated. Now Yi Mi's strength is insufficient, and she is not yet in control. It will take a few more years. Anyway, Yi Mi can hold on now. After the meeting, Lin Xiao continued to invest in formations, refining, and drawing talismans. In the past few years, Lin Xiao has reduced his practice time. The level of talisman making has stabilized at the 5th level upper grade and is ready to move towards the 6th level. In addition, in this Dongzhou battle, several 6th level demon kings were killed and a lot of spirit beast blood was obtained. The materials are ready and Lin Xiao can squander them at will. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. Lin Xiao wasted a lot of materials and finally broke through to the level of a 6th level lower grade talisman maker. Now the success rate is not high. On average, only one talisman is successful in 6, but this level is not bad in Zhongzhou. After Li Mux's retreat, she came out to refine the remaining 2 furnaces of Chao and Dan. Both furnaces produced 5 pills. The level of 6th level upper grade alchemy became more and more stable. Li Muxu gave Lin Xiao 3 Chao and Dan, kept 2 for herself, and sold the rest to the Li family at a very low price. Basically, she didn't make much money, but used it to buy people's hearts. Lin Xiao also retreated again. The Chao and Dan was not very powerful. Lin Xiao only spent 2 months to refine all the medicinal power and used it all to nourish the soul. The Chao and Dan was originally a pill to nourish the soul. He retreated for another half a year without using any pills, only using Zuan Jing to refine Zuan Qi and transform it into Yuan Qi to temper the bones. 1/10 of a rib was not tempered, but only condensed Zuan Qi. Lin Xiao exchanged 3 Chao and Dan from the system and sent them to Lan Linggaiu. In the past few years, the 2 of them often corresponded and expressed their longing for each other. Their underground love affair developed rapidly. Lan Linggaiu's own qualifications were not low. She also had the support of Tiansheng Sect and Lin Xiao's Jiaohu and Jinling Dan. She had also taken Jiuqiao Shenkandan before. She advanced to Shengsu stage for more than 200 years and broke through to the 10th level of Shengsu stage. She caught up with Hanbo who broke through decades earlier than her. The opponents of Tiansheng Sect who competed with her at that time were only at the 2nd or 3rd level of Shengsu stage, leaving them behind. A few years later, when Lan Linggaiu refined Chao and Dan, her cultivation level would definitely be above the 11th level of Daogang. At the latest, she would be able to break through the Jinshan stage in 200 years. By then, she would be only about 800 years old. This speed was faster than the core disciples of the first-class sects. It can be imagined that Lan Linggaiu's status could be raised by another level. When Lin Xiao came out of retreat, he saw Yunanai in Baeksuju. Lin Xiao asked him to come in and talk. "How long have you been here?" "I just came yesterday and happened to see the headmaster coming out of retreat." "Really? What's the matter?" "It's not a big deal. I found a few human traitors." "Which side of the human race?" "The cultivators from Dongzhou were enslaved by the demons and then infiltrated Zhongzhou. They were trying to find out about the 5-element business and the major sects and ran into me." "Have you caught them?" "Not yet. It's just a little fishing. No rush." "Very good. Find a way to dig them all out." Lin Xiao nodded. These people were actually pitiful people. Dongzhou was defeated in the early stage. Many cultivators were captured on the battlefield. They either died or surrendered. But the human race and the demon race are irreconcilable. Since they chose to betray the human race and surrender to the demon race, Lin Xiao would not be polite. There was no reason to say that. Yes, should we cooperate with the various sects on this matter? It may be difficult to rely on our own strength. Let's keep an eye on them first. Now the various sects are very interested in you. Don't show your true colors. Lin Xiao shook his head. In the battle between Yi Xiao and Hei Shute, Yi Xiao crushed the opponent in terms of level. It was just that their cultivation was not enough before. After several battles with Yi Xiao, the level of Hei Shute has greatly improved, far exceeding that of ordinary sects. Therefore, all the sects have been very interested in Yi Xiao. Okay, I'll think of a way to deal with them. If the strength is not enough, you can mobilize the people of Beiziju. The strength of our people here is not bad. Lin Xiao replied. Most of the cultivators of Beiziju have also experienced many wars and fought their way out of the pile of dead bodies. If they really fight, they will definitely not be bad. Moreover, they haven't fought for many years. Lin Xiao also wants them to adapt to the life of killing. I dare not do that. The disciples in Beiziju are all treasures. Forget it, I'll just have to work hard for a while. Whatever you want. Then I'll leave. Yunanayu got Lin Xiao's affirmation and then left Beiziju, but he did not leave Tiansheng City. The Dongzhao traitor he found was found in Tiansheng City. Beiziju was set up in Tiansheng City, so Yi Xiao also focused on this city. In addition, with Lin Xiao attracting attention on the surface, Yi Xiao already had a good power in Tiansheng City. Yunanayu sent people to watch them for more than a month and slowly found out their details. There were more than 30 Dongzhao traitors in Tiansheng City, distributed inside and outside Tiansheng City. Some pretended to be casual cultivators, and some found jobs. Yunanayu mobilized hundreds of elites and then secretly arrested them in Tiansheng City. How to kidnap a person in a heavily guarded Xiuxin city is their compulsory homework. It is naturally easy for Yunanayu to deal with a purple mansion cultivator personally. Then Yunanayu pried open the monk's mouth, followed their secret signal, led the traitors out of the city one by one, and then secretly arrested them. Through the confessions of these people, he found the Dongzhao traitors in other cities, and arrested monks one after another. When more than half of their people were gone, the remaining people became alert and scattered. In the end, Yunanayu still arrested more than 200 people. Yunanayu kept more than a dozen of these 200 people, and Lin Xiao sent the rest to the 5-element company. Yi Zibei saw so many traitors and his face turned pale. Soon, he asked the 5-element company to take them to Dongzhao and then punish them according to the law to show future generations. Chapter 658, War in Dongzhao. In Dongzhao, within each of the sacred mountains of the third line of defense, dozens of hanging poles were erected on each sacred mountain, with cultivators hanging on them. These were the fates of those who betrayed Dongzhao. Moreover, according to the confessions of the traitors sent by Dongzhao, they also arrested hundreds of traitors in Dongzhao, all of whom were executed. Not only that, but even their families were implicated. If someone in the family had made military achievements, their military achievements were erased, their cultivation was abolished, and they were demoted to mortals. If there were no military achievements, they were directly killed. Dongzhao used cruel means to force the remaining traitors not to do bad things easily, and even hundreds of them surrendered. Dongzhao turned a blind eye to the cultivators who surrendered, and used them to pass false information to the demon clan to deceive the demon clan. In the war, Dongzhao also adopted a more proactive strategy. So far, the Dongzhao war has been going on for 6 years. In the past 6 years, more than 6 million monks have died in Dongzhao. The resources consumed in the war are equivalent to 300 billion black crystals. The financial resources of the entire Dongzhao have been exhausted, and it still owes a debt of 60 billion black crystals. If the war continues, Dongzhao will be bankrupt after borrowing all its money. So while there are still some chips in hand, the monks of Dongzhao decided to take the initiative to attack. Of course, it is not a war, but a sniping against the higher level monsters. In this war, the Kinyu tribe summoned 6 8th level monster kings, more than 30 7th level monster kings, and hundreds of 6th level monster kings, while Dongzhao has only 5 8th level monks and more than 20 7th level monks. Even the Shengsu period monks have only more than 50 people. Among the supporting monks, there are only a dozen Shengsu period monks, and the only Jinshan period monk is Yimei, but Yimei does not fight. Therefore, in the previous battles, the high-level cultivators of Dongzhou would never fight easily. They only cooperated with their disciples to form battle formations and strangle the demon clan. So far, only 3 cultivators of the Shengsu period of Dongzhou have died, and 7 of them have died in the battle against the 6th level demon king. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen warships gathered secretly and then attacked from the defense line of Zhuanhuang Academy. There were less than 1,000 people on the warships, but these 1,000 people were all cultivators above Daogang. 80% of the high-level cultivators in Dongzhou were here. In other battle lines, millions of cultivators formed battle formations. Under the leadership of the 8th level cultivators, they walked out of the defense line and launched a feint attack on the demon beast army to contain the army. On the warships, the black crystal cannons and the god-destroying crossbows fired fiercely, and countless low-level cultivators were blown into pieces. The vacant ones were all demon kings above the 4th and 5th levels. Without the help of the low-level demon beasts around them, those demon kings were also greatly frightened and turned around and ran away. But the monks of Dongzhou were well prepared. High-level monks were dispatched quickly, outnumbering the weak and besieging the demon king. By the time the other high-level demon kings came to help, the demon kings in this area had already suffered heavy casualties. Lin Xiao who are all sounded, and 2 figures appeared. The 8th level demon king of the Kinyu tribe appeared. Lin Xiao who of Zhuanhuang Academy held a spear and wore golden armor. He was like a god descending from heaven. He was not afraid at all and rushed forward. Lin Xiao who fought 1 against 2 and fought hard, while the other high-level monks also fought with the high-level demon kings. There were not many people, but the movement was earth-shattering. Large areas of mountaintops were blown up, and the aftermath created deep cracks on the earth. Low-level monks hundreds of miles away hid in the formation and trembled. Thousands of formation masters maintained the formation tightly. If the formation broke, hundreds of thousands of monks here would be killed by the aftermath of their battle. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of mysterious light fell, and monks and demons fell in large numbers. Dean, goodbye brother. Remember to take care of my son. Revenge. Revenge kill. Many monks were extremely brave, and they fought to the death even after being injured. When they could no longer escape, they immediately reversed their mysterious energy and self-destructed to kill the enemy. The violent mysterious energy swept everywhere like a whirlwind, and black cracks appeared in the sky one by one. That was the scene of the space being exploded. The space has the ability to heal itself. Only when the monks at the peak level of the golden body stage self-destruct, the space cannot heal itself. But today, the continuous self-destruction has gradually expanded the space here. In the battlefield of the 8th level demon king, the space cracks around them are even larger, and a casual blow can tear the space apart. Lin Xiao who has always wanted to pull them into the void to fight, but the Kinyu demon kings can't do that. They even want to lead the war behind the Dongzhou defense line. The 3 people fought extremely fiercely. However, in the crack of space, a black light suddenly appeared, and a black dagger pierced the head of the 8th level demon king of the Kinyu tribe. The black dagger had a strange ability that could directly hurt the soul. In an instant, the soul of the 8th level demon king was severely damaged, and he let out a shrill scream. Puff. However, before he could escape, a skynet appeared and caught him, and a sword light appeared, slashed across his throat, and his head flew up. Boom. The 8th level demon king fell, and the black light that stretched for hundreds of miles was scattered. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Is Lin Xiao who so brave that he can kill his opponent with 1 against 2? No, Lin Xiao who was also stunned at this time. Looking at the figure that appeared, he was a little dazed, and the other 8th level demon king ran away directly and never dared to appear again. Daoyao, who are you? The man sneered, then put away the body of the Kinyu, tore through the space and disappeared. God of Thorns. Lin Xiao who thought of a person in his mind. During the battle, everyone was tense and extremely defensive, but this person was able to hide from the consciousness of 3 people. This kind of concealment method is not something that ordinary people can have. In addition to the God of Thorns, Lin Xiao who could not think of anyone else. And he was also extremely scared in his heart. If the God of Thorns did not assassinate the Kinyu demon king, but assassinated him, he would not be able to escape, and he might have died today. Of course, the God of Thorns would not kill him, not for any reason, but simply because Lin Xiao, who was not worth much. The war had broken out for many years. In addition to a set of combat equipment, Lin Xiao, who had already taken out the rest of his things. He was a poor ghost, and the 8th level Demon King was extremely valuable, especially the Kinyu, as a kind of ancient exotic beast, was more valuable than the ordinary 8th level Demon King. A body of flesh and fur was worth tens of billions of black crystals. Killing the Kinyu Demon King was the most valuable. Lin Xiao killed 90% of the assassin's men, leaving less than 1,000 men hiding everywhere. The god was unwilling to accept his failure, and had long wanted to restore his strength. However, to train men, he must have money. The assassin's branch was basically destroyed, so he had no choice but to make money on his own. On the battlefield, the monks didn't know the reason. They only saw the 8th level Demon King fall and the remaining one escaped. Their morale was immediately high. On the demon side, it seemed as if the sky had fallen. The Demon King fled everywhere, and the monks chased him relentlessly. One day later, when the army of hundreds of millions of demon beasts arrived, the warships slowly returned to the defense line, and the army of demon beasts did not attack. At this time, the top power on the battlefield had been unbalanced. There were 6 8th level monks in the human race, while there were only 5 on the demon side. Unless the supreme of the Kinyu tribe came to the battlefield, there was no hope of winning. But the supreme of the Kinyu tribe didn't dare to take action. Once it took action, the supreme of the human race would definitely take action. In this regard, the human race was much more united than the demon race. At that time, the war between the two races would break out completely. Once Zhang Zhao intervened on a large scale, the power of the Kinyu tribe alone would definitely not win. Unless the entire Zhang Zhao demon race plus the demon race in the deep sea of the East China Sea were mobilized to resist, and he had no ability to mobilize at all. In this battle, the demon clan lost 1 8th level demon king, 2 7th level demon kings, 13 6th level demon kings, hundreds of 4th level and 5th level demon kings, and countless others were injured. On the human side, only 1 golden body stage cultivator died, 5 Shengsu stage cultivators died, and more than 30 Daogang Lingguan cultivators died, with losses far less than the demon clan. The imbalance of power put the demon clan in a dilemma. After Lin Xiao, who discussed with the other deans, they decided to use the power of the tiger to bully others, and announced to the outside world that an 8th level ancestor had come to help. Then the army in the defense line pressed forward step by step, with a tendency to fight the demon clan to the death. Zhuanhuang Academy won the bet. Although the Kinyu clan is one of the overlords of Dongzhou, their clan population is too small, with only a few 100,000 people, and the demon clan they control is as high as 3 billion, all of which can only be controlled by high-level demon kings. Once too many high-level demon kings of the Kinyu clan die in battle, their dominant position will also be shaken. In addition, in the 6 years of war, the monster army also lost more than 300 million people, half of whom died on the battlefield, and half were injured or not injured, and were eaten by other monsters. The newly born monsters have not grown up yet, which makes the resentment of the other monsters increase, and the call for ending the war is getting louder and louder. Seeing that the strategy of killing the Dongzhou monks and driving them away in a short period of time could not be achieved, the prestige of the Kinyu tribe was declining, and the control was decreasing, so they had no choice but to gradually withdraw their troops. In order to prevent the human race from chasing and killing, causing losses to the monster army, the Kinyu tribe mobilized hundreds of millions of troops from the depths of the wilderness to come to support, and the frontline army gradually withdrew. The monsters have withdrawn. We won. Finally won in the tens of thousands of miles of defense line. Countless monks were shouting, and countless mortals in the rear were crying bitterly. Finally, they won. After more than 6 years, the war was finally won. The 5 deans also decided to pursue the victory. Dongzhou assembled tens of thousands of flying boats, carrying millions of monks, and followed behind the monster army, constantly harvesting monsters. However, the Kinyu tribe had been prepared, and the high-level monster kings were delayed. On the Dongzhou side, seeing the monsters retreat, the high-level monks' determination to die was also fading, and they could not go out to chase and kill, so there were not many results. In the end, only about 1 million monsters were left, and the rest of the monsters basically retreated. Moreover, the monster army did not retreat back to the wilderness, but only retreated more than 10,000 miles. The human front retreated more than 10,000 miles, but both sides did not dare to easily start a war. Deng Zhao arranged 3 million monks to rebuild the defense line, leaving them to monitor the monsters, and in the vast rear, they began the reconstruction work. The reconstruction work was extremely complicated, and the top leaders of the 5 major colleges all personally participated in it, but it also made their scalps numb, and there were too many things to deal with. Chapter 659, Settling in Deng Zhao. Dean, I need ox carts and horse carriages, I need food seeds, and farm tools. I can't accommodate the 3 million mortals I have. Dean, I need healing pills. 3,000 seriously injured monks are in urgent need of pills for treatment. They are on their last legs. Dean, the disciples below are asking when the rewards for war merits will be issued. Now they are in urgent need of resources for reconstruction. Everything has been lost. Dean, I need 1,000 kilograms of spiritual rice seeds. If I don't plant them, it will be next year. I can't afford the loss. The deans of the 5 major colleges receive hundreds of applications every day, basically asking for various resources, but a good cook cannot cook without rice. The 5 deans don't have many resources at hand, so how can they approve them? In order to win this war, all the resources of Deng Zhao were exchanged for war resources and consumed completely. Now the first step of reconstruction is to compensate casualties and rewards for war merits. Deng Zhao has more than 6 million monks who died in the war, and hundreds of thousands were injured and disabled. All of them fought bloody battles. If there is no compensation or award, how can the other forces recover and rebuild? If it goes on like this, the cohesion of Deng Zhao will change dramatically, and there will be big problems. Now the 5 major colleges have the most monster materials, but they dare not use this reward, because once they sell in large quantities, the price of monster materials will plummet again, and the things in everyone's hands will continue to depreciate, which will still damage everyone's interests and affect morale and people's hearts. The cheap ones are just some businesses. For this reason, the 5 deans, who were overwhelmed, ordered to speed up the refining of Dunfu Kizen, and on the other hand, let the 5-element business accelerate trade and exchange these materials for resources at a good price. At this time, Ymir secretly sneaked back to Deng Zhao and had a secret talk with Lin Xiao in Beizhuju for one night. 3 days later, 30 medium-sized and above flying boats set off from Nansao Wuguo, and Yinanyu personally escorted a group of masters. In Jiangsu City, Ymir also left with 5 6th level storage bags. Ymir took away all the inventory of Beizhuju and Fuzentang, and took away everything in the hands of the two. In addition to the 30 flying boats, Ymir took away more than 2 billion Zuan crystals. A month and a half later, Ymir returned to Deng Zhao with a large amount of goods. In the name of the 8th level cultivator of the Yi family, she made an appointment with the deans of the 5 major academies for a secret talk. Fellow Daoist Yi, why are you so anxious to find us? Of course, it's to relieve your worries. To relieve our worries, fellow Daoist, please be more specific. The war in Deng Zhao is over. Starting from last month, Deng Zhao will have to repay the first loan in 5 years. If it is overdue once, the interest will be increased 5-fold. If it is overdue 6 times, the creditor will take away the sacred mountain and minerals that were mortgaged as collateral. Am I right? Ymir replied. Many people knew the contract signed when the loan was made. It has been announced to the world. It will start counting after the war. The 5-year loan will start to be repaid. If it cannot be repaid, the price will be high. That's right. So the most important thing for Deng Zhao now is to resume production, right? That's right. And you don't have enough resources. Fellow Daoist Yi, just speak frankly. These are the resources that Mir can provide for Deng Zhao. Ymir took out a list, which was more than 2 meters long. On it were the materials she had. When the 5 major academies saw it, their hearts skipped a beat. The things listed on it were all resources that Deng Zhao urgently needed. They all felt like they were being hit in the weak spot. What does fellow Daoist Yi need? A piece of land, some mortals, and a covenant. What land? near Mingliang Mountain, a land with a radius of 5,000 miles. Ymir took out a map of Dongzhou and drew a circle on it. The location on the circle was on the third line of defense. With Mingliang Mountain as a center, there were more than 20 sacred mountains within a radius of 5,000 miles. Among them, Mingliang Mountain is already a 6th order lower grade spiritual mountain, and there are 2 5th order upper grade spiritual mountains around it. The 3 spiritual mountains are distributed in a triangle, forming a horn. It is an important node in the third line of defense of this beast-tide war. Various war fortresses and other measures are very complete. Mingliang Mountain is the territory of Mingliang College, not mine, Lin Xiao replied. The 5 major colleges are the highest colleges in Dongzhou. There are 2 more colleges under it, which are colleges for cultivating low-level disciples and mid-level disciples. Mingliang College is a large college second only to Zhuanhuan College. The founder of the college came from Zhuanhuan College, so it is affiliated with Zhuanhuan College. Lin Xiao can certainly make this decision, but he did not immediately inherit it. Since Dean Lin doesn't want to talk, forget it, Jiuzu, let's go. Ymir sneered, put away the map, and was about to leave immediately. This made the 5 people look at each other with envy. Can you play by the rules? Asking for a high price, and paying it back on the ground, and they haven't even started asking for a price yet. Wait a minute, fellow Daoist Yi, Lin Xiao said hurriedly. Ymir stopped and smiled. She knew that this time, Dongzhou was going to be taken. Fellow Daoist Yi, you can leave Mingliang Academy and the territory within a radius of 5,000 miles, but you must compensate Mingliang Academy. After all, they have also been passed down for 5,000 years. Okay, I still need 30 million mortals. No problem. Lin Xiao wished that Ymir would ask for more people. The war had lasted for 6 years, and the production of mortals had also lasted for 6 years. Before, they relied on a little monster meat to keep them alive. Now it was a headache to arrange for mortals to rebuild. He was very worried that there would be a large-scale famine, which would starve a large number of people to death. If Ymir wanted it, he would give it to her. A covenant. A small sect called Tiansheng Sect suffered heavy losses in this war. Less than 300 of the 3,000 disciples survived. I have joined Tiansheng Sect and become their leader. So I hope that the 5 major academies will recognize the status of Tiansheng Sect and be on an equal footing with the 5 major academies. We can also be allies and form an offensive and defensive alliance. On an equal footing the 5 people all frowned. Dongzhou was the world of academies. The nature of academies was very different from that of sects. Now the Yi family wanted to establish themselves in Dongzhou and be on an equal footing with them, which made the 5 people dare not agree rashly. Friend Yi, why are you unwilling to settle down in the form of an academy? Dongzhou's tens of thousands of years of experience has proved that our academies are more open-minded and more conducive to development than sects. The teachers in our academy take teaching and educating as their philosophy and take the honor of surpassing the master as their honor. They cherish nothing and teach everyone. They are far from being comparable to the ancient and corrupt sects. Dongzhou Academy is based on the 5 element. If I use the name of an academy, how can I be on an equal footing with you? I don't know which is better, the academy or the sect. I just choose what I'm good at. Ymir replied that it is not certain which is better, the sect or the academy. The other 4 continents in the Zeuxan world do not have academies, but their development is not bad. The key lies in people, not a name. Fellow Daoists, what do you think? It's just a small matter, no need to talk about it. A sect is a sect. The other deans didn't care. The academy couldn't do without the shadow of the sect, and what would happen in the future was a matter for the future. Now we should get the resources first, and Lin Xiao agreed. After the matter was settled, Ymir immediately took out a covenant, and the 6 of them signed it. Tens of thousands of copies were made and sent to various places in Dongzhou and Zhongzhou, announcing that Tiansheng Sect became one of the 6 major forces in Dongzhou. Afterwards, Ymir allocated nearly 1.5 billion resources to the 5 major academies. The 2 billion resources were not all given, otherwise it would not be this price. Of course, the reconstruction on the territory of Tiansheng Sect was not their business, and Ymir had to do it herself. The 5 major academies each received 300 million resources, which finally solved the urgent problem and had the starting resources for reconstruction. The rest of the needs depended on the 5-element business, and Ymir had no share in the 5-element business. Of course, the loan from Deng Xiao had nothing to do with Ymir. Ymir got the 5,000 li territory and immediately summoned her own people to take it over. In recent years, Ymir brought more than 3,000 cultivators to Deng Xiao, but 3,000 people were still inadequate and far from enough. However, Ymir still had a lot of preparations. In recent years, she had found many cultivators in Deng Xiao, made friends with them, and secretly funded them. These people were either members of small forces or casual cultivators. Ymir quickly raised a group of more than 5,000 people to become disciples of Tiansheng Sect or vassal forces to fill the 5,000 li territory. Not long after, Deng Xiao transported the more than 30 million mortals who had become refugees to the Tiansheng Sect territory and handed them over to Ymir. Ymir also began to rebuild things. Although she had been prepared, things were still complicated. A month later, the 30 flying boats from Wugo left, all of which were filled with monster materials, and this was the first batch. Ymir was also buying cheap monster materials on a large scale. Another month later, Ymir moved more than 5,000 people from the Haodi family in Shuanan to Deng Xiao. At this point, Ymir already had more than 10,000 people, which was most of her people. After getting the help of Ymir's core people, the reconstruction of Tiansheng Sect became orderly. With her strong financial resources, Ymir's reconstruction speed was faster than the 5 major academies. The spiritual fields on the spiritual mountains were planted with spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines, and the spiritual medicine garden was planted with high-level spiritual medicines. Various buildings such as scripture pavilions and treasure houses were also completed in a short period of time. The monks had a place to stay and began to resume their normal lives. 3 months later, Ymir spent a huge amount of money to expand the Xiuxin city under Minghuang Mountain. In addition to the 1,000 monks of Tiansheng Sect, all of them were hired workers with resources. The salary was cheap, and the applicants were very enthusiastic. Ymir easily recruited tens of thousands of monks. Ymir had no experience in reconstruction, but she would learn. Everything was imitated from Tiansheng Sect, and Lin Xiao also secretly supported her with 300 management talents. The second batch of Wu Kingdom's flying boats also arrived in Deng Xiao. This time, there were as many as 100 flying boats, and even Ymir's confidants were guarding them. The interests involved were too huge. If they lost once, both families would be seriously injured. The 100 flying boats set off for Nanzhao in a month and a half. In Nanzhao Wu Kingdom, Zhao Yangshan had already built 30 large warehouses to receive this batch of goods. Chapter 660, The Biggest Winner. Ymir worked hard to start a business in Deng Xiao, while Lin Xiao was enjoying himself in Tiansheng City. Now Lin Xiao really felt a little relaxed, because in the past 6 years, the financial resources of Wu Kingdom had skyrocketed by who knows how many times. For a long time in the future, Lin Xiao would not have to worry about the sect. Master, this is the year-end dividend and the year-end briefing of Wu Kingdom. They are all delivered. Please take a look. On this day, Lin Xiao had just finished drawing a talisman when Li Muxu came to find Lin Xiao, because it was the end of the year again, and Lin Xiao's various financial resources had settled the dividends. Lin Xiao picked it up and took a look. There was no change in Jila Mountain Villa and Xiaoyao Mountain Villa, and the turnover tended to be stable. Adding the two together, Lin Xiao received nearly 20 million in dividends in a year. Baeksuju didn't distribute dividends this year, because all the money was exchanged by Ymir. For this, Lin Xiao also got a batch of treasures, all of which were taken out by the Yi family. Lin Xiao also had to pay part of the money to Baeksuju to give bonuses to Baeksuju disciples. However, this business was very worthwhile, because Wugo still had more than 60 large warehouses of goods stored there. As long as they were digested, it would be a huge sum of money. Wugo made a fortune. War money was indeed the easiest to make. In the past few years, the 2 factories of Wugo were running at full capacity, and the annual profit was more than 300 to 400 million. All the sects made a lot of money. It was only this year, because a lot of goods were pressed, that the dividends would be a little less. However, all the sects in Wugo had no objections. Except for Tiansheng Sect, they were used to hard times, and had not developed the habit of spending lavishly in the past few years. There were enough savings in the sects. The savings of the various sects in Wu State are not low. It's time to reap them. Muxu, have you refined the Lingming pill? I have refined 2 furnaces, and each produce 9 pills. There are still 3 furnaces to go. Except for the Zenling grass, materials are hard to find. It will take some time. Put one up for auction, and release some of the rest of the pills as well, and reap all the cash from the sects. Doesn't Nangxian want to expand Gangming City? Let him do it. A larger holy land for cultivating immortals needs to appear in the southwest end of Nunzhao. Nangxian's plan is not small. Master, you'd better not choke halfway through. Li Muxu said with a smile. Nangxian's plan is to expand Gangming City into a large city with a circumference of hundreds of miles, which can accommodate millions of cultivators, more than 3 times the current size of Gangming City. The estimated cost is 20 to 30 billion Zuan crystals. It will be embarrassing if they run out of money halfway through the construction. It shouldn't be that serious. Wu State's financial resources are very stable now, and there won't be a war at present. What about the Yi family? If something happens, it won't be Wu State's turn to send troops. Forget it. Let Nanzuan take it easy. We really can't be too aggressive. You are the head of the sect. You have the final say. Where is Yi Nanayu? He should be in Dongzhou now. Tell him to speed up and get things done. Lin Xiao nodded. This time, Lin Xiao cooperated with Yimi, and she owed more than 10 billion Zuan crystals for the first batch of goods. It was not just for her treasures. Lin Xiao also wanted her territory. Yimi had agreed to give Lin Xiao a sacred mountain and a 500 li territory on her Haoang sect's territory, which was almost 1/10 of her territory, and this territory was Lin Xiao's 4th branch. For this reason, Lin Xiao asked Yi Nanayu to transfer 300 disciples to preside over the work. These 300 disciples had all been through many tests. Not only were they excellent in qualifications and character, but they were also loyal to the sect and at least old disciples who had participated in a war. The loyalty of the disciples in the branch can be converted into system points 100%, and if the disciples in the branch die in battle, only half of the points will be deducted. This requires Lin Xiao to set up branches in various places. This is the 4th one. Wugo and Fenghuo Island both have about 20,000 troops. Even though Zhuguo is poor, there are still 3,000 to 4,000 people, and the number is increasing every year. The huge balance of points gives Lin Xiao the confidence to fight any war, and the Dongzhou branch will also become one of Lin Xiao's back roads. Master, are we the biggest winners in this Dongzhou war? We can only be considered one of the winners. Lin Xiao shook his head. Wugo is still small in size. Although Lin Xiao made suggestions and persuaded Yimi to participate directly, it seems that he has made a lot of money, but the major sects have also made a lot of money. Before the war alone, the number of transactions between Dongzhou and the major sects was very small. Later, when the war loan was made, Lin Xiao deliberately did some tricks to prevent the major sects from benefiting, and distributed the benefits to many small sects and small forces, so Wugo actually made about the same amount of money as the major sects this time. Dongzhou doesn't know whether it wins or loses. For the materials of Akinyu, millions of cultivators were killed or injured, and Dongzhou's accumulation of hundreds of years was exhausted. It is estimated that at least 300 or 400 billion black crystals were spent. It's really hard to say, but the human race and the demon race are irreconcilable. The war will break out sooner or later. After this war, Dongzhou will have at least 300 to 500 years of peace. It's hard to say. Master, haven't you intervened in Dongzhou? Are you saying that I'm a jinx and there will be chaos wherever I go? I didn't say that, Master. I have also started to temper my bones. Do you have any new elixirs? So you're in a hurry? I have to be anxious. Master has instilled so much awareness of crisis in me. How can I relax? Li Muxu said with a smile. Lin Xiao is really a person who understands the sense of crisis and has been instilling a sense of crisis in her. Now Lin Xiao is not anxious, but Li Muxu is a little anxious. Although according to their age, they will definitely be able to advance to the 8th level before their death. The 8th level also means strength. Who doesn't want to be stronger? Even if they have to deal with future crises, they will be more confident. Okay, I'll go to Tiansheng Sect in a while. Master, do you want to refine the 9-bend green lotus? Well, you sit up early, and it will be more reassuring to improve your strength. You said, the sense of crisis. What should I do then? I also lack 7th level spiritual medicines for refining pills. Don't worry, there will be plenty of 7th level spiritual medicines in the future. Lin Xiao replied. Now his skills are constantly being improved, and the system points collected are also constantly increasing. It is almost completed, waiting for each disciple to break through the Shengsu period. Once the breakthrough, with Lin Xiao's current points balance, it is not normal to exchange 2 7th level spiritual medicines a year. A month later, Lin Xiao announced that he would be in seclusion, and then secretly sneaked out of Tiansheng City and came to Tiansheng City, where Lan Lingai was already waiting. You're here, Jua. Don't call me Jua, it's so corny. Can you be more serious? Lan Lingai blushed slightly. She always thought that Lin Xiao was also a decent person, but in their correspondence, Lin Xiao did his best to tease her, and all kinds of corny love words were thrown out like money, which made her really unable to bear it. Every time she read those letters, she would blush for a long time, causing her father and mother to shake their heads blindly, thinking that this daughter was hopeless and would be kidnapped sooner or later. Ahem. Oklahoma, Lingai, how is your uncle's research on the pill formula going? Lin Xiao replied with a smile. More than a month ago, Lin Xiao told Lan Lingai in the communication and asked her to tell Lan Feng that he had obtained a complete 9-bend green lotus and asked him to search for the pill formula and find a way to refine it into a pill. Lan Feng was no longer surprised that Lin Xiao could get a high-level spiritual object, so he really went to search for it. However, the 9-bend green lotus as a whole is an 8th level spiritual medicine, and it is too wasteful to refine it in pieces. Moreover, Lin Xiao did not trust the ancestors of the Tiansheng Sect, and would rather lower the grade to refine a 7th level pill, which made Lan Feng very embarrassed. For them, the alchemists, such waste is a shameful behavior. Let's talk about it when we get back. My father is waiting for you. Ask your uncle to wait for a while. I'll take you for a walk. No, my father will laugh at me. What's there to laugh at, Lingai? I brought you a gift. Don't keep giving me resources for cultivation. I have enough. Really? Lan Lingai frowned. Lin Xiao was too generous to her. Not only did she feel uncomfortable, but even Lan Feng and the others were uncomfortable. He kept giving her all kinds of treasures, making her feel like she was being treated like a vase, like some local tycoon keeping a mistress. In fact, she didn't lack resources at all. She was a 6th rank top grade alchemist, and she also had support from the sect and parents to rely on. How could she use up all those things? No, this time it's not cultivation resources, you can see for yourself. Lin Xiao took out a storage bag, which contained hundreds of beautiful clothes, jewelry, rouge and powder. Lin Xiao also felt that his way of giving gifts should not be too straight, so he deliberately swept through Ymir's shop, the best-selling ones in the market, the ones he felt were the most beautiful. Anyway, he bought them. If he liked them, he had money, he could do whatever he wanted. They are all some vulgar things, beautiful but not practical. Lan Lingai snorted, but her expression betrayed her. Which girl doesn't like beautiful things, and they are given by the man she likes? Haha, let's go, I'll take you shopping. Lin Xiao laughed, but Lan Lingai still didn't dare to go. Lin Xiao said that their relationship should be kept secret. They were just shopping openly. Aren't they afraid of being seen? Lin Xiao was a little arrogant and didn't take it to heart, but Lan Lingai remembered it firmly and would never dare to be careless. Lin Xiao had no choice but to follow Lan Lingai to Tiansheng Sect and met Lan Feng. After some polite exchanges, Lin Xiao took out the entire 9-curved green lotus. Before that, except for eating a lotus seed, Lin Xiao had not touched anything else and preserved it very well. It is indeed an 8th grade elixir, and it's a whole plant. Lin Xiao, what kind of opportunity did you get? Do you know how many 8th grade elixirs there are in the entire world of immortal cultivation? Ahem, an unexpected gain. Uncle, have you found the recipe? Yes, there are many recipes in the Sutra library of my Tiansheng Sect. The 9-bend green lotus has not appeared in the world of immortal cultivation for more than 50,000 years, so the recipe is not valuable. But I have to remind you that the difference between a 7th grade elixir and an 8th grade elixir is huge. 10 7th grade elixirs are not as good as one 8th grade elixir. You'd better think it over carefully. I know, but the ancestor of your sect, Lin Xiao, you don't trust the ancestor, but you don't trust me? Our Tiansheng Sect has to undertake countless alchemy tasks every year, from low level to high level. I don't know how many there are. We are also the sect that attaches the most importance to credibility. I know, but my previous idea was that our family should share this benefit. Now, Lin Xiao's next sentence made Lan Feng almost choke to death on his own saliva. What did he mean? Share it equally with him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661, Lan Feng, you have a good son-in-law. The most important place in the gate of the Seven Sword Sect is the Sword Tomb, and the most important place in the Tiansheng Sect is the Spiritual Medicine Garden. However, there are so many spiritual medicine gardens in the Tiansheng Sect that only the core disciples know which one is the most important. However, this location is nothing to Lan Feng. Lan Feng came to a spiritual medicine garden in the Tiansheng Sect, and then after the application of the guarding disciples, he entered the depths of the spiritual medicine garden, and then his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. The spiritual medicine garden outside is already full of high-level spiritual medicines, but the most mysterious one is the spiritual medicine garden in a secret realm. After Lan Feng entered the secret realm, he could see large areas of spiritual medicines that were not lower than the 7th level, and even a large number of 8th level spiritual medicines, but most of the spiritual medicines were not yet mature. In the distance, a 3 or 4 meter tall insect was slowly eating leaves, but those leaves were not random leaves, but leaves grown from the 7th level spiritual trees. Each leaf was worth a lot of money, and this insect was the Tiansheng Sect's treasure, the 9-orifice divine silkworm. Lan Feng, come, and a secret message came, and Lan Feng saw a gap opened in the heavy restrictions. Lan Feng walked in, came to an old man, and knelt down to pay respect. Lan Feng greets Uncle Master. No need to be polite. What do you want to see me for? Wang Zuwen replied. There are 2 8th level cultivators in Tiansheng Sect, one inside and one outside, and he is the cultivator guarding the inner one. He never participates in the affairs of the sect, but specializes in refining high-level elixirs and guarding the most important spiritual medicine garden of Tiansheng Sect. The reason why Lan Feng is looking for Wang Zuwen is not only that Wang Zuwen is his direct uncle, but also that Wang Zuwen is the #1 alchemist in Tiansheng Sect, and it can even be said that he is the #1 alchemist in the entire cultivation world, and his alchemy has reached the 8th level upper grade. There is no 9th level alchemist in the cultivation world. It is not that the level of cultivators cannot reach it, but there are not so many materials, like the supreme ancestor of Shenmue Sect, who dares to use it to make elixirs? Uncle Master, I want to ask you to make an elixir. Another elixir. Some years ago, I don't know where you found the remains of the 9-aperture divine silkworm. What treasure did you get this time that you need to ask me for? 9-bend green lotus. Can you get the 9-bend green lotus? Wang Zuwen was extremely surprised. The 9-bend green lotus is an 8th level spiritual medicine. It can only be found in the depths of the wilderness. The major sects may plant it, but it is one of the most important foundations of each sect. Unless there is a disaster to destroy the sect, it will not be leaked casually. I haven't heard that any major sect is going to be destroyed recently. Uncle Master, this is what happened. Lan Feng quickly told the cause and effect of the matter, including the origin of the remains of the 9-aperture divine silkworm last time. Lin Xiao from the Wu Kingdom of Nanzhao. I have never heard of this person, and the major sects have never heard of any Lin family with such a background, unless it is the two hidden families of Emperor Hao and Emperor King Lin Xiao's disciples are the descendants of the Li family of Emperor King. That is possible. I can help you refine the elixir, but how do you calculate the commission? Wang Zuwen replied. The cost of refining the elixir is called commission, which is actually the asking price. The 8th level elixir is more precious than any strategic elixir. According to the rules, Wang Zuwen must charge at least half of the benefits. Uncle, that's my son-in-law. I only have such a son-in-law. Langfeng, Lin Xiao hasn't married your daughter yet, and you are protecting him like this? Ahem. Uncle, Lin Xiao said that this time he only wants 2 of the 9 bent green lotus, and the extra ones are mine. Langfeng's old face flushed. He didn't do it for Lin Xiao, but for himself. His son-in-law was really generous. 2 were the original price. He didn't ask for more at all, but gave him, the father-in-law, a chance. Langfeng, you got a good son-in-law. I'm really jealous of you. TSK, such a treasure is enough to make 2 8th level cultivators turn against each other. Uncle, don't make fun of me. You are my uncle. My father. Shut up, Langfeng. Whenever you ask me for help, you call your name. Why didn't your father beat you to death? Wang Zuwen's face darkened. Langfeng's father was his senior brother, and the two grew up together. They were not brothers, but they were better than brothers. Langfeng entered the sect when his great-grandfather was alive, so he had many backers in the sect. Langfeng's father also helped him a lot, so the relationship between the two was very good. But in the end, Langfeng's father did not break through the 8th level and died in old age. Instead, he, a cultivator with no background, no backers, and even less talent than others, achieved the 8th level that hundreds of millions of cultivators dreamed of. Uncle, I'm just thinking about my dad. Okay, stop talking nonsense. It takes me 200 to 300 years to refine 1 furnace of 8th grade elixir. This 9 bent green lotus can be refined into takes a green lotus pill, an 8th grade middle grade one. I'm sure I can produce more than 6 pills. If it is creation green lotus pill, I can produce at most 3 pills. You can choose. Wang Zuwen replied. Although he is an 8th grade top grade alchemist, he can only produce 3 8th grade top grade creation green lotus pills at most. No more. In his thousands of years of alchemy career, he has only refined 3 furnaces of 8th grade top grade elixirs. This, uncle, I'm in a dilemma. Then it depends on your choice. I don't care. Wang Zuwen replied. In fact, he was also looking at Langfeng's choice. Although Lin Xiao promised him benefits, it also depends on how Langfeng eats. Langfeng was in a dilemma. If it was takes a Kinglian pill, after Lin Xiao took 2, the rest would belong to their faction, and they would make a huge profit. But if it was good fortune Kinglian pill, there would only be 1 left. Wang Zuwen would also want 1, so wouldn't he be left with nothing? Uncle Master, I chose good fortune Kinglian pill. Langfeng was in a dilemma for a long time, but finally chose good fortune Kinglian pill. He couldn't get over this mental barrier. Lin Xiao was going to be his son-in-law, and he had already received enough benefits from Lin Xiao. If he took another, he would be sorry for his daughter. Are you sure? Yes, Uncle Master. I'm not the kind of person who would sell my daughter for fame. I have to think about Ling Xiao. If this matter is exposed, how can I face Ling Xiao? Okay, this is a recipe for the creation green lotus pill. You go and prepare the rest of the materials. Lin Xiao needs to contribute 1/5 of the materials to take 2 pills. Otherwise, I can only give him 1 pill at most. Wang Zuwen didn't say anything, but he was still very satisfied. Langfeng did not violate the bottom line of being a human being. If he really chose the takes a green lotus pill, he might not give him 6 pills. Yes, uncle, Langfeng is leaving first. Well, bring me more good wine next time you come in. The stock is all gone. Ah, uncle, didn't I give you 100 kilograms last time? I have no hope of breaking through to the Supreme. I sit here every day. What else can I do if I don't drink? Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. Wang Zuwen was furious. He waved his hand and slapped Langfeng away. In the blink of an eye, Langfeng had left the secret realm and appeared in the spiritual medicine garden. Lang Feng shook his head and had to leave. Only 3 good fortune green lotus pills can be produced. Lin Xiao was full of gratitude to Lan Feng after learning about the pills to be refined, which meant that Lan Feng did not take any benefits. Don't think too much. The price of a good fortune green lotus pill is also unpredictable. Our Tiansheng Sect still made a profit. Lan Feng said lightly. The auxiliary materials of the good fortune green lotus pill are also worth billions of Zuan crystals, and the 9-bend green lotus is inestimable. It is also a great fortune to be able to produce one. Thank you, uncle. These are the materials that Lin Xiao can take out. Lin Xiao asked the system to scan the recipe, and then took out all the materials in the system. In addition to the 9-bend green lotus, the fortune green lotus pill also requires more than 180 materials, the lowest of which are all 6th grade. Even if there are billions, it is difficult to find. Lin Xiao doesn't know when he can find it. Thank you very much. Many of the above materials can be found in Tiansheng Sect. These more than 20 materials still need your help. Go out and find them. Lang Feng circled all the materials that Tiansheng Sect has. His family still has a large amount of merit points in Tiansheng Sect. As long as they are willing to exchange, they can eventually exchange them. However, if Tiansheng Sect doesn't have them, then there is no way. Lin Xiao wrote down the missing ones and prepared to mobilize his connections to find them. No matter what, he had to find them as soon as possible. Lin Xiao already knew that the fortune green lotus pill was one of the top pills today. It was also very useful for the 8th level cultivators. The golden body stage cultivators could reduce the time of hard training for 1,000 years after eating it. If the physique was special, it was normal to temper the bones at one time. Once Lin Xiao got the fortune green lotus pill, he could immediately use the system to exchange it. After 3 pills, it was possible that even the bone marrow would be tempered, and he would enter the stage of tempering the internal organs. After tempering the bone marrow, Lin Xiao's combat power could undergo earth-shaking changes. It would be difficult to find an opponent in the golden body stage. Even when facing an 8th level cultivator, Lin Xiao believed that he would have some self-protection power. After discussing with several people, Lin Xiao secretly left the Tiansheng Sect mountain gate. He first went to Tiansheng Sect and visited all the large and small businesses to find the remaining materials and leave contact information. If they had the goods, they could contact Lin Xiao at any time. Lin Xiao was willing to buy them at a high price. Then Lin Xiao notified all the forces of his own or friendly forces, such as Yu Xiao, Wu Jiuo, Beiyu City, Zuanyu City, Fenghuo Island, Wei Jiuo, Kanao Yuo Jiuo, Tang Family, Dongsao Haoang Sect, etc., to mix those materials with the rest of the materials and let them find them. Lin Xiao could exchange them for high-priced resources. Soon, the Li family and the Yi family replied, and the 2 families could provide the remaining 18 kinds of materials of more than 20 kinds. Only 7 kinds were really hard to find. These 7 materials were not necessarily high level, but the growth conditions were harsh, and they were not usually used, so they were hard to find. To put it bluntly, they were side doors. Lin Xiao was also helpless about this. If the system was upgraded, it would be easy to deal with, but it would take time for the spiritual monks like Baizichan to break through. It would be difficult within decades. Lin Xiao decided to let fate take its course. If he really couldn't find it, there was nothing he could do. Lin Xiao temporarily returned to Xiansu City. All the forces under Lin Xiao were actively looking for it. For example, Yinan also changed his appearance and frequently joined some exchange meetings to inquire about the news, because this kind of high-level spiritual object is most likely to appear in the hands of various high-level monks, but it is not usually exposed and may be used for trading at some exchange meetings. Chapter 662, Creation Green Lotus Pill. Lin Xiao himself was also very concerned about the remaining 7 materials. He frequently appeared at the high-level exchange meetings in Xiansu City. Lin Xiao had killed a golden body stage cultivator before. In addition, Lin Xiao was a well-known Shankai boy with a rich family, so he was also qualified to participate in the golden body stage exchange meetings. After Lin Xiao went in and out of the exchange meetings several times, the other cultivators immediately knew that Lin Xiao was preparing high-level treasure pills, so many people hoped to reach a cooperation with Lin Xiao. Although the 7 materials were not collected, the other high-level materials were collected, which was equivalent to a reserve. Li Muxu knew what Lin Xiao was doing, so she naturally would not be idle. She also frequently communicated with the alchemists in the same industry. After all, the alchemists had the most materials. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed, and the 7 materials were collected one after another. Lang Feng received news that it would take 5 years to refine the creation green lotus pill, and Lin Xiao was asked to go to Tiansheng Sect after 5 years. Lin Xiao then announced that he would be in seclusion. This time, he still chose to refine instruments. Among the 3 skills, Lin Xiao was the best at refining instruments. He had already reached a stable level of the 6th grade lower grade, and was moving towards the 6th grade middle grade. A large amount of materials continued to enter Beizuju, and Lin Xiao took out various instruments one by one. Refining instruments was more cost effective than making talismans and refining pills. The damaged materials could be refined again, while the alchemy and talisman making materials would be completely useless once they were useless. Therefore, the expenses were always within an acceptable range for Lin Xiao. In 5 years, Lin Xiao finally refined the first 6th grade middle grade instrument, and became a 6th grade middle grade instrument refiner. Although Lin Xiao did not expect to make money from this, he could draw inferences from one instance to another, and refining instruments also played an extremely important role in confirming him. Calculate the time. I will leave for Tiansheng Sect in half a month. After getting the elixir, I will return to Wu Kingdom first. Before I come back, you must not leave Tiansheng City, no matter who calls you, or how urgent the matter is, understand? Lin Xiao arranged things for Li Muxu before leaving. This time, Lin Xiao spent 3 years to collect the materials for the creation green lotus pill, which can be said to be a big effort. Now there are countless monks who know that Lin Xiao has prepared high-level precious pill materials. They can infer from the materials collected by Lin Xiao that the precious pills that Lin Xiao wants to refine are at least 7th level or above. The materials alone are worth billions, far exceeding ordinary 7th level pills, enough to tempt 8th level monks. For safety, Lin Xiao borrowed Li Xiao to protect himself. Without a protector, Li Muxu's safety would be a problem, so she had to stay in Tiansheng City and could not go out to prevent her from being attacked and used to threaten Lin Xiao. I know, no matter what happens, I would rather suffer losses and go out, so that I can take revenge when Master comes back. Master, you have said it for the 10th time. Just remember, this is the most important thing, understand? Okay. That's fine, I'll deal with things first, you go and have a rest. Lin Xiao nodded, then dealt with the accumulated affairs, and arranged some defense matters. Lin Xiao then left Tiansheng City, and Li Xiao also appeared beside Lin Xiao. HMPH the two of them left Tiansheng City for less than 1,000 miles, and Li Xiao snorted coldly, and a huge spiritual consciousness burst out, sweeping around, and Lin Xiao sensed some fluctuations in the mysterious energy. Golden body stage. It seems that the people in the immortal cultivation world are getting bolder and bolder. The 8th level cultivators all have followers, and dare not take action casually. On the contrary, these golden body stage cultivators are very brave, which is normal. Didn't you find the 8th level cultivators? Not yet, but don't be too happy too soon. If someone really takes action, there must be someone to restrain me. Be careful. Understood. Let's speed up. Then you have to keep up. Give it a try. Haha, then give it a try. Li Xiao laughed loudly and then increased his speed. Lin Xiao immediately used his body skills to try his best to hurry up, following Li Xiao faintly, and he would not fall behind much. This surprised Li Xiao. Although he had not yet increased his speed to the extreme, it was not something that ordinary golden body stage cultivators could keep up with. Lin Xiao's body skills were very good. He had a new understanding of Lin Xiao's strength. This time, Lin Xiao only took half a month to reach Tiansheng Sect, and his speed was much faster than usual. There was no one to intercept him on the road. After all, Li Xiao was also a deterrent. Lang Feng gave 2 good fortune green lotus pills to Lin Xiao and then sent Lin Xiao away. As soon as Lin Xiao left, Lang Feng received a message from Wang Zuan and came to the secret realm again. Lang Feng, this is a reward for you. Good fortune green lotus pill. This, uncle. I'll give it to you. It's useless for me to eat it. I'll leave it to you so that you don't work in vain. No, uncle, What do you mean by you? Your son-in-law is so powerful. If you can't advance to the 8th realm, how can you be a backer for your daughter in the future? What if your daughter is bullied by him? Get out of here. Thank you, uncle. Lang Feng was very moved. Good fortune green lotus pill is a supreme treasure, but Wang Zuwen gave it to him. Only then did Wang Zuwen really work in vain. However, he was not a shy person. He was also very eager for the good fortune green lotus pill in his heart, so he did not refuse and sincerely thanked Wang Zuwen. Lin Xiao and Li Xiao sneaked all the way, keeping a low profile and taking detours. It took them 2 months to return to Tiansheng Sect. At this time, Tiansheng Sect had received Lin Xiao's order. Bai Zichen, Bai Zixi, Zhang Qingxun, Zi Yunfei and others who were practicing in the sect were ready. Most of the 30,000 battle hall disciples had also gathered at the mountain gate in the name of training. After Lin Xiao arrived, Bai Zichen and others sat in the mountain gate one after another. The battle hall disciples worked day and night as the first layer of guardians, and the Tiansheng Sect's city defense formation was also secretly opened. More than 100 formation masters gathered at the mountain gate to prevent the enemy from invading. This was the second layer of protection. As for the third layer, it was Li Xiao who guarded outside Lin Xiao's cave. As soon as Lin Xiao came back, he immediately closed himself up and piled up 5 million black crystals in the cave, all of which were affined with formations, and Lin Xiao also took out the creation green lotus pill. So far, Lin Xiao has not taken any pills for more than 20 years, not even a Chaoyuan pill, just for today, so that he can absorb the medicinal effects of the creation green lotus pill as much as possible. The creation green lotus pill is an 8th grade top grade pill, one of the top pills in the world of immortal cultivation. Even if a cultivator in the golden body stage takes one, it can reduce the time of hard cultivation by 1,000 years. This time, Lin Xiao also wants to improve his strength as soon as possible. Boom. After Lin Xiao took the elixir, violent vitality surged out. Human Taekwon was running as hard as he could to absorb the burst of vitality. Lin Xiao was doing 2 things at the same time, nourishing his soul while tempering his bones. The human body has 206 bones. Lin Xiao chose to temper the ribs and the trunk bones first. Although not a single bone was tempered, it was completed in an instant now. Ribs, shoulder blades, spine. 1 year later, all 51 bones of the trunk bones were tempered, and Lin Xiao began to temper the limbs. Femur, patella, fibula, left hand, left foot, right foot. In 2 years, Lin Xiao also finished tempering in one breath, and there was still a lot of vitality left, so Lin Xiao began to temper the skull again. Bone quenching is the most dangerous and requires great care. Moreover, the skull is also related to the appearance. Although the monks can change their appearance, it is temporary and can be seen through by other monks using eye skills. However, the distribution of bones has been changed at this time, which is a real plastic surgery. Even the most advanced eye skills are difficult to see through. Of course, Lin Xiao is quite satisfied with his appearance. There is no need for plastic surgery. He can directly quench the skull. There are 29 bones in the human body. It took Lin Xiao 4 years to quench the front skull, upper and lower jaw bones and other 20 bones, and finally used up all the vitality of the creation green lotus pill. At this time, Lin Xiao's bone quenching has reached the end, and the strength of the whole person has changed dramatically. If the spiritual light monk attacks, even if Lin Xiao does not use any magic weapon, he will not be damaged by relying on the strength of his body. Even if he fights with a monk in the golden body period, Lin Xiao's winning rate is also very high. Lin Xiao's Zuan Qi is extremely empty at this time. It is reasonable to stop quenching, but Lin Xiao still took out the second creation green lotus pill and took it again. It took Lin Xiao 2 years to refine the remaining 9 skulls. The extra vitality was used to refine the bone marrow. The bone marrow is also very important. It is related to the endurance of the cultivator. There is no big difference in combat effectiveness between the cultivators who have refined the bone marrow and the cultivators who have not, but the sustainable combat capabilities are very different. Boom. Boom. The refinement of the bone marrow is not divided into parts, but the bone marrow is directly refined with vitality, so the movement is very loud. Every time the bone marrow is refined, Lin Xiao's body can make a shocking sound. If the formation was not set up in advance, the whole sect would know. As the bones are refined, Lin Xiao's blood gradually takes on some gold. When the blood completely turns gold, it means that the bone marrow has been refined, which is also called the golden body. Great success. When the internal organs are refined, it is called the golden body perfection, and you can try to break through the 8th realm. 3 years later, Lin Xiao refined the last bit of the vitality of the creation green lotus pill. At this time, Lin Xiao's blood has turned half gold, and the refinement of the bone marrow is about half completed. Lin Xiao had to come out of retreat because his current cultivation was too superficial, especially his spirit, which was only nourished but not tempered, and was not in line with his current cultivation. This greatly affected Lin Xiao's combat effectiveness. Lin Xiao did not want to become a waste with only cultivation, but no combat effectiveness. It took Lin Xiao 10 years to refine to creation green lotus pills. As soon as he came out of retreat, Lin Xiao asked Baizichan and the others to disperse and greeted Li Xiao. Boy, you really treat me as a whetstone. Okay, for Muzu's sake, I'll give you a chance. Li Xiao grinned, then tore the space apart, and Lin Xiao jumped in. The two began to fight. This was agreed before, because Lin Xiao knew that fighting was the best way to temper the profound energy and spirit, and it was also the best way to practice martial arts. After coming out of retreat, it would be best to have a fight. In the void, Li Xiao only defended and did not attack. Lin Xiao used all his means to fight, and the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. This battle lasted for a full half month before Lin Xiao exhausted the profound energy in his body. Boy, how can you only beat others and not be beaten? How can such a good thing happen? Oh my god, senior, please spare my life. Li Xiao laughed and took the initiative to attack. Lin Xiao could not stop him. After a long time, Lin Xiao coughed up golden blood, and most of his tempered golden bones were damaged. He fell from the void. Li Xiao followed him out with satisfaction. Chapter 663, Xuanmen Crisis. Just when Lin Xiao came out of retreat, a conflict broke out in Zhangzhou Xuanmen. The civil strife of Xuanmen broke out. Since decades ago, the Qin family began to weaken their support for Xuanmen, and often withheld resources. Ji Changming did not dare to turn against the Qin family. He had secretly complained to the Yi family, but to no avail. So Ji Changming redeveloped his own financial resources, but the financial resources of each sect were slowly developed over thousands of years. Talents like Lin Xiao were rare, so Ji Changming's plan was not smooth. He even had to go out of the East China Sea to hunt monsters to subsidize the sect. But the monsters in the East China Sea were not vegetarians. After being captured by Ji Changming several times, they became alert and almost left Ji Changming on the sea, so that he never dared to go deep into the East China Sea again. So Ji Changming chose to focus on training his own people. Xuanmen had about 100,000 people, and Ji Changming's core people had more than 20,000 people. The resources of these 20,000 people could be guaranteed, but the treatment of others was reduced again and again. The sect cannot provide benefits, so the disciples are naturally dissatisfied. However, Yi Meia had been there to back them up. In order to win over people, Yi Meia made great sacrifices. Not only did she make money by showing up, but she also sold a lot of high-level resources. But Yi Meia's strength is limited, and she cannot back up the entire Xuan sect. So when the war broke out in Dongzhou, Yi Meia found a way out and chose to settle in Dongzhou. At this time, Haoyang sect had been established for nearly 30 years. After Yi Meia's construction, it had formed its own power, and Yi Meia had been trying to win over Xuan sect disciples. Over the years, almost 20,000 people left Xuan sect and joined Haoyang sect. Ji Changming was anxious about this, but he could not stop these disciples from leaving. because if they stayed, their hearts would be scattered, unless he could provide a lot of resources to subsidize the disciples. The dispersion of the disciples also made the senior officials of Ji Changming's faction very worried. The reason why the second-rate forces are second-rate forces is that in addition to having the 8th level ancestors sitting in charge, they also need a huge size, otherwise they can't occupy their own interests at all. So under the advice of his disciples, Ji Changming made a stupid move, which was to enslave low-level disciples with high-priced disciples. Under Ji Changming's guidance, his monks recruited disciples in large numbers and bound those disciples who had no power and no backing with the master-disciple relationship. The master needed the disciples to constantly pay tribute, and they could only give some pointers on cultivation or give some inferior skills in martial arts. This approach is tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. Although a large amount of wealth can be gathered for a while, the wealth of those low-level disciples is limited. When their pockets are empty, and they can no longer pay tribute to the master will despise them, and regard them as dirt. Over the years, ordinary low-level disciples have been exploited miserably. Not only have their savings over the years been emptied, but their cultivation has not made much progress, which makes them dissatisfied. In addition, with the solicitation of Tiansheng Sect, more and more disciples have left. This time, a group of thousands of disciples wanted to leave secretly, but their affairs were discovered by Ji Changming's lineage. The monks of Ji Changming's lineage made a lot of money by exploiting the disciples, and they also tasted the power. They could arbitrarily instruct the disciples to do some things on a voluntary basis, and the price they paid was very small. How could they be willing to let them leave? In their hearts, they already regarded these disciples as slaves. So without reporting to Ji Changming, hundreds of disciples intercepted them, and conflicts broke out. Although there were many disciples who wanted to leave, they were no match for the disciples of Ji Changming's lineage. More than 200 were killed on the spot, and the remaining more than 700 were all punished by them according to the sect rules. The sect rules were to punish them to do hard labor in the mines controlled by Shuihuanmen. This did not cost wages, but only food. It was much more cost-effective than simply recruiting miners, and even more cost-effective than recruiting young and strong mortals, because the work efficiency of monks was far superior to that of mortals. After Ji Changming knew about this, he wanted to stop it, because he was not yet confused, and knew that this move would cause endless troubles. However, he failed to stop it, because the senior leaders of his lineage turned around to stop Ji Changming, arguing that doing so would bring a lot of benefits, save countless costs, and kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, and deter the other disciples. Although Ji Changming had a high status, his power also needed the support of his disciples. Without support, he would be a commander without troops, and nothing he said would be of any use. As the saying goes, where there is oppression, there is resistance. After this incident, a large number of disciples fled. Although most of them were arrested and forced to serve hard labor, the strength of Shuihuan sect was greatly reduced. The number of people in the sect continued to decrease, and internal crises began to emerge. The internal crisis of Shuihuan sect came from forces outside Ji Changming's lineage. Shuihuan sect has been passed down for a long time. In addition to Ji Changming, there are many branches. These branches were originally the targets of Ji Changming's wooing. It can be said that no matter how he exploited them, he did not exploit them. But doing so does not mean that they will return to their hearts. Seeing that Ji Changming is so stupid and their lineage is arrogant and domineering, they will sooner or later attack the low-level disciples when they can no longer exploit them for their interests. So these people secretly connected and went to find Ymir, wanting to find Ymir to come back and take charge of the overall situation. Ymir has been in Dongzhou for 30 years, and the number of disciples of Tiansheng Sect has exceeded 80,000. Many of them have participated in the Dongzhou War. Ymir is even more aware of the combat effectiveness of these people, so she has been letting them train and go to the front line of the wilderness to hunt monsters and obtain resources while maintaining high combat effectiveness. This part of people is about 10,000, all of whom are the elite of Tiansheng Sect. Ymir received the request for help from the monks of Shuihuan Sect and felt that the opportunity to completely solve Shuihuan Sect had arrived. She immediately summoned 10,000 elites, plus many high-level people in the sect, a total of 15,000 people, ready to go to Zhongzhou. Xu Yunmen's territory has a part of the sea outlet, which was also specially considered when she wanted the territory. From the western coast of Zhongzhou, you can fly directly to Zhongzhou without having to go through Wanhei City. In addition, Haoyang Sect and Xu Yunmen are almost on the same latitude, just separated by the East China Sea. Yi Meiya assembled 300 flying boats in the sect, and borrowed 500 from the 5 major academies. Then she secretly crossed the East China Sea and approached Zhongzhou. With the disciples of Xu Yunmen acting as insiders, Yi Meiya easily avoided Ji Changming's eyes and ears. Then Yi Meiya's people were divided into two. 5,000 people, under the guidance of some insiders, attacked the properties of Xu Yunmen in various places, especially the mines, to rescue the disciples who were sentenced to hard labor, while the other 10,000 people went to the mountain gate of Xu Yunmen. The gate of Xu Yunmen Gate was the most heavily guarded place by Ji Changming. The appearance of Yi Mei's army soon caught the attention of Ji Changming's men, who activated the mountain protection formation to block Yi Mei outside the gate. Yi Mei set up camp outside the gate. That night, the disciples of the other branches of Xu Yunmen Gate suddenly attacked, chopped down Ji Changming's disciples, and helped Yi Mei enter the gate. Yi Mei's 10,000 men rushed into the gate of Xu Yunmen Gate. Ji Changming's power was not weak. He had more than 20,000 core disciples and more than 10,000 people. In addition, he had been recruiting new disciples over the years. He had a total of almost 60,000 people under his command, while Yi Mei's side, including the internal response, had less than 30,000 people. However, Ji Changming had too many new disciples, and he had no money to let his disciples train on a large scale, so he had no experience in large-scale battles, and was no match for Yi Mei's 10,000 strong army. Yi Mei's 10,000 men formed two battle formations, cooperating with each other, charging left and right on the battlefield, and defeated Ji Changming's men. Ji Changming and other high-ranking officials were also restrained by Yi Mei and his protectors, who were expensive monks. After a night of fighting, Ji Changming led the remaining 10,000 people to retreat to the 3 peaks near the main peak of Xu Yunmen. The remaining people were either killed or captured, and of course there were many who surrendered. After dawn, Yi Mei's people became more and more numerous, and the number of people exceeded 30,000. Yi Mei surrounded Ji Changming and his men, but did not attack them, because Yi Mei's other troops were also very successful. Ji Changming's troops were only more than 2,000 people, and they were no match for Yi Mei's troops. Industries in various places were broken one after another, and more than 10,000 disciples who were sentenced to hard labor were rescued. These people were rearmed by Yi Mei, and they were extremely hostile to the monks of Ji Changming's lineage. They demanded revenge, and gathered at the gate of Xu Yunmen. Yi Mei's troops increased to more than 50,000 people. Send an order, give Ji Changming an ultimatum, let him consider it for 3 days. If he surrenders, he will be spared, but if he resists and refuses to surrender, we will break through the formation in 3 days and leave no one alive. Yi Mei showed her iron-blooded side, and soon the ultimatum was sent to the mountain. At the same time, Yi Mei found thousands of Xu Yunmen monks, and asked them to shout at the foot of the mountain, asking the monks on the mountain to surrender. Although there were more than 10,000 monks on the mountain at this time, Ji Changming's core personnel actually only had more than 3,000 people, and the rest were all monks who were coerced. As soon as the ultimatum was issued, some people secretly went down the mountain and surrendered to Yi Mei, including many of Ji Changming's core people. They also felt desperate for Ji Changming. Ji Changming's deheads found the monks who fled and surrendered, and they were furious and attacked them. Before Yi Mei launched a general attack, the mountain was already in chaos, so Yi Mei took advantage of the chaos to launch a sect attack. Most of the countless formations and prohibitions in the core area of Xu Yunmen were unmanned, and their power was not exerted to 30%. Yi Mei successfully attacked the mountain. After a desperate fight, most of Ji Changming's deheads were killed. Ji Changming and more than 30 high-level officials looted all the floating wealth on the mountain, including the treasures collected by countless generations of Xu Yunmen in the secret library and the skills and martial arts in the Sutra Pavilion. Before he left, he also ordered the destruction of the spirit veins and the pollution of the spirit fields. Although it ultimately failed, the spiritual vein of the main peak of Shuyuan Gate was reduced from the lower grade 7th level to the middle grade 6th level, and thousands of acres of high-level spiritual fields were polluted, which was almost half of all the high-level spiritual fields in the mountain gate. The value of the entire Shuyuan Gate was discounted. Chapter 664, Ymir's Choice. The Shuyuan Sect's civil strife broke out only 3 days ago, but the Shuyuan Sect's chaos had been trending for decades. Many sects were secretly paying attention to the Shuyuan Sect. Within half a day after the civil strife broke out, the major sects in Zhongzhou received the news. Nansao Wuguo, Tiansheng Sect. After Lin Xiao came out of retreat, he fought with Li Xiao every 3 days, fighting for half a day, and recuperating for 2 days. However, he continued to take time to handle sect affairs during the recuperation period. Lin Xiao had been in retreat in the sect for 10 years, and it took more than 8 years to refine the Kinglian bill. With the previous savings, Nangxian already had 2 billion Zuan crystals in his hands. Nangxian had long wanted to expand Gangming City as his first major achievement after taking over. Now with 2 billion Zuan crystals and savings, Nangxian has the confidence to expand. Nanzuan hired a professional to design Gangming City. He already had a detailed plan. He planned to spend 50 years and more than 3 billion to expand Gangming City. He also wanted to demolish the existing city walls to save money. The plan was extremely large, and he was constantly discussing it with Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao actually had this idea in mind. A large city for cultivating immortals was an extremely important source of income for the sect. It could be said that, as long as the sect had the strength to provide shelter, it would definitely not lose money. The investment of 3 billion might not take 100 years to recover the cost, and it would be a net profit in the future. In addition, the existing Gangming City was too crowded. There were more than 300,000 cultivators living in Gangming City, and the density of cultivators was very small. There was not enough land, which affected the income of Gangming City, not to mention the political significance. So Lin Xiao had no objection to the expansion, but he still disagreed with Nanzuan's approach, especially the demolition of the city walls, which Lin Xiao thought was very risky. The walls of the Xiuxin world don't actually have much defensive power, but they are the key to the city defense formation. Once the walls are demolished, the city defense formation will be incomplete, and it will take another 50 years. No one can guarantee that there will be no problems in these 50 years. It is a strict challenge for the management of Gangming City. The simplest example is that once a cultivator kills someone in the city guards receive the news and can quickly open the formation and close a door to beat the dog. As long as people are in the city, they will definitely not be able to run away. But once there is no city defense formation, those who make trouble may escape from Gangming City. Once this happens, the cultivators will feel that Gangming City has no sense of security, and it is estimated that a large number of cultivators will flee. The reputation that Gangming City has accumulated for hundreds of years may be destroyed. So the dispute between Lin Xiao and Nanzuan is here. The two have discussed for more than half a month, and have not come up with a result. On this day, the two continued to discuss, and Yinanayu suddenly came to report. When he came in, his expression was very solemn. "Master, please take a look at the news." When did it happen? Lin Xiao was shocked when he saw the information. Although there had been trends of internal strife in the Shuyuan sect, the sudden outbreak caught him off guard. It took less than a day for the news from Zhongzhou to arrive, plus repeated confirmations by disciples, so it took 2 days at most. Now it is estimated that Shuyuan has been taken down by Yimi. The Shuyuan is in chaos frequently, and Ji Changming has made one stupid move after another. He is indeed no match for Yimi, and therefore is only a matter of time. Yinanayu, let the Night Owl disciples of the Zhongzhou Bureau take immediate action. Yes, Master, please give the order. 2 directions. First, the attitudes and trends of the major sects, mainly the 7 first-rate sects such as the Suyu sect, to check whether there are signs of large-scale mobilization of troops. Second, don't contact Ymir around the Shuyuanmen. We'll wait and see. Yes, Master, do you want to activate the people in the blasting plan? Not for the time being, just let them prepare. Lin Xiao shook his head. The blasting plan was a plan by Lin Xiao to personally place people in various sects. This plan has been in place for almost 100 years, and some night owls have climbed to the middle and lower levels in various sects, and are gradually getting access to some confidential matters. Lin Xiao took the order and left quickly. Lin Xiao said to Nan Xuan, "The expansion plan of Gangming City is stopped. You will be in charge of the sect. Let Baizichen gather the disciples of the battle hall for continuous training. The warships and flying boats must be prepared, and the high-level disciples of the sect must be secretly recalled." "Master, are you going to join the war?" "It depends on the situation. The Hao Yi family is the barrier before the King Di Li family. Once the Yi family is finished, the next one will be the Li family. Li Muxu and I will inevitably be involved. We will definitely be involved. You must be prepared here." "Then does the master want to recruit disciples on a large scale?" Nan Xuan replied. This has become Lin Xiao's routine. Whenever there is a major war, the first thing to do is to recruit disciples on a large scale, no matter what their qualifications are. Recruit them first. The Tiansheng Sect has more than 200,000 people, and most of them are disciples with ordinary spiritual roots. The sect will recruit normally first. Inform the 4 branches in Uiguo, Fenghou Island, Lingzhou Kingdom and Dongsao that they can increase their efforts and recruit at least 5,000 people a year. "Yes, master." Nan Xuan nodded. Uiguo and Fenghou Island were already quite large. As long as they stopped transfusing blood to the sect, it would be no problem to recruit more people. "I will leave tonight. If there is anything, let me handle it." Lin Xiao nodded. The disciples who were recruited on a large scale before are now around 60 or 70 years old. They have not passed away on a large scale. Lin Xiao also asked for stability. If the civil strife in Shuyan sect can be delayed for 30 or 40 years, Lin Xiao will be more confident. In Zhongsao, Shuyan sect, in the sect hall, Yimi and a group of senior officials were arguing non-stop. In this battle, Yimi won a great victory. The 15,000 people she brought defeated Ji Changming's troops with less than 1,000 casualties. The number of rescued disciples and rebellious disciples was close to 40,000, but the trouble she faced was still not small. First of all, the financial resources were destroyed. Not only did the mountain gate have problems, but other places also had problems due to the civil unrest. Many independent cultivators took advantage of the chaos to rob and loot many businesses, especially those small businesses, which were unable to resist and suffered heavy losses. Secondly, most of the vassal forces of Shuyanmen betrayed. As a second-rate force, Shuyanmen had fewer vassals than other second-rate forces because of the support of the Haodi family, but the total number was about 100. Among these hundreds of vassal forces, 70% were closely related to the Haodi family. However, Ji Changming had even exploited the disciples of the sect before, so naturally they would not be left out. Over the years, these vassal forces have been living a miserable life. Now that Ji Changming's lineage has fallen, those vassal forces do not trust Yimi and have long been connected with other forces, so they have issued statements to accuse Shuyanmen of brutality and then leave Shuyanmen. None of these vassals were independent, and all of them joined the big forces near Shuyanmen. It can be said that Shuyanmen lost 2/3 of its territory, except for the mountain gate, and only a small amount of territory remained. So for Yimi, the value of Shuyanmen was extremely low, not as good as the Haoyang sect that she had run for 30 years. According to Yimi, she wanted to take away all the property and people here, sell the mountain gate, and then go to Dongsao to establish herself. This was also what she had deduced with Lin Xiao at the beginning. Shuyan sect was too deeply involved with the Haodi family, and the various sects were eyeing them covetously. Rather than staying in this chaotic place, it would be better to start a new one and rebuild after the destruction. This was in her best interest. But the problem was that the rest of the Shuyan sect was unwilling, especially the more than 10,000 disciples of the Shuyan sect branch. They had lived here for many years, and their ancestors had lived here. It could be said that they were deeply rooted. Before, they might have wanted to leave because of the pressure from Ji Changming, but now that Ji Changming had fled, they would not think so. After all, no one wanted to leave their hometown. In their expectation, Ymir would revive the Shuyan sect, use the power of the Haodi family, arm the more than 50,000 monks, attack the rebellious vassal forces, take back the territory, and then develop quietly, to restore the strength of Shuyan sect. So their opinions were different from Ymir's. Ymir couldn't tell them that all the major sects were coveting the Yi family. No one would believe it if she told them. She also didn't want to give up the tens of thousands of people of Shuyan sect. After all, she had even prepared the flying boat. As long as she pulled them back to Dongzhou, her troops would exceed 100,000. Not only would their strength increase dramatically, but they would also be able to stand on equal footing with the 5 major academies in Dongzhou. So the two factions kept arguing here. Now it has been 5 days, and there is no result. This gave Ymir a headache. She envied Lin Xiao very much. After all, Lin Xiao's power was founded by him, and his words were final. Master, it's time for you to make up your mind. Should you go or stay? Yes, master, let's stay. After all, Shuyan is in Dongzhou, with a superior location. We can make use of Dongzhou's resources. It will only take 30 to 50 years for us to recover to our previous level. Shuyan is still Shuyan. Dongzhou is incomparable to Dongzhou. Yes, master, Dongzhou is just a poor countryside. What if the Kinyu tribe comes with another beast tide? It's not as safe as Dongzhou. You are all talking nonsense. Dongzhou is fine. What's wrong with the Kinyu tribe? We still defeated billions of monsters. The two gangs quarreled again. The Shuyan cultivators always thought that Dongzhou was a poor and remote place, and they looked down on it in their hearts. On the other hand, Haoyang sect had already integrated into Dongzhou society, and naturally would not tolerate slander from others. The two gangs had been arguing all the time. If Ymir hadn't been in charge, they would probably have fought. Everyone, go down and do your work. Have you finished your work? Have you appeased the disciples? Have you distributed all the benefits? Ymir got angry and told everyone on both sides to get out. As soon as they left, the 8th level ancestor of the Yi family appeared again. Nineth ancestor, what is the reaction of the Qin family? They block the secret realm, and our people can't get out. What about the supreme ancestor? I went to see him. The Qin family probably found some clues. The ancestor of the Qin family is no longer in the secret realm, and most of the people have also left the secret realm. The 9th ancestor replied. The ancestor of the Yi family used a secret method to delay his own decline, and dared not move easily. However, in the secret realm, it is still possible to kill the Qin family. However, the ancestor of the Qin family is extremely alert. He should have found some clues, and has already left the secret realm. Chapter 665. 5-Element Essence. Wuguo, Nanzhou, 300 miles southwest of Qiaotao Mountain. Lin Xiao said he was heading to Dongzhou, but he had actually arrived here. Yunanyu had been waiting in secret. Within the hundreds of miles of Qiaotao Mountain, Nangxian had moved millions of mortals to live here. After hundreds of years, these mortals had adapted to the climate and environment here. After reproduction, the mortal population had exceeded 10 million, and the population began to become dense. The sacred mountain, where Lin Xiao was now, was one of the secret bases of the Night Owl. Yunanyu used various means to whitewash it, and claimed to be the territory of a small family. Yunanyu did not set up many high-level formations and prohibitions here, but over the past few decades, he had hollowed out the mountain, and built huge underground fortifications. Nanayu, is the 5-element essence ready? Master, Nanayu is ashamed. The 3000 kilograms of 5-element essence that the master asked for is too much. I only got more than 1000 kilograms. Yunanyu replied. The 5-element essence is not a high-level spiritual object, but a condensation of the essence of heaven and earth. Even low-level disciples can condense it, but the problem is that this thing is useless and its use is too narrow, so basically no one goes to stockpile it, and no one knows where to buy it. Lin Xiao asked Yunanyu to keep it secret, so Yunanyu spent more than 10 years, and only let low-level disciples take time to condense it, and got more than 1000 kilograms. It's okay, bring them all. Yes, master. Then Yunanyu took out a jade bottle. The space of this jade bottle was not small, and could hold 5000 kilograms of liquid. Lin Xiao took a look and then exchanged more than 1,000 kilograms from the system to make up 3,000 kilograms of 5-element essence. Ah, master, you. Lin Xiao's subsequent actions made Yinanyu exclaim, because he saw Lin Xiao took out a knife and stabbed it into his chest and then cut his eyebrows and palms. Lin Xiao ignored him. After taking the 3 most important parts of a human body, Lin Xiao forcibly took out a drop of bone marrow. When a cultivator reaches the golden body stage, the body parts become very important and must not be lost easily, otherwise it may affect the path. Although Lin Xiao has various means to make up for it, he does not want to take risks. Yinanyu, for the 5-element of essence. Yes, after Lin Xiao took out the bone marrow, it floated in the air with his essence and blood. Yinanyu cast a spell to slowly pour down the 3,000 kilograms of 5-element of essence. Lin Xiao's powerful spiritual consciousness was exerted, imprisoning the escape of the 5-element of essence. The surging mysterious energy gushed out and blended with the 5-element of essence. Under Yinanyu's gaze, Lin Xiao also took out a golden talisman and put it in. The 5-element essences were stirred by the mysterious energy and slowly solidified. After a day, a human figure appeared, exactly like Lin Xiao, not only in appearance and expression, but even in his aura. He was a complete copy of Lin Xiao. Yinanyu, listen, what I'm going to say next is very important. It concerns the life and death of me, the sect, and the Wu Kingdom. If we are not careful, it'll be all over. Master, Nanayu will never be alive before you die. Okay, I believe you, so I'll give you the most important thing. This is my stand-in, also called the Dharma body, which can die for me once. This time going to Zhongzhou. The future is uncertain, and it's extremely dangerous, so I've made arrangements in advance. After I leave, you stay here. The base above must remain in normal condition, and must not be discovered. If it is discovered, you can use my order to go to the sect to mobilize troops and order the Wu Kingdom to mobilize. This Dharma body of mine has 100% of my combat power, but its defense is very weak, not as good as that of a Lingguang monk, and it cannot replenish its mysterious energy. Once the mysterious energy is used up, the Dharma body will collapse and will not be able to function, so you must protect the Dharma body. Master, I won't say anything sentimental. I won't leave until I hear from you. Yinanyu looked extremely solemn and excited. The huge Tiansheng Sect didn't even entrust the disciple Jia Mengren to it, but entrusted it to him instead. This proved Lin Xiao's trust in him. Lin Xiao nodded, explained a few things, and immediately left the underground fortifications, then flew directly to Nanzhou. On the way, Lin Xiao constantly replenished his Zuan Qi, and his speed was also increased to the extreme. In less than a month, Lin Xiao returned to Xiansu City, and Li Xiaoxin had returned in advance. What's the situation on the other side? As soon as Lin Xiao arrived at Bakesuju, he found that there were many more Suayu sect city guards patrolling near Bakesuju, and Li Muxu and other senior officials were all on alert. There was a civil strife in the Yi family of Emperor Heo. Using safety as an excuse, Su Yuzong has sent additional city guards. An 8th level ancestor has appeared among the garrison cultivators, and all the deputy commanders of the Shengsu period have been replaced by those of the Jinshan period. In our area alone, there are no less than 10,000 garrison cultivators. Su Yuzong is making a big move. What about Yi Mi? What's the situation? Half a month ago, Yi Mi led her army to break through the mountain gate of Shu Yuanmen and force Ji Changming away. Ji Changming escaped with only more than 30 people. The rest were either killed or captured. Ji Changming then announced that Shu Yuanmen was in rebellion and summoned the scattered disciples of Shu Yuanmen, about 1,000 people, to hide in the Stargazing Gate, which was the closest to Shu Yuanmen. He claimed that he wanted to quell the rebellion, but he had no strength and was only condemning Yi Mi. Yi Mi issued a rebuttal, angrily denouncing Ji Changming's brutality, saying that this was a move to clean up the Shu Yuanmen internally. As the leader of a faction, Ji Changming acted perversely and was abandoned by the Shu Yuanmen cultivators. Except for talking nonsense, Yi Mi did nothing. Almost nothing. It seems that Yi Mi and the Shu Yuan sect monks have had a conflict. It is not decided whether to stay or leave. Stupid Lin Xiao was furious. Yi Mi was really stupid. She knew that the major sects were eyeing her covetously. She should either inject power into Shuyan Sect and integrate all the power of Haoang Sect, Yi family and Shuyan Sect, or evacuate immediately. She had the protection of the protectors, and the high-level monks of Shuyan Sect could not make any waves. Ji Changming went to Guangxing Sect with ill intentions. Ji Changming also knew the situation. He went to Guangxing Sect instead of going anywhere else. It was very likely that he wanted to invite a wolf into the house and use the power of Guangxing Sect to take back Shuyan Sect. As for whether Shuyan Sect would belong to Haodi Yi family or Guangxing Sect in the future, he might not have considered it. Tell me about the current situation and the process before and after Lin Xiao asked again. In the absence of Lin Xiao, Li Muxu was in charge of the affairs of Yexi and Zhongzhou. She could receive all the information. Li Muxu told him everything she knew. Ji Changming was perverse and exploited his disciples and vassals, causing the wrath of heaven and people and constant resistance. Therefore, the monks of Shuyan joined forces with Ymir, and with an extremely strong momentum, they took back the power of Shuyan. But the strength of Shuyan also suffered great losses in internal friction. The first was the death of monks. Although the war lasted only a few days, more than 10,000 people died in the battle, and more than 10,000 people were captured. These were all Ji Changming's jihadis. Ymir did not dare to take them in, or kill them at will, and abandoned them. Some key people were also abolished by Ymir. Therefore, not counting the injured, Shuyan lost a quarter of its strength. Then there was the betrayal of the vassal forces. Hundreds of vassals of Shuyan betrayed collectively, and 60% stayed under Guangxingmen. The rest were taken in by surrounding forces, and most of them were no less powerful than Shuyan. Then, Yi was indecisive, and did not cut the Gordian knot, which caused the opportunity to disappear. Now, the surrounding sects have begun to mobilize and gather people. Shuyan has been surrounded. Yi can't leave, even if she wants to. The Qin family. What is the Qin family doing? Nothing, but they have also gathered people. The Qin family is more than 10,000 miles north of Shuyan. It used to be a small sect that was less than third-rate. It was annexed by the Qin family and occupied the Magpie's Nest, but it did not change its name. It still uses the name of Tiansheng. The Qin family has secretly developed a lot of power over the years. It is estimated that there are more than 100,000 people, and there are many high-level cultivators. 6 people were found in the golden body stage alone, and more than 20 people in the divine void stage. Li Muxu replied. After the Qin family had the idea of self-reliance, they began to lose money to the Haodi family. The Qin family and several close families have moved most of their clansmen out of the secret realm, about 30,000 people, which is the basic base of the Qin family. The remaining 20,000 people are the troops that were annexed by Cunyan Mountain, and the remaining 50,000 people are the ones that the Qin family has developed over decades. The Qin family has a strong family background and is not short of resources. Over the past decades, they have recruited disciples on a large scale and trained them on a merit basis. A large number of Purple Mansion monks have emerged among the new disciples, forming an independent force, and the development momentum is extremely fierce. Except for not having many vassals, it is no less than a second-rate force. It's just missing an opportunity. The Haodi family is in danger. Master, are you referring to Ji Changming? Well, the big sects also have to save face, so it's not easy to interfere directly. But once Ji Changming reaches an agreement with the Guangxing Sect, he can invade the Shuyan Sect on the grounds of borrowing troops. With the current situation of the Shuyan Sect, it can't be stopped at all. In addition, the Qin family is also a hidden danger. The situation is complicated, and I don't know how it will develop. Master, what are you going to do? What is the reaction of the Li family senior? Schadenfreude Li Xiao answered. The Li family believed that it was the Haodi who caused the decline of the Qingdi family, and they had to hand over hegemony and retreat behind the scenes. They were very jealous and naturally gloated. Stupid, I've told you the truth dozens of times. Do you have no brains? Lin Xiao, can you change the philosophy that has been passed down in the Li family for hundreds of thousands of years with just one sentence? Philosophy, philosophy, your philosophy is wrong. Once the Haodi Yi family is destroyed, the next one will be the Li family. You will have no allies then. Let's see what you will do. Master, uncle, stop arguing. The key now is to help the Haodi family avoid this disaster, and everything else is easy to talk about. Li Muxu hurried to try to stop the fight. She had worked hard on the Li family for decades, but unfortunately most of the Li family cultivators were ignorant, and there were only 100 or so people who were willing to listen to her, which didn't have any effect at all. Chapter 666, Unifying the Family. Xu Yinmen's defenses were extremely tight, and outsiders didn't know where the roots were. Ymir also knew that the situation would only get worse if the stalemate continued, so she didn't sit still and wait for death. Ymir decided to conquer the secret realm of the Haodi family first. The secret realm of the Haodi family had only one entrance and exit, which was controlled by the Qin family. But the Qin family also knew that the Yi family's supreme master also controlled the back door. This was the Yi family's unique authority, and no one knew where it was, except the supreme master. The 9 ancestors of the Yi family went to the secret realm several times through this back door. The supreme master also took out the Yi family's heritage, a set of teleportation arrays, so Ymir mobilized 10,000 elite soldiers, and secretly left from the mountain gate of Shuihuanmen, and came to a secret cave where the back door of the Yi family secret realm was located. After entering, it was the core of the Yi family. Ymir greets the ancestor. After Ymir went in, she saw the incarnation of the supreme master waiting, and immediately knelt down and bowed. Ymir could have what she has today, and the supreme master has made a lot of efforts, and treated her the best. Ymir, stand up. No need to be polite. Are these the elite soldiers you brought? Yes, a total of 10,000 people, which is enough. Very good. The supreme nodded. He was also a person who knew what was good. The evil spirits on these 10,000 people were extremely thick. At a glance, it was known that they were elite soldiers who had survived hundreds of battles. There were countless lives under their hands. The secret realm had been peaceful for hundreds of thousands of years, and even many cultivators had never fought with others in their entire lives. They were weaker than the Tiansheng Sect outside. Ymir discussed with the supreme ancestor for a moment, and then led the army to fight. The disciples of the Yi family also chopped down the enemies around them and responded everywhere. The Haodi family was a semi-hidden family, and its strength was stronger than the Li family. Not counting the people outside, there were 170,000 or 180,000 cultivators in the secret realm. However, the previous incidents weakened the strength of the Haodi family a lot. Ji Changming took away the people he had sent to the secret realm for many years, about 3,000 people, all of whom were elites. The Qin family took away 30,000 troops. These 30,000 troops were the elites of the Qin family and several allied families. They still had more than 50,000 troops left in the secret realm, while the real core troops of the Yi family were less than 40,000. Ymir had taken away nearly 10,000 people before, and the rest were dispensable neutral troops. The situation of these neutral troops was extremely complicated. There were local disciples of Emperor Hao, and there were also families that became independent later. Tens of thousands of people were divided into hundreds of branches, which was not enough. Ymir led the army to slaughter the Qin family and the other allied family disciples. The incarnation of the Supreme also appeared and raided the Qin family's nest in advance. In the Qin family's nest, the incarnation of the Qin family's ancestor was also here. The strength of the incarnation of the Supreme was not at the peak of the 8th realm. The incarnation of the Qin family's ancestor was not an opponent at all, and was defeated in a few rounds. Yidian, my Qin family has been loyal to Emperor Hao for generations. You actually attacked us for no reason. You have such a cruel heart. Qin Zhi, stop pretending. Do you really think you don't know anything about what you have done over the years? Haha, what have I done? My Qin family. Kill all those who are not worth dying for. The Supreme of the Yi family said coldly. The Qin family bullied him for many years, but he just endured it and didn't take action. This doesn't mean that he knows nothing and has no resentment in his heart. Under the bullying of the Qin family for hundreds of years, the talented disciples of the Yi family were hid one after another, and their development was deliberately restricted. Some mediocre disciples were supported to high positions, and they joined forces with other families to undermine the Yi family. At the beginning, the Supreme was desperate. The reason why he didn't care was that the Yi family didn't have a person to show off. A rash resistance would only lead to the genocide of the family. If the Qin family succeeded, they might leave a way out for the sake of their ancestors. He also agreed to Ymir's marriage. It was not until Ymir appeared that the Yi family's supreme leader felt that the Yi family had hope, so he began to slowly prepare to destroy the Qin family. However, in order to give Ymir time to grow, he was still patient. Now he didn't need to be patient anymore, so he naturally started a killing spree. The bloody night of the Heodi secret realm began. The elites of several families such as the Qin family had already withdrawn from the secret realm. Those who stayed behind were either the old, weak, sick, or disciples of the Qin family branches. They were the people abandoned by them, and it was not a pity for them to die. After 3 days of clearing, the remnants of the Qin family were completely cleared out. Thousands of people from the Yi family also died in the battle. The neutral families were also implicated, and many people died in the war. In 3 days, more than 60,000 monks died in the secret realm, leaving only more than 80,000 people. Ymir immediately began to forcibly recruit monks. Whether it was the monks of the Yi family or those neutral families, all the elites were recruited into the army. With the 10,000 people she brought as the backbone, she formed an army of 45,000 people and began to train in the secret realm. The Yi family monks also quickly took over the power of the secret realm and began to settle accounts with the Qin family and the Nori Qin family. After more than 10 days of inventory, they found that at least 20 billion Zuan crystals of resources were taken away by the Qin family in the Heodi secret realm, and the high-level materials in the public treasury were also plundered. There was no way to calculate the value of this part. It can be said that half of the Heodi family's assets were taken away by the Qin family. Ymir was furious, but there was nothing she could do. She had to transfer another 300 disciples who were good at management from the Tiansheng Sect and promote some talented disciples to restore the secret realm to normal and start production. Ymir led the army to kill at the entrance and exit of the secret realm. Ymir asked 10,000 elite soldiers to lead the new ones. After more than 10 days of training, the army began to show some improvement and was ready to fight out of the secret realm. The entrance and exit of the secret realm were controlled by the Qin family. They had already withdrawn the army and left only a few people to guard it. When they saw Ymir coming, they immediately blew up the guard formation at the entrance and exit and then fled. The reason why the Qin family did this was to expose the location of the secret realm. Whether it was the Heodi family or the Qingdi family, the location of the secret realm was a top secret. After they went into seclusion, the disciples who entered and exited the secret realm had to leave a ban on their souls, not allowing them to reveal the location of the secret realm, so that the secret could be kept. Now that the formation had exploded, it immediately attracted the attention of many people, and the location of the Heodi secret realm was exposed. Ymir hated the Qin family even more in her heart. The Qin family was diverting trouble. He also knew that the various sects were coveting the foundation left by the Heodi, so in order to let the various sects focus on the Yi family, this sinister plan was made, hoping to use the hands of the various sects to destroy the Yi family, which could also bring a little breathing space to the Qin family. Ymir had no choice but to continue to fight. The entrance to the Heodi secret realm was within the territory of the Tiansheng Sect, and it was only 3,000 miles away from the mountain gate. However, there were 3 vassal forces within the 3,000 miles, and now they had betrayed. Ymir immediately announced the crusade against the 3 vassal forces in the name of the Lord of Tiansheng Sect, and then sent troops to destroy them. The 3 vassal forces were weak, with only 2 or 3,000 men and horses, and the highest cultivation was only spiritual. How could they stop the Yi family army? They were destroyed in one day. Ymir also showed her ruthless side. All the captured disciples were immediately killed, including the mortal relatives of the captives. After that, the 50,000 troops of Tiansheng Sect were transferred to join the Yi family army. Ymir took out the background of the Heodi family, arranged a 7th level formation at the entrance and exit of the secret realm, and sent 20,000 monks to guard. These 20,000 troops all hid behind the formation and were always vigilant. In this way, unless the Supreme came in person, it would be difficult for individual 8th level monks to break through in a short time. As for the remaining 80,000 people, Ymir left 30,000 people to guard outside the secret realm, supporting each other, and the remaining 50,000 people retreated to the gate of Shuomenmen. However, in the gate of Shuomenmen, Ymir's core team has now occupied a dominant position. The cultivators of Shuomenmen were previously disbanded by Ymir. After this move, Ymir has completely controlled the power. After 2 days of inventory, Ymir has a new understanding of her own strength. Not counting the Tiansheng Sect in Dongzhou, she controls about 130,000 to 140,000 people in Zhongzhou, mobilized 100,000 troops, and has squeezed out the potential. However, this force is still not strong, especially the high-level combat power is very small. In addition to the Supreme, there is only one 8th level cultivator, plus her own 9 golden body stages and 25 god void stages. This strength is probably not as much as a second-rate force, and is also weaker than the Qin family. The Qin family has about the same number of golden body divine needs cultivators as her, but there are 3 8th level cultivators. If there were no civil strife, the strength of the Haodi family would be slightly worse than that of the first-rate forces, but far superior to that of the second-rate forces. After the internal rectification was completed, Ymir began to solve the external crisis. Before that, Ymir wiped out 3 rebellious vassals, but those 3 vassals had already declared their surrender. The rest of the forces were all a force called Wuji Sect. Although Wuji Sect was a third-rate force, it was indeed a vassal of the first-rate Tiansheng Sect. The founder of Wuji Sect came from Tiansheng Sect. The two families had a very deep origin. Wuji Sect received instructions from Tiansheng Sect and immediately began to denounce Shuowen Sect and Yi family for killing his subordinates. Public opinion had already begun to turn against them, and it would not be long before they would raise a large army. For this reason, Ymir was worried. She was not afraid of Wuji Sect, but Tiansheng Sect was extremely terrifying. Its strength was not inferior to Suiyu Sect. The sect itself was extremely powerful, not to mention that they had a large number of vassals. They only needed to mobilize 30% to 40% of their strength, and the Haodi family would not be able to stop them. Moreover, Ymir already knew the situation of the Supreme. In order to alleviate his weakness, the Yi family Supreme used a secret method. His real body could not move, and even his incarnation could not leave too far. Once the Supreme of the Stargazing Gates took action, the situation of the Yi family Supreme would definitely not be concealed. Would a Supreme who could not move his real body still be a match for the other Supremes? Hengzong Lian Heng for words appeared in Ymir's mind. This was the ingenious plan that Lin Xiao gave her that year. The Haodi family could not resist the Zhongzhou clan, but it would be different if there were allies, especially the Li family. The overall strength of the Li family was weaker than that of the Haodi family, but the Li family had many high-level cultivators. The two families worked together and were stronger than the first-class sects. The Stargazing Gate should also consider whether they were willing to fight them to the death and let others take advantage. It was a pity that the Li family hated the Yi family. After attacking the assassin god's secret realm, the disciples of the two families had some exchanges, but the number was too small. The exchanges of hundreds of people were useless unless they could convince the Li family's top leaders. It was a pity that she could not get out at all now and could not go to the Li family's secret realm in person. Lin Xiao, it's up to you this time. Ymir wrote a sound transmission note and sent it out. This time, all her hopes were on Lin Xiao. Chapter 667, Fangs appear. At the gate of the Tiansheng Gate, in the main hall, 7 people were discussing. These 7 people were all the 8th level ancestors of the 7 first-rate forces, and the other 6 came with the will of their own supreme masters. Everyone, we are old acquaintances, and I have understood the meaning of the supreme masters of each family. Let's start the discussion now. Now that the Haodi family is in turmoil and its strength is divided, it is a good time for us to make plans. What do you think we should do? What else can we do? The Haodi family has been hiding for hundreds of thousands of years. I thought they had a lot of power, but now it seems that they are not as powerful as a second-rate sect. Even any of our 7 families can destroy them. My proposal is to send troops directly, encircle and suppress them, break through the secret realm, and divide them among the 7 families. At the beginning of the meeting, Ren Qingyan of the Tiansheng Sect was the most radical. According to his understanding, with the power shown by the Haodi family now, there is no need to worry at all. The 7 forces do not even need to mobilize their vassals. If one family sends out 10,000 people, the Haodi family will not be able to stop them. Not right, not right. The Haodi family has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, and it should have more than this strength. We don't know what the Yi family's supreme master is like. Yes, and we don't know what the attitudes of the other 3 families are. The 3 major sects are aloof from the world, which is an illusion. In fact, they attach great importance to the order of Zhangzhou. Whether they will intervene at that time is still unknown. Who would not want the secrets left by the Haodi? Do you think the 3 families don't want more foundation? Ancestor Ren, this is too radical. I'm radical. If you have the guts, don't want it. The Haodi family is in turmoil, and the Qin family is independent. The Qin family has developed so rapidly in the past few decades. Where did the source of money come from? Isn't it just that the treasures in the secret realm were emptied? But the Yi family's supreme master didn't dare to intercept it. What does it mean? The Yi family's supreme master has entered a period of weakness, and it is estimated that even we are not his opponent. As for the other 3 families, we 7 families are not necessarily afraid of them when we join forces. Now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, you will regret it. Ymir of the Yi family has the same heavenly soul body as Emperor Hao, with outstanding aptitude. She has already reached the golden body stage at a young age. If we wait until she advances to the supreme level, will we still have a chance? That's too much. It's not that easy to advance from the golden body to the supreme level. Yes, even for geniuses it's not that easy. Ren Qingyan's words sparked heated discussions among the crowd. They were all geniuses in the past, so how could they believe that Yimi could reach the supreme level in such a short time? How could it be possible? Okay, stop arguing and get back to the point. What should we do? Come up with a set of rules. The Yi family is not a fat sheep to be slaughtered, but a ferocious beast. Now Yimi has reorganized the internal affairs, and there are 100,000 troops entrenched. What we are most worried about now is that they will have allies. Allies, fellow Daoist Guanyan, what are you worried about? The King Emperor Li family impossible. According to our intelligence, Emperor Hao was behind the Li family's retreat. The Li family cultivators hate the Yi family very much, and it is impossible for them to form an alliance with them. That's true, but don't be careless. They know that the lips are cold and the teeth are dead. What's more, Yimi has a very good relationship with Lin Xiao, and Li Muxu is Lin Xiao's direct disciple. Lin Xiao is a great leader. He will not fail to see that the next one we have to deal with is the Li family. Lin Xiao will definitely mediate, then get rid of Lin Xiao. My Tiansheng Sect can take on this matter. Fellow Daoist Ren, are you not afraid of the power behind Lin Xiao? HMPH, after years of investigation by the Hishite of my Tiansheng Sect, we have determined that there is no big force behind Lin Xiao. The world of immortal cultivation is so small, and the human race's territory is no more than the 5 continents of Southeast, Northwest, Northeast and Central. The 4 continents of Southeast, Northwest, and Northeast are not worth worrying about. And what other forces are there in Central Continent that can be hidden from your 7 families? Aren't you afraid that Lin Xiao is a pawn thrown out by those 3 families? Impossible. Lin Xiao's base is in South Continent. Even if the 3 families want to support pawns, they should start in Central Continent. That's hard to say. Fellow Daoist Tang from Suayu Sect, you are most familiar with Lin Xiao. What do you think? Ren Qingyan turned around and asked Tang Xuwen. Lin Xiao had been entrenched in Xiansu City for hundreds of years, and he should be the one who is most familiar with Lin Xiao. It's hard to say. Lin Xiao is indeed very mysterious. He has many treasures of unknown origin. Let's talk about other things. Just a few years ago, Lin Xiao purchased a large number of spiritual medicines above the 7th level. He must be going to refine 7th level or even 8th level precious pills. Where the main medicine came from, what was refined, and how the Tiansheng Sect agreed to it, we don't know anything. Don't you know, if you won't check it out? Can the Tiansheng Sect stop our 7 families? Ren Qingyan sneered. The Dangsha sect was also disliked by the 7 families, because the Dangsha sect's alchemy skills were the best in the world of immortal cultivation, even stronger than their 7 families. The 7 families often had to go to the Dangsha sect to refine higher level pills, and they had a lot of benefits taken away by them for no reason. Dangsha sect is also a top second-rate force, and it has good relations with various sects in the world of immortal cultivation. It is no small matter to move against them. If Dangsha sect is involved, Zhang Cao will be in chaos, and the 3 families will have an excuse to intervene. Everyone disagreed with taking action against Dangsha sect. The stability of Zhang Cao is the consensus of all sects. If Zhang Cao is also in turmoil, the 3 families of Kunlun will definitely not allow it, and will definitely intervene strongly. At that time, it will be difficult for everyone to step down. This is not okay, that is not okay, then there is no need to discuss it. Guanan, now Shuiwenman is on the side of your Guangxingman. What do you say? What should we do? Things need to be done, and my Guangxingman is also willing to play a vanguard for each family, but, Guanayan said slowly, although the 7 ranks have formed an alliance and shared interests, Guangxingman is unwilling to bite the hard bone of the Haodi family alone. Although they are not strong, it will be the disciples of Guangxingman who will die at that time, and the benefits must be divided equally. How can such a good thing happen? Fellow Daoist Guanayan, why don't we let Wu Jiman find out the details of Yi's family? All the expenses will be borne by the 6 of us, and Guangxingman will do the work. Well, except for the secrets of Emperor Hao and treasures above the 7th level, all the spoils are yours. That's good. Ymir killed my Guangxingman vassal, and it will never be forgiven. Guanayan nodded. They would not take action without benefits. Since all the families have promised, it is not impossible for Guangxingman to take action. The other sects do not value those spoils, and the Guangxingman is the same, but the vassal forces of Guangxingman value them. Getting those things will greatly improve the overall strength of Guangxingman. In that case, let's discuss the specific actions. To deal with the Haodi family, we must mainly guard against 3 problems. First, what is the specific situation of the Yi family's supreme leader? Has he entered the weakening period? How long has he been in the period? How strong is he? Second, will Lin Xiao match the Li family to take action? How to resolve it? Third, will Kunlun, Penglai, and Wengxin 3 sects intervene? As for Lin Xiao, the Suyu sect will intervene. Most of Lin Xiao's financial resources are in Tiansheng City. We will put pressure on him. That's good. The Suyu sect has been planning for so many years, and it's time for it to start to work. Then let's talk about the Yi family's supreme leader Tang Xuan took the lead in promising to put pressure on Lin Xiao, which actually also included the Li family. There are thousands of Li family members making a living on the Suyu sect's territory. This was their previous layout. In Jiangsu City, in Begsu residence, Lin Xiao and Li Muxu were trying their best to persuade Li Xiaoxin to let the Li family take action, to help the Yi family escape this disaster, which was also for the Li family's consideration. Li Xiaoxin himself was shaken, but the people in the Li family's secret realm strongly opposed it. They were really gloating over others' misfortune. Some even wanted to take action to destroy the Yi family together, which made Lin Xiao and Li Muxu very tired. They didn't know how to convince them. Lin Xiao had a way to change one person's mind, but it would take time to change a group of people's minds. It might take hundreds of years and several generations of meticulous work, but Lin Xiao didn't have the time to plan and lay out, and he didn't have the time and energy to do it before. Muzu, maybe it was a mistake I made to let you come out of the Li family secret realm. Master, what's the point of me staying in the secret realm alone? I can't accomplish anything without the help of a team. I guess the Li family is unreliable. The Yi family is in danger this time. Has it really come to this? You underestimate the supreme cultivator's desire for ascension. I can guarantee that the Haodi family is doomed this time. Then what should Master do? Will you intervene? I must intervene. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I have offended the Tiansheng Sect too deeply. They will not let me go. I must have allies. Muzu, this is the creation green lotus pill. Take it. Quickly leave Tiansheng City and return to the Li family secret realm. Lin Xiao took out two creation green lotus pills and gave them to Li Muxu. The creation green lotus pill was worth 1 million points in the system points. Lin Xiao only dared to take out 2 for the time being, which was enough for Li Muxu to finish tempering his bones. Master, do you think it's possible for me to leave at this time? Letting you go is for deterrence. You have a special physique and the Li family is relatively united. Even if the major sects want to deal with you, they need time to plan. As long as we advance to the 8th level in a very short time, we can deter them. Tiansheng City is not suitable for you to retreat now. Master, you are lying to me. There is no need for me to lie to you. I'm ordering you, Xiang, to come in. Master, senior sister. From today on, the power of Big Suju will be transferred to you. Master, do you not have to listen to Master's words? Sorry senior sister. Senior Li, Muxu is handed over to you. If the major sects want to deal with the Yi family, the first thing they have to do is to cut off the Yi family's allies, and Ymir is closest to me. Suai sect will take action soon. You leave tonight, and the Li family disciples must also gather and guard the mountain gate carefully to prevent any eventuality. Okay, after we leave, the Li family disciples will be handed over to you. I will let Li Guanghe listen to your orders directly. Li Xiaoxin nodded. The Li family cultivators had always been managed by him and Li Muxu. Now that they were gone, the Li family cultivators could only ask Lin Xiao for help. Don't worry senior. Muxu will immediately arrange for a retreat after returning. In addition, the Li family cultivators need to train. Even if it's not for fighting, it won't hurt to train. It won't cost much. I know. Li Xiaoxin nodded and left Tiansheng City that night with the unwilling Li Muxu. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668, Su Yuzong Pressure. Lin Xiao had received Ymir's letter. Lin Xiao also wanted to help her persuade the Li family to form an alliance, but the Li family cultivators were too corrupt, and Lin Xiao's persuasion failed. Ymir was also very disappointed. If the Li family did not take action, she didn't know who else she could count on. The power of Wu Kingdom could not stop the attack of the Guangxing Gate. However, Ymir still did not express her despair, but asked Lin Xiao to find another way. Lin Xiao predicted the current situation and asked Ymir to be careful. In addition, the Fusen Hall in Tiansheng City had to be prepared. Ymir settled in Dongzhou, but did not give up the Fusen Hall in Tiansheng City. She just transferred more than half of the people there, leaving only more than 300 people. The trade volume was greatly reduced, but it was still very important to Ymir, because Dongzhou was unable to digest the high-level spiritual talismans and formations they refined, and only Tiansheng City could do it, so she kept it. Ymir was reminded by Lin Xiao, and then she remembered that she still had a lot of things to do. She immediately asked Fu Zentang to prepare to retreat, but as soon as Fu Zentang wanted to leave, Su Yuzong immediately took action and stopped them from leaving. The reason why Su Yuzong did not let them leave was very simple, that is, some accounts with Fu Zentang were not settled clearly. A large part of Fu Zentang's high-level spiritual talismans were purchased by Su Yuzong. The accounts were clear, but Su Yuzong could not explain it clearly. How could Fu Zentang explain it? Su Yuzong did not detain them, but just did not let them leave the city. Ymir was shocked when she learned about this. This proved that the Zongzhou sect really wanted to take action against them, and they had already united. She immediately entrusted Fu Zentang to Lin Xiao, and then Ymir made more intense preparations for war. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao also began to mobilize his disciples in Tiansheng City. The Tiansheng Sect had more than 4,000 people in Tiansheng City, including more than 2,000 talents of various levels in Danfukizan, and about 2,000 people in charge of logistics, material collection, and store transactions. In addition, there were hundreds of Li family disciples, and the Li family managed hundreds of other disciples. But this was only on the surface. In fact, Yi Xiao had infiltrated Tiansheng City for a long time, and there were already thousands of elites here. Moreover, Jalvala had always been under Lin Xiao's control. From the shopkeeper to the servants and maids, most of them were Lin Xiao's people, especially the 500 guards. Those who were not Lin Xiao's had long been transferred away by Ma Zhang on the pretext of leaving. These 500 people were fully trained with the help of Jalvala's resources, and their lowest cultivation was Purple Mansion. With so many people as trump cards, and I was in the dark and the enemy was in the name, Lin Xiao immediately took action. On the one hand, he asked Bake Suju to stop business, so the disciples began to arm themselves and conduct assembly exercises. On the other hand, he also asked Yu Xiao to make plans. If Su Yuzhan came hard, Lin Xiao would not hesitate to disrupt Xiansu City and destroy Jalvala. On the surface, Lin Xiao even asked the disciples of Fuzentang and other industries of Yimei to take refuge in Bake Suju. Yimei's subordinates also received the news and asked them to listen to Lin Xiao, so they all handed over Yimei's wealth to Lin Xiao and obeyed his command. Lin Xiao was not polite and immediately formed their elite team, a team of 3,500 people, and began to practice under the cover of a hidden formation. Lin Xiao's move also immediately attracted a backlash from Su Yuzhan. On that day, a city guard of more than 1,000 people surrounded Bake Suju, and a leader in the Golden Body period asked Lin Xiao to speak out. It's Commander Je. I wonder what Commander Je means by sending troops to surround my Bake Suju. Lin Xiao, according to the investigation of my city guards, Yilin of Fuzentang was involved in a murder and treasure robbery case 16 years ago. He is the mastermind behind the scenes. I need to take him back for investigation. Please hand him over to me. 16 years ago, if I remember correctly, there were 7 murder and treasure robbery cases in Xiansu City 16 years ago. I don't know which one it was. This matter has nothing to do with you. Could it be that your Bake Suju is also involved in this matter? Commander Je shouted. He had been in Xiansu City for less than a month. How could he know about the case 16 years ago? He was just making it up. If Lin Xiao asked, he couldn't answer at all, so he had to put a big hat on Lin Xiao. Haha, the Suyu Sect city guards are so bold that they dare to extort merchants. Commander Je, aren't you afraid of the Suyu Sect's rules? Nonsense, when did I extort you? Don't talk nonsense. Commander Je was shocked. Extorting merchants is the biggest crime of the city guards. If the Suyu Sect knew about it, they would be executed. After all, if this kind of thing is ignored, which merchant would dare to come to Xiansu City to do business? Nonsense. Am I talking nonsense? Commander Je, look, I asked someone to record it with a photo-keeping talisman. You said that Yilin, the shopkeeper of Fuzzin Hall, killed people and stole treasures, and said that my Bake Suju was also involved in this matter, but you can't even tell me the 7 cases 16 years ago, and send people to surround my Bake Suju. Isn't this extortion? You. Commander Je, step down. A figure appeared. The 8th level cultivator of the Suyu Sect appeared, but it was not Lin Xiao's old acquaintance Tang Xuwen, but another person named Xiang Wuming. It's good that Elder Xiang came. I want to sue Commander Je for blackmailing merchants. The photo talisman is the evidence. Would you like to take a look at it, Elder Xiang? No, Commander Je spoke out of turn, and he will be punished. However, Yilin is indeed involved in a case. Fellow Daoist Lin, please hand him over. I'm sorry, I can't hand him over. Fuzentang is discussing a big deal with Bake Suju, involving more than 1 billion. If the person is taken away, what will happen to Bake Suju's business? Will Suyu Sect be responsible for compensation? If you have evidence, I will hand him over. If you don't have evidence, it's a false accusation and a deliberate suppression of Bake Suju. This is the territory of my Suyu Sect. With this one sentence, you want to disobey the rules of Suyu Sect. Lin Xiao, you are too arrogant. I only believe in one sentence. If you are right, you can go anywhere in the world, but if you are wrong, you can't take a single step. According to the rules of Xiansu City, disputes involving multiple businesses must be heard publicly. Why not invite the heads of the major businesses to come and certify and see how Elder Xiang tries the case? Lin Xiao fought back fearlessly. Lin Xiao was very sure that Xiang Wuming could not produce any evidence. They came in a hurry and had no time to make plans. Lin Xiao, you are going too far. It's just a business. Who gave you the courage? It's the rules of Suyu Sect. If you want to take people away by force, you can, but you don't need to follow the rules first. In this case, Beizuju announces that it will close the business and evacuate Xiansu City. I should have this power. If you want to leave, just leave. What does it have to do with me? Xiang Wuming sneered. There are thousands of businesses in Xiansu City, and even the size of Beizuju is dozens. The departure of Beizuju will have no impact on Xiansu City. Okay, that's what you said. Yelin Ancestor Lin, I'm here, I can't save you. I'm sorry Ancestor Lin, you don't have to do this. I've seen what Ancestor Lin did. Don't worry, I know what to do very good. You are worthy of being Mia's confidant. Don't worry, you will be fine. I promise. If I can't save you, I will let someone be buried with you. Lin Xiao. Are you provoking me? Did I mention the name? What a weird thing. Lin Xiao, do you dare to sign a life and death agreement and come on stage to compete? Ancestor Xiang, you are a cultivator of the Dangsuan stage. You are so shameless to bully me, a cultivator of the Shengsu stage. When the supreme cultivator asks you to sign a life and death agreement, I hope you have the ability to do it too. You. Xiang Wuming was furious, but alarm bells were ringing in his heart. The various legends about Lin Xiao were not groundless. Everyone speculated that Lin Xiao had a backer, and he would not really be able to invite the supreme ancestor. Take him away Xiang. Pack up your things and leave Xiansu City before dark today. Yes. Master Yelin was taken away by the city guards, and Lin Xiao quickly closed Baeksuju. More than 4,000 people walked through the streets in a mighty manner, and many businesses were paying attention. My fellow shopkeepers, Baeksuju has taken the lead. The Suyu sect is unjust and has blackmailed businesses. Baeksuju cannot afford this, so it's leaving first. Lin Xiao, you're seeking death. When did I ever blackmail Baeksuju? You are the ones who want to leave. Xiang. Yes, master. Yu Xiang nodded, then took out a photo talisman from the storage bag and announced the previous conversation. Lin Xiao was well versed in the ways of unscrupulous media in leading the conversation, so he only let Yu Xiang record a part of the conversation, which was equivalent to an edit. But people in the world of immortal cultivation didn't know that. As soon as the photo talisman was announced, public opinion was in an uproar, and Commander Je's face turned the color of pig liver. Lin Xiao, you. Commander Je, are you going to kill someone to silence him? Come on. Let him go. It's just a matter of words. The innocent will be innocent. Xiang Wuming said coldly, and then Lin Xiao led his people to leave Xiansu City. The next day, Xiansu City closed more than 30 shops. These shops were run by Yi Xiao, and their identities were whitewashed. In addition, Yi Xiao had previously co-founded some businesses related to Jile Villa with the forces of Su Yuzhang, and Yi Xiao's people also wanted to withdraw their capital and leave. In the market, rumors were everywhere. Yi Xiao's people just started a rumor, and the rumors could not be stopped. The big businesses were fine, but the small and medium-sized businesses were panicked. Even the big business like Beizuju was forced to leave, and the small businesses would also suffer. Not only that, the most violent reaction came from Jile Villa. Jile Villa was founded by Lin Xiao himself, and the senior management was trained by Lin Xiao himself. Among the many shareholders, only Lin Xiao treated the people of Jile Villa the best, and he usually spoke very kindly. In addition, Lin Xiao tried his best to dominate the salary structure of Jile Villa, which greatly increased their income. The next day, Lin Xiao proposed to withdraw his shares from Jile Villa, and even threatened to rebuild Jile Villa elsewhere with higher treatment. Coupled with Yi Xiao's clamor, many employees responded, and the people of Jile Villa lost their heart to work. Even many disciples of Tiansheng Sect were willing to follow Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's series of measures immediately caused a shock to Suyu Sect. Lin Xiao had created a lot of financial resources in Xiansu City over the years, and he never took them all for himself. He always shared the interests with Suyu Sect. Now the effect of interest bundling has come out. If Lin Xiao wants to leave, it will inevitably affect their interests, so they have reported to the sect that Commander Je has come. Especially the Zhao family. Zhao Yuanshan had a pleasant cooperation with Lin Xiao over the years and gained a lot of benefits. Now that Lin Xiao is gone, the Zhao family's benefits are gone. Zhao Yuanshan personally went to Tang Shuwen to file a complaint. Chapter 669. Tang Shuwen appears. In the Tang family of Su Yuzhang, Tang Yulin was lying on the ground. His face was bruised and swollen. He was facing his taciturn father, but Tang Yulin was howling in anger. Are you worthy of being a father? From childhood to adulthood, have you ever taken care of me? You only care about cultivation. What else have you done besides stuffing me with a bunch of cultivation resources? You asked me to be a playboy, so I will be a playboy, but you want to beat me again. You have been beating me since I was a child. What else can you do besides beating me? I, Tang Yulin, only have this one brother. After Lin Xiao came to Su Yuzhang, he shared all the benefits with me. Little Phoenix is coming to challenge. Grandpa said that Lin Xiao should take 100 million Zuanjing. We will take it out of the interests of G-Leveler. The other shareholders are unwilling, and it is also Lin Xiao. Tang Yulin shouted. Over the years, Tang Yulin has undergone tremendous changes, all of which were brought by Lin Xiao. It was Lin Xiao who taught him how to manage G-Leveler, and it was Lin Xiao who gave him benefits one by one. With these benefits, he was able to wash away his dude status in recent years. The family looked at him differently, allowing him to hold his head up high again. Lin Xiao was also the best to him. Tang Yulin felt that Lin Xiao was better than his blood brothers. At least the other brothers would only ask for benefits from him. But now Su Yuzhang wanted to drive Lin Xiao away. Yes, in Tang Yulin's opinion, it was Su Yuzhang that drove him away. Otherwise, why would Lin Xiao leave? Tang Yulin wanted to ask his father to say something in front of Tang Shuwen, but he was beaten up, which made Tang Yulin's mentality collapse immediately. Things are not as simple as you think. Lin Xiao is an enemy. Enemy, haha, which enemy will give you benefits, and give you benefits for hundreds of years? Which enemy will? Shut up. If you say it again, I will beat you to death. Go ahead, beat me. What else can you do besides beating me to death? You have only beaten me since you were a child. You, a rebellious son. Tang Yulin's father was furious. He was not good at speaking, and he was not good at talking about the struggles of the top leaders. At this time, his son's resistance immediately made him angry. Stop it. A figure appeared. Tang Shuwen came, walked in front of Tang Yulin, and everyone around stood up. Father, this is not how you educate your children. Yulin is useless. You have 3 points of responsibility. Yes. Father, okay, you can go down. Yes. Father, in front of Tang Shuwen. Tang Yulin's father couldn't muster any courage. He could only recruit everything, dismissed the people around him, and left Tang Shuwen and Tang Yulin alone. Grandpa, please help Lin Xiao. He was forced away. Yes, I know. Why, Grandpa? Because I was the one who forced him away. Tang Yulin was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect Tang Shuwen to answer like this. His mind was a mess. He didn't know how to answer at all. Yulin, Lin Xiao is a capable person. I'm very happy that you are friends with him, and I agree, so I never stop you from playing together. But Lin Xiao's plan is too big. There are some things I can't tell you. You go find Lin Xiao. Tell him I'm waiting for him in Fengbo Mountain, Tang Shuwen said. Since Lin Xiao came to Tiansheng City, Tang Yulin has been getting better, although he still doesn't like to practice. But many bad habits have changed, and he is also seriously learning to manage the family. But it's a pity that Tang Yulin's say doesn't count in this matter, and he, Tang Shuwen's say, doesn't count. This is related to the core interests of the sect. Fengbo Mountain is a scenic mountain more than 1,000 miles outside Tiansheng City. For thousands of years, it was the mountain gate of the Feng family, a vassal family of the Suayu sect. Later, the Feng family was exterminated by the Suayu sect because of some things, and even the spiritual veins of the mountain gate were taken away, becoming a waste mountain without spiritual veins. However, Fengbo Mountain has beautiful scenery, and some monks in the city would go there for a tour, and it gradually became famous. There is also a small market at the foot of the mountain, which has become the last resting place for small businesses entering Tiansheng City. Lin Xiao got the news from Tang Yulin and came to Fengbo Mountain in person. On the top of Fengbo Mountain, Tang Shuwen cut out a stone table and stone bench and came up, brewing a pot of tea there, waiting for Lin Xiao to come forward. Greetings, Patriarch Tang. Sit down. You are not a stranger. Thank you, Patriarch. Lin Xiao, why do you have to be like this? The Yi family is not closely related to you, right? The Yi family and I are indeed not closely related, but what about the Li family? If the Yi family is destroyed, will you let the Li family go? The Li family is not your Li family. As long as you promise that Li Muxu does not interfere, I can guarantee that you will be safe. Okay, but is your promise, Patriarch, effective? Lin Xiao sneered. Li Muxu is the King Mu holy body and has a great possibility of advancing to the Supreme. Is it possible to destroy the Li family without destroying Li Muxu? Everyone knows the principle of cutting the grass at its roots. So you are determined to go against us, right? Lin seems to be just protecting himself. You can't just hold out a knife and ask Lin Xiao to show his neck for you to kill. So today's Tiansheng City is just a warning? Yes, if the ancestor doesn't come to see me today, Tiansheng City will be in chaos. You have started planning since the beginning when you arrived in Tiansheng City. Tang Xuan felt cold in his heart. Lin Xiao is a very cunning person. Tang Xuan believes what Lin Xiao said. Without more than 100 years of planning, Lin Xiao would not dare to say such a big talk. That's right. Tiansheng City still has more than 2,000 of my troops and controls more than 5,000 people. Although less than 10,000 people are nothing to Tiansheng City with a population of more than 1 million. As long as I give the order, Tiansheng City will be in chaos. Do you think your night owl has a chance? I have investigated you. You have done this kind of thing in Beiyu City, Key State, Nanzhao. Yes, but I think the chance is great. I'm very clear about the level of Tiansheng City's city guards and management office. I suggested to Tang Yulin that he change, but you didn't agree. If you do this, your people will die, and you will die too. I believe my people will die, but how can you be afraid of sacrifice when doing great things? I have spent more than 500 years developing the Tiansheng Sect to this level. How many people do you think we have lost? As for me, Patriarch Tang may not be able to kill me. The Suayu sect only needs 1,000 people to destroy the Tiansheng Sect. It's okay. You can kill as many as you want. Li Muxu, Yimi, they are the top talents of the world. Plus Lin, I'm confident that I can enter the supreme level, and when we return, it will be the day when the Suayu sect is destroyed. Do you think we will give you a chance to grow? Our opportunities are never given by others, but we have to fight for them ourselves. Patriarch Tang, let me say, now that things change over time, and don't bully the young and poor. It may sound a bit pretentious, but what I want to say is that I really have the ability to overturn your chessboard. The cultivators of the world are not your chess pieces. The Suayu sect has never treated the people of the world as chess pieces, but you treated them as slaves. Each sect controls strategic resources and exploits each other. You are still doing the same thing. The Zhao family asked you to refine Lingming pills. Li Muxu can refine 9 pills, but you only gave the Zhao family 3. At least I look much better when I eat than you. Forget it. Our conversation is meaningless. Go back and tell your supreme. Everyone understands that they want to ascend to heaven and become immortals, but if they get it by trickery and robbery, it is shameful. And do you think the heaven will let them get their wish? Over the past million years, there have been at least 800 supremes who have appeared in the world of immortal cultivation. But why were King Di, Haodi, and Ud able to ascend to heaven? Because they had extraordinary achievements, not by trickery and robbery. How dare you, Lin Xiao, the supreme should not be insulted. You are forcing me to take action. Ancestor Tang, you asked young Master Tang to send a message to me. Didn't you just want to take the opportunity to kill me? But do you think I, Lin Xiao, would have come if I didn't have any trump cards? Then I'll see today how strong your trump cards are. Tang Xuan said coldly that anyone could send a message to Lin Xiao, but he asked Tang Yulin to go in order to paralyze Lin Xiao and at the same time to cut off Lin Xiao and Tang Yulin. Lin Xiao performed too well, and his cultivation aptitude was also terrible enough. Like Li Muxu and Yimi, he was a potential enemy, and Tang Xuan must not let him go. However, just as Tang Xuan was about to take action, an overwhelming pressure came down from the sky. With Tang Xuan's cultivation, he could not move directly. He looked extremely terrified and uttered 2 words, Supreme, since you have done nothing wrong, I will not cut off your foundation, but break your golden bones. Go back and rest for 200 years. A figure appeared in front of Tang Xuan, stretched out his hand, and patted him on the shoulder. Countless golden blood suddenly burst out of Tang Xuan's body, and all the bones in his body were broken. As soon as he made a move, a terrifying aura immediately rose from the Suyu Sect's mountain gate, and the Suyu Sect's supreme cultivator appeared, with a huge incarnation flying to Fengbo Mountain. Senior, it's okay, I'm just a junior Li Yuanzhen. You dare to hurt my Suyu Sect elders. You're so brave, Yu Pingcheng. What, you also want to fight with me? Okay, while my old bones can still move, let's have a fight, Li Yuanzhen said with a big laugh. Li Yuanzhen was the supreme who traveled outside the Li family. He was not in the current generation of the Li family, but a disciple of the previous generation. He has lived for more than 40,000 years, and his cultivation has gone very far among the supremes. The Suyuzong supreme sneered, and did not answer. Li Yuanzhen had lived too long, and did not have many years left to live. It was estimated that he would enter the decline period in 1,000 or even hundreds of years, and then go to the Li family secret realm to wait for death. He still had at least 10,000 years of life left. If he was dragged by Li Yuanzhen to self-destruct, it would be a big loss. Since you don't want to do it, then get out of the way. By the way, tell the others that I don't care about Emperor Heo, but dare to deal with the Li family. TSK, I don't mind finding a few people to go on the road together. Think about it carefully. Li Yuanzhen grabbed Lin Xiao and was about to leave. Then he made a harsh remark. The Suyuzong Supreme said nothing. This kind of supreme who was about to enter the decline period was the most dangerous. Once they didn't want to live, even if they didn't drag the supreme to die together, but went to the mountain gate to self-destruct, they could also destroy a sect. Yu Pingcheng didn't want to pay attention to this kind of lunatic. When they really had to do it, they would also have 7 people to go together, so they wouldn't be afraid. Chapter 670, Li Family Consultant. Li Yuanzhen was found by Li Muxu. Lin Xiao asked Li Muxu to go to the Li family secret realm to avoid the limelight. Li Muxu knew that Lin Xiao was in danger, so Li Muxu sent a message directly to the Li family supreme, asking the Li family to be responsible for Lin Xiao's safety, otherwise they would break off their friendship with the Li family. If Lin Xiao died, Li Muxu was willing to die with him. The Li family had no choice but to send Li Yuanzhen, who had just returned from his wandering 2 years ago. Not long after Li Yuanzhen arrived, Tang Yulin came, so Lin Xiao agreed to meet Tang Xuan. Otherwise, Lin Xiao guessed that Tang Xuan had the intention to kill, and would not come to Fengbo Mountain at all. Li Yuanzhen grabbed Lin Xiao, and returned to the camp. Lin Xiao immediately asked Zhu Xiangxiang to withdraw most of the people of Tiansheng Sect to Nanzhao, leaving only more than 20 people to listen to him. The Li family disciples returned to the Li family outside, that is, the people brought by Li Chaoxin. Now that Li Yuanzhen has come forward, they are safe. As long as the Yuzong brain is not broken, they will not touch them now. As for their future, it will be arranged at that time. More than 300 people from Fuzintang were going to follow Yimi, and Lin Xiao also agreed to take them back. But before going back, Lin Xiao took Li Yuanzhen to Suyu Sect. One was to pick up some exposed night owl disciples, and the other was to pick up Yilin, whom Lin Xiao had promised to save. When the Supreme Master showed up, Xiansu City was as frightened as if it had encountered a powerful enemy. Ancestor Xiang, I said 2 days ago that if you dare to ask me to sign a life and death agreement, when you go to the ring, a Supreme Master will ask you to sign a life and death agreement. What do you think? Do you dare to agree? Lin Xiao's voice was like a rolling thunder, spreading throughout Xiansu City. Xiang Wuming's face flushed red, and he wanted to kill Lin Xiao on the spot, but he didn't dare to say a word, because Li Yuanzhen looked at him coldly. If he really dared to agree, Li Yuanzhen would dare to take action. What, Xiang? You are really a Xiang? Lin Xiao was ruthless, and kept making sarcastic remarks, which made the Suyu Sect monks lose face. However, Lin Xiao was determined to turn against them, so he didn't care about that. Since you don't dare to do anything, then open the city gate, let my people out, and let Yilin out. Give it to him, Xiang Wuming said viciously. He had to admit defeat today. Yu Pingcheng had shown up before, and if he showed up again now, unless he wanted to do something, he would only humiliate himself, so he didn't want to show up at all. Soon, hundreds of Night Owl disciples who were at risk of being exposed withdrew, and Yilin also came out. The time was too short, and he had not been tortured yet. Seeing Lin Xiao, Yilin was extremely excited. Lin Xiao comforted the Night Owl disciples, and then took them back directly. After returning to the Fuzentang monks to meet up, Lin Xiao took out the flying boat, and took them to Shuiyuanmen. At this time, Shuiyuan sect was in an extremely dangerous situation. Wuji sect received instructions from Guangxing sect, and received a large amount of resources. They immediately began to mobilize people, and invited Taoist friends from all directions to help. They gathered nearly 70,000 people. Although the number of people was less than that of Ymir, everyone knew that this was only the first batch of people. Regardless of victory or defeat, the next to go on the field would be Guangxing sect. In this atmosphere, Ymir was extremely nervous. There was no other way, except to prepare for the battle. Everyone was ready to fight to the death. However, when Lin Xiao appeared with Li Yuanzhen, the momentum of the supreme level was opened, and Wuji sect immediately stopped fighting. The supreme cultivator was too difficult for them. One person could destroy them. Guangxing sect also ordered to stop the attack. Fellow Daoist Lin Mir, are you okay? It's okay. Mir greets the senior. No need to thank me. I'm his bodyguard. I don't care about anything else. Don't expect me to fight with the Stargazing sect. Mir wouldn't dare. Okay, let's go in and talk. Everyone entered the mountain gate of Shuiyuan sect. Ymir led Lin Xiao into the meeting hall. There were no other senior executives, only Ymir, Li Yuanzhen and Lin Xiao. Fellow Daoist Lin, I'm sorry to embarrass you. This time, Mir made many stupid moves and made many mistakes. No way, everyone makes mistakes. Mir's heroic deeds are enough to say that women are as good as men. In your opinion, fellow Daoist Lin, should I withdraw to Dongzhou or stay in Shuiyuanmen? Stay. Why? Fellow Daoist Lin agreed with me to withdraw to Dongzhou before. Now is different from the past. The situation is different. The enemy has shown its fangs. You must fight back. If you withdraw to Dongzhou now, you will be defeated. The first is the problem of people's hearts. Among the 100,000 cultivators here, how many are disciples of Shuiyuanmen? Will they agree to leave their homeland? What about their mortal relatives? Then there is the problem of the secret realm of the Haodi family. Without you to hold it, what will happen to the secret realm of the Haodi family? Take it away. Once you leave the secret realm, the spiritual veins inside will be cut off, and you have to resettle it, which will be a huge loss. Besides, Dongzhou is not a safe place. The 5 major academies may not be able to withstand the pressure from the major sects in Dongzhou. They just need to restrict your development. By the time the power of each sect is integrated, you will be finished if they launch an expedition casually. Lin Xiao analyzed. The past was the past, and the present is now. If Yimi chooses to return to Dongzhou, then she is completely finished. What fellow Daoist Lin said makes sense, but there are many problems if we stay. The first point is that Shuiyuanmen is on the battlefield of 4 wars, and the surrounding forces are eyeing it covetously. How can the sect develop steadily, and how can the financial resources be supported? Second, if Guangxingmen insists on attacking, how can we resist? Third, the problem of financial resources does not matter. Shuiyuanmen's financial resources are deformed. It is backed by the secret realm of the Haodi family. You just need to do as you are told. Lin Xiao answered one by one, and gave advice to Yimi. The most important point was to cede part of Shuiyuanmen's territory, not to Lin Xiao, but to the Li family. Although this caused loss of Yimi's interests, Yimi gained more. First of all, the Li family's entry into Shuiyuanmen would make the outside world mistakenly believe that the 2 families were in alliance and intimidate Guangxingmen. Secondly, the Li family could relieve Yimi's pressure. There are some things that Lin Xiao did not say much, and I believe Ymir also knows them. Ahem. It's time for me to say a few words. Please senior. Lin Xiao, when did it become your turn to make decisions for my Li family? Ahem. Lin Xiao blushed when asked by Li Yuanzhen. Yes, when did Lin Xiao make decisions for the Li family? Senior, brother Lin didn't mean that. Forget it, it's your fault. Me, I take back what I said just now. But what Lin Xiao said makes sense. The various sects are eyeing our two families covetously. For a little thing, it is impossible not to destroy our two families. Li Yuanzhen's words took another turn, which made Lin Xiao very unhappy. What does this mean? Senior, have you agreed to the alliance between the two families? No, because the Li family is not my decision. I just said it casually. Senior, you are so shocked that you will scare people to death. Haha, I won't say anything. I won't say anything. You continue. Li Yuanzhen said with a big laugh. In fact, he really thinks Lin Xiao is good. He speaks in an organized manner and understands the overall situation. It is estimated that there is no such talent in the Li family, but he is indeed not in charge. He has been away for thousands of years and no one knows who is in the family. I can't continue. Meh. Make the worst plan. Fellow Daoist Lin, how to make the best plan? Exchange the secret of Emperor Heo's ascension for your chance to survive. Fellow Daoist Lin. This. Yi Me was shocked. Is Lin Xiao so desperate? Meh. You have to know that what they want is the secret of Emperor Heo's ascension, not your lives. The seven families are not united. Throw them out and let them fight each other. Only in this way will you have a chance to leave. As long as there is a green mountain, there will be no fear of running out of firewood. Muzu is the hope of the Li family, and you are also the hope of the Yi family. If I'm not mistaken, the supreme of the Yi family should have entered the weak period. Lin Xiao guessed right. I know the supreme of your family. He is several thousand years older than me. He has either entered the weak period, or is about to enter it. Maybe it has been delayed by secret methods, but his combat power is no longer as good as that of the supreme. Of course, he still has hope of dragging someone to be buried with him, but they should not give you this opportunity. Moreover, once the other side's supreme dies, it will be a hatred that will never end. Yi Me was a little frightened. With her cultivation level, she could not control the current situation at all, which made her feel powerless. Li Yuanzhen also saw Yi Me's performance. Although Yi Me was much stronger than the average person, she was not as decisive, farsighted, and resourceful as Lin Xiao. However, Li Yuanzhen would not come forward to give her advice, because he also grew up in an environment that hated the Yi family. Yi Me was a little overwhelmed and had to let the two settle down, while Lin Xiao went to Li Yuanzhen for tea and chat. Lin Xiao, you ask me to have tea at this time because you want to convince me to let the Li and Yi families form an alliance, right? Senior's guess is right. You are also a supreme cultivator. You should know how much the seven supreme families are eager to ascend. Not to mention whether your two families have this secret. Even if you say no, they will not believe it. They will only look for answers from your corpses. Senior, the seven supreme families cannot share any benefits with the Yi family. The Li family is also determined to get it. Muzu is my direct disciple, and I don't want anything to happen to Muzu. You are right, but there are many things you don't know. For example, the Yi family of Emperor Heo cannot protect themselves, but our Li family can. If they dare to deal with the Li family, they will regret it. Li Yuanzhen replied. Emperor Heo and Emperor King left behind a secret weapon that can resist the alliance of many supremes. However, this secret weapon requires a supreme cultivator to control it. The Yi family supreme is no longer able to do so, but the Li family can. The other supreme of the Li family has only been promoted for a few years and has tens of thousands of years to live, so he can completely save the Li family. Even so, have you thought about Kunlun, Penglai and Wengsun sects? They know this and are holding back now. They probably want to let the 7th rank explore the way, fight with you head on and bloody, and then take advantage. Are you sure you can withstand the attack of the 3 families? This Li Yuanzhen frowned. Although Kunlun and Wengsun did not produce figures like King Di, their foundation was not bad. They were stronger than the Li family. Moreover, they were so cunning to let the 7th rank explore the way. If they really wanted to do so, the Li family really could not stop them. Chapter 671 Yi Family Supreme. The complexity of the Zhongzhou cultivation world can no longer be summarized by the simple law of the jungle of the survival of the fittest. The three major sects are aloof and overlook the overall situation. 7 sects dominate one side. Although the two families of Haodi and Kingdi have the strength of first-class forces, they are self-contained and lack vassal forces. Their overall strength is inferior to others. This is an extremely complicated situation. Li Yuanzhen's thinking still belongs to the thinking of the survival of the fittest, but he also found that simply competing with strength cannot win in this situation. The Li family can beat 1 or 2 families, but it will not be the opponent of 3 or 4 first-class sects. Lin Xiao's words made Li Yuanzhen unable to answer, because he could not make a decision for the Li family. His lifespan is still not much. 2 or 3,000 years is a matter of time. Don't think that 2 or 3,000 is long. For them, it is just a matter of a snap of the fingers. Ymir was even more entangled in her heart. The strength of the Haodi family is just so little, that is, the combat power of 100,000 troops. She also knew about the Yi family's supreme. In fact, the Haodi family is now only a second-rate force, and it is still a weak one. After thinking for a night, Ymir made a decision to take Lin Xiao to the Haodi secret realm, to meet the Yi family supreme and seek a new breakthrough point, while Lin Xiao asked to bring Li Yuanzhen with him. This was an extremely dangerous move. If Li Yuanzhen had ill intentions, he could instantly kill all the people in the Yi family. However, Lin Xiao insisted, and Ymir agreed. The three entered from the entrance of the secret realm. As soon as Li Yuanzhen entered the secret realm, the Yi family supreme sensed it. The incarnation of the Yi family supreme appeared in front of the three people, and then came to the Yi family's meeting hall, where the four sat in a row. Ymir explained the current situation, and then explained the purpose of coming here, wanting to find a way out for the Yi family. Lin Xiao, in your opinion, how can our Yi family get rid of this crisis? Ancestor, the Yi family currently has only 2 options. First, announce the truth about the misunderstanding between Emperor Hao and the Li family, resolve the hatred of the Li family, and support each other. Second, abandon the secrets and heritage left by Emperor Hao, and survive in a short tale. Lin Xiao stood up and answered sincerely. Apart from this path, there is only one way, destruction, which is something Lin Xiao was reluctant to mention. There is indeed a misunderstanding between the Yi family and the Li family. Eden, words are not enough, I need evidence. Senior Li, hundreds of thousands of years have passed since the events of Emperor Hao. How can I produce evidence? But I can give you some records of Emperor Hao and his disciples. After Emperor King ascended to heaven, the Li family held the hegemony of the human race for 100,000 years. Although the Li family fought for the human race and lost countless disciples, the Li family also acted extremely overbearingly, causing displeasure among the major sects at that time and hindering their interests. Emperor Hao was deeply supported by the Li family back then, and we have never denied this. But after Emperor Hao rose to power, what did the Li family do? They even wanted Emperor Hao to marry into the Li family in order to continue the hegemony of the Li family. Naturally, Emperor Hao refused, and then Emperor Hao established himself. After that, a new round of war between the two clans broke out. The Li family once again became the mainstay of the human race, and agreed with the major sects to attack the demon clan together. At that time, Nanzhao, Zizhao, and Bizhao had not yet appeared. The battlefield was only in Zhongzhou. The demon clan was powerful. According to the strategy at that time, each sect opened up and let the demon clan besiege the Li family, which they hated the most. Each sect made a detour and then surrounded and annihilated the demon clan. After the outbreak of the war, Emperor Hao led 1 million elite human beings, starting from today's Kunlun, to copy the demon clan's retreat. The 5-element sect and other sects of that year entered Nanzhou from Shenzhen City, entered Zizhao to join Emperor Hao, and then fought back to Zhongzhou. However, the various sects missed the time, allowing Emperor Hao's army to block the demon clan's reinforcement in Zizhao alone. After a hard fight, the Li family was besieged for a year. When the reinforcement from the various sects arrived, Emperor Hao's army had suffered heavy casualties. There were less than 200,000 elite soldiers left, and they were unable to return to help. They could only defend the retreat and the various sects returned to help. However, by the time the various sects counterattacked Zhongzhou, the Li family had already suffered heavy losses. They thought that Emperor Hao and the various sects had conspired against the Li family, and the Li family was so angry that they avoided the world and lived in seclusion. This is the whole truth. It's still a one-sided story. The records of my Li family are that Emperor Hao fell in love with a woman in my Li family. In order to gain the support of my Li family, he was willing to marry into the family. Then the ancestor of the Li family died in the battlefield of the demon clan. The father of the woman was a high-ranking member of the Li family. He was very angry and thought that Emperor Hao had killed his daughter. That's why he cut off Emperor Hao's support and forced him to become independent. In the last battle, Emperor Hao joined forces with the various sects at that time and deliberately watched the Li family die without rescuing them, which resulted in the death of 2 supreme masters, 7 8th level cultivators, more than 100 people in the golden body god void stage, and 200,000 clansmen. I don't know how many vassals of the Li family died in the battle, and they were injured. After the war, the strength of the Li family was greatly reduced. The various sects even wanted to destroy the Li family. The remaining supreme masters of the Li family had no choice but to live in seclusion. Li Yuanzhen shook his head. The records of the 2 ancestors were completely different. The records on Emperor Hao's side were that Emperor Hao had fulfilled his responsibilities, and it was not their fault that they could not rescue the Li family, while the Li family felt that this was Emperor Hao's conspiracy. Of course, the only thing that is certain is that the major sects at that time definitely framed the Li family on purpose, but the sects at that time had long been annihilated now. Even Kunlun, Penglai, and Wengxin 3 sects rose in the late period of Emperor Hao, and only after Emperor Hao ascended did they have the current power. Moreover, Haodi could have developed his family to the current status of one of the 3 major sects of Kunlun. However, he learned from the consequences of the Li family and felt that ostentation would sooner or later bring the family to the crisis of extinction, so he retired early. However, he did not expect that the foreign enemies did not defeat the Haodi family, but his own people did. I don't agree with what Brother Yuanzhen said. Mere I'm here, this is the token of the highest floor of the Sutra library. Go and get the box in the northwest corner. There are some notes about the past. Yes, Ancestor Ymir nodded, took the token, and came back 10 minutes later, took out a box, and then the Yi family supreme opened the notes inside one by one and spread them out for Li Yuanzhen to see, but Li Yuanzhen still didn't believe it. Meh, eliminate some confidential information, and make a copy of them all. Maybe they will be useful in the future. Okay, Ymir nodded. This is an unsolved case that happened hundreds of thousands of years ago. In fact, it is impossible to solve it. 2 elders, there is no point in dwelling on past hatreds. There is a saying in the Wu Kingdom of Nanzhao, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Now it is the best way for the 2 families to help each other. I hope the 2 families can consider it. I, Li Yuanzhen, cannot be the master of the Li family. I cannot agree to this matter, but I personally believe that what Lin Xiao said makes sense, so I can stay and help. Thank you very much, Brother Yuanzhen. Brother Yuanzhen knows my situation. If I maintain this state, I can last for more than 400 years. Once I'm released from this state, I can fight the Supreme. However, after the war, I will immediately enter a period of decline. My lifespan will only be 100 years at most, and my combat effectiveness will decline. Then find a way to lure the enemy in. Eden, your Haodi family should be somewhat prepared. Not much, we can only kill some 8th level cultivators. That's enough. The barefoot are not afraid of those wearing shoes. Now they are all going to perish. Whoever comes to destroy whom, and whoever cripples the family will be the family. Senior, can I have a second opinion? Take out the secrets of Emperor Hao, and I can find a way to cause them to have a civil strife. It won't work. Anyone who gets the secret will no longer care about the sect, and will only focus on their own ascension. It's useless. They will only force us to reveal more secrets. Even if you say there are no more secrets, they won't believe it. The Yi family's supreme master shook his head. That was the Yi family's last trump card, and he was unwilling to take it out in advance. Moreover, the Yi family also needed that thing, and wanted to leave it for Ymir. Guangxingmen. Since Li Yuanzhen appeared, the Guangxingmen Supreme Master believed that the Li family was going to form an alliance with the Yi family and was very dissatisfied with the Su Yuzong Supreme Master because he did not stop this. The Guangxingmen Supreme Master sent out the message, and in just one day, the other 6 Supreme Masters arrived and gathered at the Guangxingmen to discuss how to deal with the Li and Yi families. Since all fellow Taoists are here, let's start and plan how to solve this problem. Old Ghost, you have met Li Yuanzhen. How strong is he? He is unfathomable. He has lived for more than 40,000 years. He is indeed not comparable to you and me, the later supreme beings. The key is that he has lived enough, while we have not. What's the situation with the supreme being of the Yi family? It should be the critical point of the weakening period. I'm also afraid that he will not be able to get over it. The ancestor of the stargazing sect replied. 2 supreme beings who are almost at the end of their lifespans are equivalent to 2 wounded beasts. If they cannot get over it, it will be no small matter. They will drag them to death together. Old Ghost Mew, what about you? Do you dare to fight to the death? Don't look at me, I'm just a tree, not good at fighting. HMPH, your body is immortal, when can you die? Friend Daoist Mew, your ancestor was the only 9th rank talisman maker back then. He wouldn't have left behind any family fortune, right? Old Ghost Lin, please don't always have your eyes on my family, okay? That's for your disciples, not for me, said the Supreme of Tiansheng Sect. The previous Supreme of Tiansheng Sect was the only 9th rank talisman maker in the world of cultivation at that time, and he did leave behind some precious talismans, but that was also the foundation of Tiansheng Sect, and should not be touched lightly. Everyone is hiding something, so there's no need to fight. Let's go back and rest. Old Ghost Lin is right. Although you and I are supreme beings, you also know that we have already embarked on the path of cultivation. How to go on, ascend to the fairyland, and become immortal are all secrets. We can't afford to covet the 3 families of Kunlun. The only chance is the Yi family and the Li family. Now that they have joined forces, it's a good opportunity. Let's swallow them up together and talk about it. Well said. Those who want to withdraw can withdraw, and those who don't have anything to hide should stop hiding. Each family will contribute a treasure, and those who should be killed will be killed, and those who should be destroyed will be destroyed. What do you think? No one wanted to withdraw at this time. With their current level of cultivation, it was difficult to make any further progress. Moreover, it was difficult for them to figure out how to become immortals on their own, so they could only rely on the secrets of the Green Emperor and the Hao Emperor. Chapter 672, War Suspicion. The 7 Supremes reached a tacit understanding and decided to mobilize troops against the Haodi family. They also quickly solved the other problems. After half a day of discussion, they decided that the other 6 families, except the Guangxingmen, would each mobilize 1,000 troops. Don't underestimate these 1,000 troops, because the minimum requirement is the Daogang period, and the Shengsu period and Jinshan period must have a certain strength. These troops alone are enough to crush the current Haodi family. The Guangxingmen mobilized 10,000 troops from the sect and dispatched 50,000 people from the Wuji sect. Among the gains, the secret of the Haodi's ascension was shared by the 7 people, and the treasures above the 7th level were divided equally among the 7 families. The remaining spoils were taken by each of the 6 families. The Guangxingmen took 2, and the Wuji sect took 1. The remaining part was used to comfort the disciples who died in the battle. The 7 people each swore a blood oath from the Dao heart, not to attack each other or fight internally, etc. After the agreement was reached, the 6 people sent messages back to their sects, and the 8th level cultivators of each family were mobilized. 4,000 people gathered at the Stargate again to practice. At that time, they would form a battle formation to resist the attack of the Supreme Cultivator. The high-level cultivators of the 7 major sects were constantly mobilized and immediately known to the Night Owl detective. Lin Xiao received the news immediately and told Yimir and Li Yuanzhen immediately. The 7 families are so generous, with thousands of spiritual lights, more than 100 Shengsu period cultivators, more than 40 Jinshan period cultivators, 7 8th level cultivators, and 50,000 people from the Wuji sect. What should I do? Yimi's face was pale, and he slumped on the stool. He only had one 8th level cultivator, 9 Jinshan period cultivators, and more than 20 Shengsu period cultivators. Even if the people brought by Lin Xiao were added, it didn't increase much strength. The more than 10,000 people from these 7 families alone couldn't beat them. The opponent's strength was enough to crush them. Meh, get ready to join the battle, and fight to the death. Lin Xiao, you don't seem to be afraid of death. Ancestor, it's not that Lin Xiao is not afraid of death, but at this stage, it can't be avoided. Unless we can defeat this group of people, we will have no chance of survival. But how can you fight dozens of golden body cultivators and hundreds of Shengsu cultivators? Can you beat them? No. Lin Xiao shook his head. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trick is useless. Lin Xiao understood this very well, so he had been delaying the outbreak of the crisis of Shu Yuanmen, and had been supporting Ymir. But Ymir was still too impatient. If it was delayed for another 100 years, Lin Xiao could even mobilize the power of Wu State to intervene. At that time, there would be at least a 20% chance. As for now, there is not even a 10% chance. It's not your style to go and die when you can't win. Indeed, but sitting and waiting to die is not my style either. Meh, make up your mind. Fellow Daoist Lin, I entrust my life and property to you. How about you take charge? Meh, do you trust me so much? Apart from the cultivators of the Yi family, Mir only trusts fellow Daoist Lin. After this battle, Mir is willing to share the secrets of Emperor Hao with fellow Daoist Lin. Mir, you know, I'm not plotting to take your things. I'm just protecting myself. Mir knows, but fellow Daoist Lin has many choices to make, but he chose to help Mir. Mir will never forget this kindness. Okay, let's talk about it after the war. Since you trust me, then listen to me. The first thing is to write a letter to the little phoenix of Penglai, promising him great benefits, and also appeal to his emotions. Let the little phoenix find a way to convince the top leaders of Penglai to intervene in this matter. The second thing is to send someone to publicize the Qin family's crimes. The point is that the Qin family embezzled the family property of Emperor Hao. Remember, forget it. Let the people I brought with me do it. They will know how to publicize it. Lin Xiao, that's not right. Should we offend another party at this time? No, but to find an ally. My people will deliberately blur this matter and let the outside world think that the secret of Emperor Hao was taken away by the Qin family. No matter whether they believe it or not, as long as the Qin family believes it, they will not mind destroying the Qin family, the remnant of Emperor Hao's family, and force the Qin family to join forces with us when a real fight breaks out. But what if the Qin family surrenders directly? That doesn't matter. Anyway, the enemy is so powerful. What if there are more people? You are decisive. It's up to you. The third thing, with the mobilization of the 7 families and the training, we still have about a month to immediately transport all the mortal relatives of the cultivators of Shu Yuanmen and a large number of mortal daily necessities to the secret realm. Take away all the floating wealth in Shu Yuanmen, and concentrate the cultivators in the direction of the secret realm. After they really leave, blow up the spiritual veins, pollute the spiritual fields, and don't give the enemy any gains. Let's do it. Yi Mi was furious. Lin Xiao gave orders and she executed them. She immediately called the senior officials under her command and asked them to follow Lin Xiao's orders. Those senior officials were basically Yimi's diehard fans and were determined to fight to the death. They also took action. The flying boat brought by Yimi played an important role. The tens of thousands of cultivators of Tiansheng Sect and millions of mortal relatives began to migrate and transport to the secret realm. Yimi's actions were also discovered by the reconnaissance of various families. Tiansheng Sect immediately ordered Wuji Sect to advance and delay Yimi's actions, and began to mobilize more cultivators, including the vassal forces of the former Tiansheng Sect who had defected to her. Lin Xiao's behavior was even more resolute. He immediately led 30,000 troops with Yimi to meet the enemy and confront Wuji Sect. As soon as Li Yuanzhen was dispatched, the Supreme of Tiansheng Sect also moved. Ancestor, will the Supreme participate in the war? No. If he dares to take action, I will dare to take action. I will not fight with them, but will raid the immortal cultivation cities under the command of the Tiansheng Sect. The Supreme cannot interfere in the wars of low-level disciples. This is an unspoken rule. Otherwise, everyone will just destroy the immortal cultivation world. Well, please support us, Mir. Get ready for battle. Okay. Ymir believed in Lin Xiao very much at this time. Since they had to fight anyway, they might as well fight. She had been holding back her anger for a long time. Boom, 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 the war drum sounded, and 30,000 cultivators divided into 3 battle formations, and walked out of the camp, pressing towards the Wuji sect. When the Wuji sect saw this, they saw that 50,000 troops also came out in full force, and formed 5 battle formations. The vanguard pushes forward, the warships take off, the left army prepares to engage in battle, the left and right armies move forward to engage the enemy, prepare the black crystal cannons, both sides gave their orders. The Wuji sect relied on its large number of people and directly pressed forward with double the force. However, the Wuji sect was just a poor small sect in Zhangzhou, and had no warships. On Yima's side, she had 2 warships she brought from Dangzhou and the 3 warships originally from Shuan sect. The 5 warships lined up in a row, and opened fire first. Boom, 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 hundreds of black crystal cannons opened fire, and exploded on the 2 Wuji sect battle formations, causing their protective shields to continuously burst out with destructive light. The low-level disciples could not withstand the pressure, and some began to be shocked to death. But the rest continued to press forward. Attack. Attack. Both sides almost simultaneously transformed weapons from the battle formation and attacked each other. The black crystal cannons on the Wuji sect's position were also constantly firing, and the warships almost never stopped. Meh, I'm going to kill the Wuji sect's top brass. No, although the Wuji sect doesn't have an 8th level cultivator, the Guangxing Gate doesn't have one. If you move, the Guangxing Gate will move too. Lin Xiao immediately shook his head. Outside the battlefield, there were many people watching the battle, including many high-level cultivators from the Guangxing Gate. The reason they didn't move was that they just wanted to watch the show. If the Wuji sect wanted to make merit and get spoils of war, they had to have military merits, otherwise they wouldn't get spoils of war in the future. So Lin Xiao stopped the 9th ancestor from taking action. Left army, change the formation. 1 new and golden light formation. Cut through the enemy's battle formation. Right army advances. Intercept the enemy reinforcement. The vanguard prepares to repno. The enemy's battle formation is coming. The central army presses forward. The rear army advances. Lin Xiao has experienced countless battles and has a very accurate grasp of the rhythm on the battlefield. After the enemy's left and right armies are entangled with the vanguard, he immediately lets the left army make a detour and then cuts in from the enemy's waist and abdomen. Once the battle formation is broken up, their scattered monks will only be fat sheep to be slaughtered in front of the battle formation. Ye family monks, charge. It's time to serve the family. Boom, boom. The first 100 people of the left army are all Yi family's core disciples, the Dihud kind. As soon as they come into contact with the opponent, some disciples throw out countless talismans. The talisman making technology is what the Yi family is best at, and talismans are also the most resources they have. If you can't blow it up, let's see how long you can hold out. Get out of the formation. The leader of the Yi family monks saw that the opponent's battle formation was shaky but not broken, and he immediately laughed grimly. Then 20 old Daogang Lingguan monks broke away from the battle formation and exploded directly in front of the opponent. The 20 Daogang Lingguan monks exploded, which immediately cut a hole in the opponent's battle formation. The left army cut in through this hole and split the opponent's battle formation in 2, reducing half of the force. Half of the battle formation was immediately blown up by the vanguard, and thousands of people were directly killed. The remaining thousands of people could not maintain the battle formation and were in chaos. Boom, the other half of the battle formation was also blown up. 7 or 8,000 people were in chaos on the battlefield. Some continued to charge, some wanted to retreat to the sides, and some wanted to turn back and leave the battlefield. It was extremely chaotic. This is the disadvantage of having no actual combat experience. If it were the 10,000 people that Ymir brought back from Dangzhou, they would never do this. Even if they were scattered, they would retreat to the outside of the battlefield and regroup. Left army, Yanling formation, Drive away the enemy. Change formation. Deploy Yanling formation. Drive away the enemy under Lin Xiao's command. The left army no longer broke through another battle formation, but turned into a narrow Yanling formation, like a wild goose flying, pulling into an arc, and then surrounded most of the enemy troops, constantly driving and squeezing them, forcing them to flee to the rear. Thousands of monks only knew to flee in panic, and ran head-on into the central army that came to rescue. It depends on whether the enemy commander has the courage to kill his own people. If he does, the central army will be fine. If not, then wait for the battle formation to be disrupted. Go around on both sides. Quickly the monks in front of the enemy's central army roared, but how could those monks like headless flies listen to them? Thousands of people rushed up at once, and the battle formation was in chaos. It is at this time that the right army charges and defeats the enemy's left army, and the warships bombard the central army. Lin Xiao was overjoyed when he saw that the enemy commander had made a big mistake. The right army began to help the vanguard, which had suffered heavy losses, to attack the enemy's left army, while the 5 warships flew above the central army and fired fiercely at the defenseless central army. Chapter 673, winning the first round. Boom, boom, boom. 5 warships, with a total of 700 or 800 black crystal cannons on both sides, fired at the same time. The enemy's battle formation was in chaos, and could not support the battle formation protection shield. Countless monks were beaten to pieces. Except for a few Daogang and Lingguang monks, no one could withstand the bombardment of the black crystal cannons. The enemy's left army was immediately defeated under the joint attack of Lin Xiao's vanguard in the right army. The 2 battle formations were not in chaos, and each illusory sword could harvest the lives of hundreds of monks. Charge, rescue the disciples. The high-level officials of Wuji Sect were bleeding in their hearts. This was the foundation of Wuji Sect. None of the monks from Tiansheng Sect were here. Today was really miserable. The 3 golden bodies and 11 Shengsu period monks of Wuji Sect rushed out immediately, first aiming at the warships, trying to shoot them down. However, there were also golden body monks and Shengsu period monks in the warships, and their number was greater than that of Wuji Sect, and they directly suppressed them. Fellow Daoist Lin, the Wuji Sect has been defeated this time, right? Defeated. They still have 20,000 people, but they dare not press forward. But it's not over yet. The Tiansheng Sect can't sit still anymore. What should we do? Quit while we are ahead. As soon as the Tiansheng Sect moves, you immediately order the troops to withdraw. Okay, remember to take away the spoils and fight to support the war. Don't worry, this time I brought the main force from Dangzhou. They are very familiar with it. That's good. Lin Xiao and others continued to watch the battle. At this time, the remaining 20,000 people in the Wuji Sect did not dare to move at all, but just divided into 2 parts to cover the monks who escaped back. The battle formation that met the enemy had been defeated, and even the high-level leaders of the Wuji Sect were fighting hard. The monks of the Yi family fought with the determination to die, and their moves were extremely ruthless, and they could only barely resist. The 30,000 troops of the Wuji Sect were in danger of being wiped out, and the ancestor of the Wuji Sect didn't care about anything, and immediately asked for help from the monks of the Tiansheng Sect who were watching the battle. Although Wuji Sect is a vassal, it has always been loyal. If we lose this first battle, it will affect morale. All disciples of Tiansheng Sect, follow me to fight. Yes, ancestor. As soon as Guanyan, the 8th level ancestor of Wuji Sect, spoke, more than a dozen golden body stage and Shengsu stage cultivators immediately agreed, left the battle observation area, and went to the battlefield. Nineth ancestor, we will go too. Meh, leave one person to command, and gather the battle formation. I will go too. Fellow Daoist Lin, you. It doesn't matter, it's been too long since I took action. I'll also stretch my muscles. Lin Xiao shook his head. The other side had a large number of people, and if he didn't help, the higher level cultivators would also be at risk of falling. Ymir only had 9 golden body stage cultivators, and at this time, she was on par with the other side on the battlefield. There were also many Shengsu stage cultivators. The 9th ancestor of the Yi family took the lead in intercepting Guanan. You can't win the battle, but you're relying on high level cultivators to get back your position. You're so shameless. The dead have no right to speak. Okay, I've lived for more than 8,000 years. I've lived enough. I'll play with you. Jiuzu's words made Guanan's face fall immediately, and he cursed him in his heart for being shameless. The biggest problem of the Haodi family is that they don't have enough stamina, and there are relatively few talented descendants. This also led to their supreme masters and 8th level cultivators being very old and not afraid of death at all. And he, Guanan, is only over 6,000 this year, and he still has a little less than half of the 10,000 year lifespan of the 8th level cultivator. If he were to perish together with the other party, it would be a big loss, so he didn't dare to fight to the death. If you don't dare to die, then stay here and see how the younger generations fight. Okay, I'm not afraid of you, disciples. Kill them. The sect will reward you handsomely. Kill the enemy. The higher level cultivators of both sides collided with each other. Lin Xiao's opponent was a cultivator of the 10th level of the Shengsu period. Although Lin Xiao had a record of killing a Jinshan period, Lin Xiao never admitted it in public and rarely moved around the area of the Guangxing Gate, so they did not believe that Lin Xiao had this ability. Lin Xiao laughed grimly, and the sky-splitting sword energy gushed out. Lin Xiao swallowed so many high-level treasure pills, and his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Although his cultivation was still superficial, it was not something that an ordinary Shengsu period could resist. As soon as the Shengsu period of the Guangxing Gate fought with Lin Xiao, he immediately felt something was wrong. The power of Lin Xiao's sword energy was by no means comparable to that of the Shengsu period. Not only was his martial arts broken, but even the 6th level defensive magic weapon was instantly cracked. Brother, save me. The Shengsu period cultivator shouted hurriedly, offering several defenses, not daring to attack at all, and was lucky to be able to save his life. 5-element divine light. However, Lin Xiao did not give him a chance to escape. The 5-element divine light immediately penetrated his magic weapon, talisman, and 3 layers of defense of the robe, and then the soul-destroying needle followed up and penetrated his head. Bang! Countless mysterious lights fell, and the first Shengsu period cultivator on the battlefield fell. Lin Xiao twisted his consciousness and annihilated the opponent's soul. What a big dog's guts. Dare to kill my Guangxingman cultivator. Which dog is barking? Come out and fight. Guangxingman. Guananting is here. Guananting roared. The Guan family is the first family of Guangxingman. The founder of Guangxingman is a member of the Guan family, and the Guan family is also full of talents. The disciples of the Guan family are all very arrogant. Seeing Lin Xiao kill a Shengsu period cultivator so quickly, they can't help but want to fight Lin Xiao. Golden body stage, and you just entered it not long ago. Are you here to die? Lin Xiao laughed and said, then rushed up directly. Guan Yunting had only been in the golden body stage for a few decades, and his skin membrane had only been tempered less than 10%. In Lin Xiao's eyes, he was no match for him at all. What a joke. A little Shengsu stage is so presumptuous. Let me see how I can take you down. Soul materialize. Help in the battle. Guan Yunting was furious. The biggest difference between the golden body stage and the Shengsu stage before the skin membrane was fully tempered was the soul. The soul of the golden body stage has been materialized, which is equivalent to an incarnation, which is a world of difference from the phantom of the Shengsu stage. Often the soul of the golden body stage can kill a Shengsu stage cultivator. Although Lin Xiao is powerful, his soul materialization plus his real body will definitely kill the opponent. Haha, Luo's magical power. Lin Xiao laughed. His magical power is specially designed for masters of soul. At the beginning, Yi Mi was the imaginary enemy. This Guan Yunting actually let the soul materialize. Isn't this courting death? As expected, a round of dark sun appeared, and the light it emitted caused Guan Yunting's soul to be severely damaged, like a snowman encountering the scorching sun, and he smiled quickly. Puff! Guan Yunting screamed, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He looked at Lin Xiao with an extremely terrified look, and turned and ran. Junior brother, go and save junior brother. Guan Yunting is the core disciple of Guangxingman, and can be regarded as the first-class genius in the world of cultivation. He is also a member of the Guan family. The other golden bodies did not dare to let him fall here. They killed the enemy and turned to stop Lin Xiao. You want to stop me? There is no way. Take Subaichen Gong. Lin Xiao shouted, and his body turned, and the whole person suddenly disappeared into the void. The next moment, he appeared in front of Guan Yunting. Take Subaichen Gong. Lin Xiao has practiced for hundreds of years and has entered the third level. The lantern burning technique has long been practiced to the perfect state. Lin Xiao dare not burn the mysterious energy and blood at will, so he used the third level secret technique, teleportation, for the first time on the battlefield. Purple light divine eye blue lotus earth fire. Lin Xiao appeared in front of Guan Yunting, and the purple light divine eye came out, knocking down his defensive magic weapon. Then the blue lotus earth fire burned directly and entangled Guan Yunting, and his whole body was covered with blue flames. Ah, save me, save me. A gem was suspended above Guan Yunting's head, and a water curtain was hung down to temporarily block the blue lotus earth fire. A large amount of water mist came out from him. The gem on his head was a water attributed defensive magic weapon, but it was not enough in front of the blue lotus earth fire. If no one helped, he would be burned to death sooner or later. The two golden monks who rescued him were entangled again, but at this time, the two golden monks who were watching the battle outside flew out. The people who came were none other than Lin Xiao's old acquaintance, Ren Hong from Tiansheng Sect. At that time, Ren Hong of Tiansheng Sect was severely slapped in the face by Lin Xiao in Tiansheng City, and was also severely punished after returning. He had practiced hard for decades, and this time he was also among the disciples, mobilized by Tiansheng Sect to come to the battlefield to make merit. When he was watching the battle, he had already discovered Lin Xiao. Seeing Lin Xiao so brave, he was immediately extremely frightened. This Lin Xiao's talent was too terrible, so he found a golden body monk from Tiansheng Sect to kill Lin Xiao here. Ren Hong, are you here to die too? Don't be arrogant. Thief. Ren Hong didn't say anything, and the golden body monk beside him rushed up. He was not a newcomer like Ren Hong who had advanced to the golden body for less than 100 years, but an old golden body who had advanced to the golden body for almost 3000 years, and even his bones were tempered for the most part. You're here to die again. Let's play with you. Lin Xiao responded with a loud laugh, then rushed out. The two kept fighting. Tiansheng Sect's golden body saw Lin Xiao's magical power, and didn't dare to release his soul to manifest. He could only fight Lin Xiao with his real body. After fighting, he was shocked to find that Lin Xiao's methods were not weaker than his. Boom, boom, close combat. Dare you? After a few rounds, the defensive magic weapons in the hands of the two were blown up. The Tiansheng Sect monk shouted angrily. Lin Xiao didn't answer, but really rushed over. The two collided again. Both of them used big knife magic weapons, and they kept colliding. The bursting knife or a cut through the robes of the two people, and the knife or a cut through the skin. Lin Xiao shed blood with a golden body. Golden blood, how is it possible? You. Tiansheng Sect monk was immediately horrified. He had been in the golden body stage for almost 3000 years, and had not tempered his bone marrow. But how old was Lin Xiao? How could he do it? You talk too much nonsense. Look at my sword energy. Split the sky. Lin Xiao poured all his profound energy into the sword in his hand. Lin Xiao has practiced the sky-splitting martial arts for hundreds of years, and has figured out more powerful moves. As Lin Xiao poured in his profound energy, the 6th grade top grade sword magic weapon began to be unable to bear it. The dangerous aura emitted by the sword made the Tiansheng Sect's golden body feel terrified. Tiansheng Zengfa he also tried his best. A purple sword energy appeared and chopped down at Lin Xiao. A huge sword shadow appeared, and Lin Xiao gently waved his hand. Black space cracks appeared around him, and he faced the purple sword energy. Chapter 674 Killing Chickens and Dogs. The sword energy with space cracks is the highest strength that Lin Xiao can exert at present. The martial arts of splitting the sky is not limited to swordsmanship or swordsmanship, but a kind of concept, the way of using Zhuan Qi. When it is perfected, it can wave its hand to split the void. Lin Xiao is not yet in the perfect state, but he has reached the level of great success. Lin Xiao's sword energy split the purple sword energy of the Tiansheng Sect cultivator in two, and continued to sweep away, passing through the center of the Tiansheng Sect cultivator. Bang, 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 bang. The defensive magic weapon, robes, inner armor, and body of the Tiansheng Sect cultivator were all split into two halves with the sound of explosions, and countless Zhuangyan fell down. A veteran golden body monk of Tiansheng Sect fell just like that. This caused a dead silence on the battlefield of high-level monks. The high-level monks watching the battle from a distance even looked at Lin Xiao with strange eyes. Wasn't Lin Xiao in the Shengsu period? Even if he was a cultivator of both spirit and body, he shouldn't be so brave. Killing a golden body monk was like killing a chicken or a dog. Are all golden body monks so weak? On the other side, Ren Hong had already extinguished the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire and rescued Guan Anting. He was fleeing back to Guangxingmen. When he saw his senior brother die just like that, his mind went blank, and he couldn't think at all. His expression was dull, as if he was dreaming. You want to leave? No way. Die. Zeux and Arrow Lin Xiao saw that Ren Hong and Guan Anting had already escaped hundreds of miles. He knew that he couldn't catch up with them. Someone from the other side would come to pick them up. So Lin Xiao took out the Zeux and Arrow and aimed at Ren Hong. Zeux and Arrow can be fired multiple times. According to its power, it can kill 3 Shengsu period or 1 Jinshan period. This time, Lin Xiao's opponents are all Jinshan period monks, so one Zeux and Arrow can only kill 1 person, and Lin Xiao has been unhappy with Ren Hong for a long time. It is normal for high-level monks to marry wives and concubines. The trend of taking concubines is also prevalent in Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao doesn't care, but Ren Hong specifically looks for those poor and beautiful female cultivators, regardless of whether they are willing or not. He first spends money to get them, and then doesn't care when he gets tired of playing. This makes Lin Xiao uncomfortable. Lin Xiao's thinking is deeply influenced by his previous life. It is said that the most hated the rich. In his previous life, Lin Xiao was not much different from the dicks. He had a little hatred of the rich in his heart. Although he knew it was wrong, he chose Ren Hong, who had a feud with him. When Ren Hong saw the arrow of Zeux and Arrow coming, he was horrified. He wanted to run, but when he moved, the Zeux and Arrow also changed its trajectory. Lin Xiao's consciousness had already locked him. Boom. Just when the Zeux and Arrow was about to reach his eyes, Ren Hong made an unexpected move. He pulled Guan Anting in front of him. The arrow of the Zeux and Arrow instantly broke the defensive magic weapon that Guan Anting had just replaced, and then pierced his body, and then broke Ren Hong's defensive magic weapon and smashed his inner armor, but the energy of the Zeux and Arrow was exhausted. Guan Anting's mysterious light was falling, and Ren Hong spit out a mouthful of fresh air and flew backwards. He was seriously injured, but he was not dead. He was still alive. Ren Hong's actions also shocked Lin Xiao. This guy really made people speechless. However, Lin Xiao did not chase Ren Hong, but extended his spiritual consciousness and swept away Guan Anting's storage bag. Kill him. Kill Lin Xiao and reward a magic weapon, the high-level cultivators of Guangxingmen shouted continuously, and the other 6 cultivators who were watching the battle outside rushed over. There were more than a dozen golden body cultivators, and it was estimated that there were no less than 30 Shengsu period cultivators. Heavenly soul, true words, determination. At this moment, Yi Mi also successfully killed her opponent. Yi Mi rushed to Lin Xiao, her heavenly soul body exploded, and the extremely powerful power of the soul surged out. She also used her trump card magical power. The monks who rushed over suddenly felt an extremely strong pressure, making them feel like fish coming ashore, with infinite resistance on their bodies. Form a formation. Form a formation. Protect the master. This is the end of the battle below. The disciples of the Wuji sect fled one after another, or were killed or captured. More than 20,000 monks quickly formed a phantom sword under the command of Yilin, and rushed towards the high-level monks. On the other side, Yi Mi's men also went crazy, and attacked the opponent fiercely. They wanted to help Yi Mi, otherwise the two of them would have to deal with more than 40 masters, which was simply fatal. Don't move. If you dare to move, I will rush in front of them and explode myself. Jiuzu Zora surged to the extreme, and even began to reverse the mysterious energy, making a trend of self-explosion, to shock Guanan. If he exploded, at least 90% of these high-level cultivators who did not form a battle formation would die. Kill Lin Xiao and Yi Mi, and reward them with a Liu Iron pill. Guan did not go down in person, but issued a heavy reward. Liu Iron pill is a high-level precious pill of Guangxingmen. Its medicinal effect is second only to Jiaqiao Shenkan pill. It is a priceless treasure. Everyone, attack together with your soul and kill them. Someone shouted. Although Yima's soul is far superior to that of the same level, it is not ridiculously powerful. As long as everyone works together, they can break Yima's magical power. Sure enough, everyone worked together, and Yimi could not hold on. All 7 orifices were bleeding. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately changed to Zukes and arrows, and fired them after activating them. Don't run. Stop them. Attack together led by the golden body monk. More than 40 people attacked together, knocking down the 2 Zukes and arrows, which did not have any effect at all. Retreat. Lin Xiao flashed to Yimi's side, hugged her, and then retreated. Behind Lin Xiao was a battle formation of more than 20,000 monks. Retreat, retreat slowly, Yilin shouted, and more than 20,000 monks slowly retreated. Lin Xiao put Yimi down, took out the sun-shooting divine bow, pulled the magic power to the full, and stared at the group of people on the opposite side. The people on the opposite side looked at the divine bow in Lin Xiao's hand, and they all felt a little hairy in their hearts. They felt that, if they were alone, they might not be able to block Lin Xiao's arrow. Good fight. Ha. Li Yuanzhen appeared and laughed loudly. He paid attention to Lin Xiao's battle throughout the whole process. He couldn't help but pay attention. Li Muxu had told him before he came that he must save Lin Xiao's life. It didn't matter if all the others died. She just wanted Lin Xiao to be alive. So he didn't dare to let Lin Xiao get into trouble. Seeing Lin Xiao so brave, he was naturally very proud and laughed loudly. Opposite Li Yuanzhen, 7 figures appeared, and the supreme monks of the 7 families also arrived. This Lin Xiao is really so terrifying. This boy can't be left alive, Yu Pingcheng said in a low voice, and the other 6 people nodded. With such combat power, if he broke through to the supreme level, then even they would have a hard time surviving. The key is that they also know that Lin Xiao is very young and the probability of breaking through to the supreme level is very high. Li Yuanzhen, do you want to break the rules and do it yourself? So what? The Li family is not here. I'll be happy if you destroy this Guangxing Gate, Li Yuanzhen said with a big laugh, and the face of the Guangxing Gate Supreme suddenly darkened. What do you mean? Are you so happy to destroy my Guangxing Gate? Don't be impulsive. In a few days, when the army has completed its training, it will be the time for them to be destroyed. The Supreme of Guangxingmen said hurriedly. 7 people fighting against 1 person. They will definitely win, but they are really afraid that Li Yuanzhen will explode. Once he explodes, Guangxingmen will be gone. Fellow Daoist Guan, are we going to let it go today? We have lost all the face of the 7 sects. Yes, we can't let it go like this. The other supremes spoke up one after another. What does destroying Guangxingmen have to do with them? The key now is face. Lin Xiao killed a Shengsu period and 2 Jinshan period cultivators by himself, forcing many Jinshan Shengsu period cultivators to be helpless. This is too embarrassing. No, if you make a move, you go, and my Guangxingmen will not move. The Supreme of Guangxingmen shook his head. Of course, he knew what these people were up to. Would he dare to agree? It turned out that it was not your family that was destroyed. Brother Yuanzhen, come into my house. If you have the guts, let the 7 of them in. Don't let any of them run away. At this moment, a huge figure appeared. Although the battlefield was thousands of miles away, the voice sounded like it was spoken in everyone's ears. The incarnation of the Yi family supreme appeared. Eden, you are not dead yet. A bunch of juniors. When I was in the world of immortal cultivation, you were all playing in the mud. Now you dare to be presumptuous to me. The gate of Emperor Heo's secret realm is open. Come in if you have the guts. The Yi family supreme sneered. Emperor Heo really left behind the background of killing the supreme. Although he couldn't kill all the supremes in his current condition, he could still kill 2 or 3 people. The 7 people were a little restless and were not afraid of Eden's threat at all. In their opinion, Eden's words gave a feeling of a spent force. Okay, I also brought some things from the Li family. Let the little bastards have a taste of what is called Foundation. Li Yuanzhen replied, and then protected Lin Xiao and slowly retreated. The 7 supremes did not make progress, but they did not really take action. To deal with the supreme, they needed to exchange their sons, using a large number of high-level cultivators from the sect to exchange for the life of the supreme. If they rashly went forward, they would lose something. If they died, no matter who won or lost, they would be losers. Lin Xiao followed Li Yuanzhen and retreated until they retreated to the vicinity of the Heodi secret realm. He breathed a sigh of relief and took out a few pills and stuffed them into his mouth to replenish the consumed Zuan Qi. Meh, are you okay? I'm fine, okay. Have a good rest. Lin Xiao nodded and stuffed the real ambergris and the 6th level Mi Shendan into Ymir's hands without leaving a trace. These are all for restoring the soul, and it is unknown whether Ymir can return to normal. Lin, you guys count the results of the battle and see how much damage there is. Yes, Sect Master. Several high-level people received the order and went to count. One day later, the results of the battle came out. In this battle, Ymir killed more than 10,000 monks of the Wuji sect and captured thousands of people, while her own losses were only more than 3,000 people, and more than 1,000 were seriously injured. In addition, among the high-level monks, none of Ymir's side died, and only a dozen people were injured. Only Lin Xiao and Ymir had gains. Among them, Lin Xiao was the most courageous, killing 2 golden body monks and 1 Shengsu period monk, and seriously injured Ren Han. In fact, most high-level monks cannot easily kill enemies of the same level. Only those with extremely strong combat power have this ability to kill their opponents in a short period of battle. Today's battle was less than a day before and after, and the high-level monks fought for more than an hour. They have not achieved any results, but this loss is nothing for the 7 Sects alliance. After the war, Ymir sped up the evacuation and began to withdraw from the Shuinan mountain gate, moving her forces towards the secret realm of the Heodi family. Chapter 675. The Qin family is forced. After counting, the losses of Wuji sect were also placed in front of the high-level leaders of Guangxingmen. In this battle, more than 10,000 Wuji sect members died, more than 2,000 were captured, and there were thousands of seriously injured monks. In the first 3 battle formations, less than 10,000 escaped, and the rest were missing. No one knew whether they died or escaped. It can be said that Wuji sect's test has failed. Although the Heodi family is in turmoil, the strength left behind should not be underestimated, and the combat power is extremely strong. Of course, the most shocking thing for Guangxingmen is Lin Xiao. After the war, Guangxingmen got all the information about Lin Xiao from Tiansheng Sect and knew a lot about Lin Xiao, including his spiritual and physical cultivation. The golden blood spilled by Lin Xiao on the battlefield was also seen by others, knowing that Lin Xiao had been tempered to the bone marrow. Thinking about Lin Xiao's age again, it was enough to make the supreme cultivator feel threatened. Lin Xiao was too young. He was less than 600 years old. The 8th realm could not stop him. Moreover, Lin Xiao risked his life to help the Yi family this time. The Yi family would definitely return the favor and support Lin Xiao. We have been focusing on Ymir and Li Muxu before, but we forgot about Lin Xiao. This boy's talent is no less than that of Li Muxu, and the two of them. He is also a huge threat to us. The prosperity of the world of cultivation has indeed arrived. The supreme of Tiansheng Sect side. Looking at the past of the world of cultivation, there will be a prosperity every hundreds of thousands of years. When the prosperity comes, countless talented disciples will appear, each more brilliant than the other. It was the same when the King Emperor, Hao Emperor, and Jade Emperor appeared. High-level cultivators will have an explosive period. It is almost the same now. Those who have been exposed include Ymir, Lin Xiao, Li Muxu, Xiao Fenghuang and others. Guan Yunting is also one of them, but he died early today. It is estimated that there are some geniuses hidden in each sect, and they are afraid of premature death, so they have to hide them. No matter whether it is a prosperous sage or not, Lin Xiao must not live. Everyone, Lin Xiao's source of income in Jiansu City is gone. Do you want to cut off his foundation as well? Yu Pingcheng of Suyu Sect said coldly. Lin Xiao has already fallen out with Suyu Sect, so Suyu Sect will not be polite and has the intention of cutting the grass and eradicating the roots. Nansao Wugo? There's no need for that. Wugo's strength is not very good. Apart from Lin Xiao and his apprentice, there is only one Shengsu period cultivator. He can't cause any trouble. I don't think it's necessary. I think so too. Everything in Wugo was brought by Lin Xiao. Killing Lin Xiao will solve everything. However, the other supremes did not agree. There were many reasons for their disagreement. One of them was that Wu Ge was too weak and did not pose any threat to them. If they really wanted to destroy it, they would just send a few 8th level cultivators. In addition, they were also preparing a way out for themselves. The sentence "the prosperous sage is coming just now" was not just talk. Lin Xiao himself didn't say it. This time, the Yi family owed a big favor and must repay it. Li Muxu of the Li family was Lin Xiao's apprentice. It can be said that, as long as these 3 people were not eradicated, they would have the possibility of threatening them. What if they really achieved the supreme cultivation and came back for revenge? This kind of thing happened in the world of immortal cultivation more than once or twice. There were too many examples. As for the deadly enemies with Lin Xiao, it was not them, but only the Tiansheng Sect, and now there was also the Suiyu Sect or the Tiansheng Sect. If they wanted to take action now, they would do it themselves, but they would make sure to kill 3 people and then divide up the interests of Wu State. That was also possible. The supreme of the Tiansheng Sect naturally knew what others were thinking, but they were also helpless. If they did not involve other sects, the Tiansheng Sect would definitely be criticized if it took action alone. After all, Wu State was also a sect on the front line of the wilderness and had made great contributions to the human race in resisting the counterattack of monsters, so they had to suppress this matter. Since no one is willing to take action, then we can kill Lin Xiao and then deal with them. They can't get away anyway. Let's talk about what to do next. Wait a minute. Anything else? Of course. Everyone has seen what Renhang of Tiansheng Sect did. Old Ghost Mew, what do you think? Renhang was indeed wrong in this matter. I have ordered his punishment. Renhang will have his salary deducted for 4,300 years, and he will not have any income until his death. In addition, Tiansheng Sect will send 3 more golden body stage monks to help in the battle, and we will pay for the military merits and pensions ourselves. In addition, Tiansheng Sect will compensate with a 7th grade magic weapon from the Tiansheng Sect, a copy of the Earth level exercises, and a heavenly star pill. The supreme of Tiansheng Sect replied. Renhang had indeed made a big mistake this time. He was going to execute him, but Ren King Guan kept begging, so he had to give up. Can such a small thing buy Guan Yunting's life? Do you know that Guan Yunting is only 580 years old this year, and he has broken through the golden body for decades? Fellow Daoist Guan, the dead cannot be resurrected. Killing Renhang now will be useless. It will just lose our strength in vain. If you want Renhang to pay with his life, that's fine, but there will be no compensation. We are all family. Don't argue about such trivial matters. Why don't you add one more thing, fellow Daoist Guan? Renhang will play as the vanguard in the next battle. He deserves to die. He is lucky to survive. How about it? Okay, old Ghost Mew, what do you think? Okay. The supreme of Tiansheng Sect agreed. It was because he was in the wrong. If Renhang died in the battle, it would be fine. If he didn't die, there would be nothing to say. He could only say that he was lucky. Now that we've reached an agreement, let's talk about what happens next. Yi Mi spread the news that the Qin family embezzled the property of the Haodi family and took away the secrets left by the Haodi. How do you think we should deal with them? Ji Changming has also proved this. The Haodi family has been shortchanged by the Qin family for decades. I don't know how much they have embezzled. Otherwise, there wouldn't be internal strife in the Shuyan sect, replied the Stargazing Sect's supreme. Ji Changming fled into the Stargazing Sect's territory with more than 30 cronies, and they had already been controlled by them. Many secrets of the Haodi family had been revealed, including their internal grievances. It's better to believe it than not to believe it. Since the Haodi family has been destroyed, why not destroy the Qin family as well, and see what they can find? After all, he is a descendant of the Haodi family. Who knows what they will do in the future? Cutting the grass and eradicating its roots. This is the truth. I agree. Since you agree, then send someone to find out the details first. If the Qin family is willing to surrender and contribute all the secret treasures, then so be it. If they disagree, then destroy them altogether. Okay, then let the Wuji sect mobilize more troops and mobilize the rest of the vassals of the Stargazing sect to form an army of 100,000 again. First destroy the Yi family, then destroy the Qin family. Several supreme beings quickly finalized the plan. The stargazing sect still had many vassals, so mobilizing 100,000 troops was not a big deal. With 16,000 people from their 7 families to support them, plus the Qin family, it was not a big deal either. Cuneyuan Mountain. Cuneyuan Mountain is located west of the Guangxing Gate and north of the Haodi family. Originally, Cuneyuan Mountain was just a third-rate force, and it was a weaker sect among the third-rate forces, with only 2 golden body monks in charge and more than 30,000 people in the sect. After the Qin family wanted to be independent, they looked for a place to settle near the Haodi secret realm, and soon they set their sights on Cuneyuan Mountain. It took them only a few years to annex them. Thousands of the original Cuneyuan Mountain deheads were cleared, and the remaining more than 20,000 people were eaten by the Qin family. The Qin family relied on the embezzlement of the Haodi family's property, and had strong capital. In just a few decades, they had developed to 100,000 troops and doubled their power. Although the newly recruited disciples had not yet fully grown, the system had been established. If they were given another 100 or 200 years of development time, they might not be worse than ordinary second-rate forces. However, the crisis brought to the Qin family by the civil strife of Shuonan was also the root of their own misfortune. The 7 cultivators attacked the Haodi family. At this time, the entire cultivation world knew about it, and the Qin family naturally knew about it. The gathering of the 7 supreme ancestors brought an extremely terrible pressure to the Qin family. Qin Feng, the ancestor of the Qin family, was a very smart and capable person. Naturally, he knew that the Qin family could not stop such a behemoth. Therefore, the Qin family has been extremely low-key since the civil strife of Shuonan, and has been preparing for war in secret, hoping to avoid this crisis. Unfortunately, Ymir was unwilling to let him go, and a few rumors pushed them to the edge of the cliff. "Grandpa, what did the envoy from the Stargazing Gate say?" Kinyu asked anxiously at the gate of Cuneyuan Mountain. Today, the envoy from the Stargazing Gate came in high spirits, and Qin Feng also entertained him carefully. The Qin family has been forced into a desperate situation. The Stargazing Sect wants our Qin family to surrender and hand over all the property found in the Hao Emperor's secret realm. They also think that we have obtained the secret of Hao Emperor's ascension, otherwise they will destroy our Qin family. What? Hand over all the property? No, no, if we do this, our Cuneyuan Mountain will collapse immediately. Yes, father, we must not agree this time. The Stargazing Sect has gone too far. So what if you don't agree? The 7 sects have mobilized their elite forces and assembled 16,000 people. At least they are Daogang cultivators. They can easily wipe us out. But if we hand it over, we will die too. What should we do? Grandpa, you are the ancestor of Cuneyuan Mountain. You have to come up with an idea. I have made up my mind. Let's see the situation first. In addition, I have gathered 300 outstanding disciples. Kinyu, you will leave tonight, go to the East China Sea, and go to Dongzhou. Dongzhou has just repaid half of its loan, and the entire Dongzhou has not yet recovered. You still have a place if you go there. Qin Feng replied that, although Kinyu was defeated by Ymir, he was still the most outstanding disciple of the Qin family. He had broken through the golden body at a young age, and had a bright future. He should also leave some blood for the Qin family. No, Grandpa, I won't leave, and I can't leave. I must have been registered at the Stargazing Gate. If I leave, they will immediately know that we have prepared a retreat, and they may attack us directly. Father, Kinyu is right. It's okay to arrange a retreat, but we also have to find a suitable candidate. Okay, I'll think about it. Report to the ancestors. The envoy of the Yi family is visiting secretly and wants to see the ancestors. Just as the 3 were discussing, a disciple came to report, which startled the 3 of them. They didn't know why the Yi family would send someone at this time. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.